1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, and welcome to Gameday Live. We are here tonight. We're going to review two events. But before we get into what we're reviewing, I'm going to introduce some of my lovely analysts. I believe making his first debut on DBN, I'm going to add Keith Worstel. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
And before we do more formal introductions, I'm going to start with my next favorite, Katie Gray. Welcome.
Thank you.
And last and certainly least, I will introduce Karthik Koneth.
Gotta save the best for last.
It's horns down, right, Karthik?
Hook 'em.
Is that right? Is this right?
All right. Well, quick introductions. Keith, you are new to the DBN stage. Give yourself a quick introduction. Tell everyone how you got into diplomacy, why you're here, why you're worthy of talking about other people's games.
Well, I'm new to this stage. I am on the Diplomats podcast for DBN, so I am here.
That's fair.
I did start the game around 2000, but then I didn't have a cell phone, so I miss my orders all the time. So, but about 2018, I got Conspiracy and got into press, and then got roped into Nexus and long road. Now I'm running Nexus, and I do the analyst for that, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you've been all over the face-to-face scene in recent years. I know that's how you and I met, and this is a great addition to the analyst for Gameday Live. So thank you for being here. Karthik, we know you, we love you, but introduce yourself again in case anyone's new.
Of course. I'm Karthik. I'm from California. I started playing diplomacy online on Web Diplomacy back in 2010. That's how I got to know Michalis, Katie, and many others. And then I took a break from 2013 until COVID. COVID brought me back into the fold, played online again, joined the virtual scene, and then after that, I joined the face-to-face scene. And after that, everyone loves me and keeps calling me back to play some more.
I guess it's a thing like that. And then last and certainly not least, someone who's been winning every tournament from here, there, and everywhere, Katie Gray. Introduce yourself.
Hi, thanks, Siobhan. I also started on WebDip. I have a similar story to Karthik, except that I started in 2019 or something, pretty close to COVID, and then joined the online scene and then the virtual scene, and then realized I don't have enough time for the extended deadline. So as much as I would love to play Nexus, Keith, it's never going to happen. I can't let it happen. It's not healthy for me. I love that people do it. I think it's wonderful, and a lot of times I miss playing that way, but I can't do it.
It's not healthy for me either, but I run it, so.
Yeah, sometimes you have to make a sacrifice. Can I just say really quickly, I'm really excited about this broadcast. I'm excited to be here for Keith's first stream. I really like the way that Keith approaches the game, and I get along with him really well. Siobhan, I love you. You know this. And, whenever you're looking at a board and you just don't know what to say, you don't know what's going on, you don't want to say something dumb, you can always make a little jibe at Karthik. And if anything else, people will love it. It'll be fun. And I think we're going to have a great time.
I mean, even when Karthik's not on the board, you can make a jibe at Karthik, and everyone will appreciate it. But, I mean, true talk behind the scenes, when the four of us were announced to be on this broadcast, one of us said, "This is a dream team." And so I'm really excited to be on stream with all of you tonight. All jokes aside, however much grief I give you, Katie, for that one board that one time, you know what you did. But yeah. And so to close it out before we just jump into what we're doing tonight, or this morning, or this afternoon, or whenever you're watching this, because it's a pre-recorded stream. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Siobhan. I've been playing Diplomacy for, I don't want to do the math on that, since I was 14 years old.
I think it's about to be DipCon. Sorry, not DipCon. Dixie 40. So.
DixieCon I think is 1 year older than me.
Okay.
That's about where that is.
Mm-hmm.
But I fell in love with this game. I went to board gaming conventions as a kid with my dad, and I met this guy named Eddie Brisson, who some of you may have heard of, and he talked me into playing this game. And here I am many, many years later, spending evenings of my life doing this, and I love it. So yeah, I'm back again and glad to be so. So for what we're doing tonight, we're going to review two events. We're going to start with the APAC event, which, as I understand, is the Asia Pacific Championship.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 4, 5, 6, 7 boards to review. So we're going to jump into it. And Keith, I know you're new here, and this feels really, really rude, but we're going to stick with Karthik and Katie for the first board. We'll bring you back for a few more after.
Pro show you how it's done, Keith.
Yeah, you watch and learn. No, you know what you're doing. All right, Keith, we'll see you again soon.
See you soon.
All right, so Katie and Karthik, I'm going to pull up the player list for our first board. Some names, or at least one is familiar to me.
Never heard of
Karthik,
any of these people.
I'm going to let you take it away and tell me what you see.
Sure. So in Austria, we have Tristan Singh. In England, we have Claire Bradbury. France, we have Man Ning. Germany, we have Andrew Goff, some guy. He's all right. Italy, we have Andreas Mollmann. Russia, we have Robert Hillier. And in Turkey, we have Sasha Hillman. When I look at this board, everyone obviously knows Andrew Goff, multiple-time world champion, incredible player. In England, Claire is a younger player hailing from ANU. She has performed very well in the early going of things. Robert Hillier is a longer-time player, I believe, from Melbourne. Everyone else is relatively new to me, so I'm excited to see sort of how they play.
All right. Katie, anything to add to that?
No, and I think we might get into this later, so I don't want to throw off your plan, Siobhan, but I think it would be worth talking just about the scoring system a little bit so that we know if it's center-based or draw size-based or just a basic understanding of what these people might be playing for.
No, this is actually a really great time to get into it. So what they're using here at APAC is what's called the Bangkok scoring system. It's a general standard in Australia as well as across the Asia Pacific area. So how it works is in a draw, every player gets 1 point per center that they own, and then 12 points are divided between the dominating players. 3 shares to topping players, 2 shares to players 1 center from the top, 1 share to players 2 centers from the top. So 12 times that player's share divided by the sum of all shares. So we can dig into this a little bit more. It's a lot of math, and I'm not good at that. I like simple scoring systems.
So if you want the simple summary of it, because I've played under it before, basically your goal as a player is try to get as many centers as possible. And then if you are on top, try to separate yourself from everyone else by 3 more centers so you get all the shares of the dominance bonus.
Is it better to have more centers or to be on top?
It varies. Being on top is important, but it's also the separation. So there's going to be differences between an 8-7 top versus an 8-5 top. And then, so it's a little bit more, it's difficult to parse it so simply. But top by as much as possible and get as big as possible.
Great, thank you.
Okay. And Karthik, since you've played in North America and some of Squares has been used in North America, and I'm sure you've played under it, better or worse than some of Squares? Because I always love introducing a scoring system
much
debate.
better than some of Squares. Some of Squares is one of the worst scoring systems ever made. And any system that basically causes the tiny powers to feel like they have nothing worth playing for generally results in bad, sometimes dismal end games. So I think this is a superior scoring system to some of Squares.
Yeah. No, I was hearing you describe the wanting the delta between you and the next player,
Yes,
which
sure.
some of Squares encourages.
100%,
So
100%.
yeah. All right. Well, we can revisit that as we go through games, but yeah, I mean, I don't know about this guy in Germany. He's never done much in the diplomacy hobby. But I will point out that we've got DBNI rankings for anyone who's played in anything that's been on DBN before. So Claire, Andrew, and Robert obviously have. Looks like we have some new players, so that's really exciting. We're going to jump right into 1901. And Katie, you're on top, so I will give you spring.
All right. Spring 01, opening moves. In the West, we have some relatively standard moves, I would say. Nothing shocks me. Nothing really shocks me out of the West or Turkey or Italy or Austria. The one thing I think is interesting is the Black Sea moves, because you wonder if the Turkish player was expecting a DMZ, or maybe the Armenian bounce, the fist bump. And then Robert said, no, I'll take black. So I guess that's probably where I will be looking to see if that really is indicative of something, or if maybe Turkey was like, sure, I don't want to be in the Black Sea. That's fine. I think that could work. I think it would be unusual, but we'll see. Otherwise, I think it's pretty standard. You have a bounce in Galicia and DMZ in the English Channel. Standard moves otherwise, I think.
All right. We'll move right along, and Karthik, take us away in the fall.
Very fun. Rather than going into the West, which is relatively standard with one note, I want to call attention to the East. In the East, we see Armenia take Sevastopol, while Black Sea takes Constantinople. This is a classic sort of old school trade of Sevastopol for Constantinople that used to be super common and has fallen out of favor. So I'm really excited to sort of see how it will end up working. What I also want to call attention to is that Italy attempted a convoy to Greece, while Turkey tried to support Ionia into Greece. Had the move succeeded, had they properly coordinated, Austria would have been denied Greece, and the Juggernaut would have been in a phenomenal position. Now, diplomatically, the Juggernaut's still in a great position, because Austria is going to go to Italy and be like, what on earth are you doing, man? And also, Italy did not get Tunis. But the downside of how they did things here is, of course, that Austria does get 2 builds and Italy gets none. So very, very fun stuff there. And the
Not
West,
if you're Italy.
Not if you're Italy.
Very bad for Italy.
Italy in the West, France in the West gets both Portugal and Spain, standard setup, and also walks into Burgundy, allowing them a ton of flexibility, while Germany kind of declares their intentions more aggressively, bouncing the English out of Belgium, taking Holland from themselves, and letting the Russians into Sweden. So I think we have some clarity on what's going to happen in both the West and the East going into 1902.
All right. Well, so coming into winter, we've got 1 build for the English, 2 each for the Germans and the French. The Italians, as we have noted, have been denied any builds. Double build for the Austrian, 2 for the Russians, and 1 for the Turk. Any predictions, Karthik?
I think Vienna and Budapest will both be armies here.
Wow. I'm so glad we have your brilliant brain on this.
We'll go right through.
Oh my God,
was
Karthik! You're like Nostradamus.
So
You're Nostradamus of our time.
All right. I'll call them out. We've got a Southern Fleet build from the French, a Northern Fleet build from the English. Could be indicative. Andrew Goff building Fleet Keel. Not super surprising. Double army from the Russian, and a Southern army build from the Turk. Katie. reactions?
I think this is really good for Claire. If I'm Italy or really anybody on the board, I don't really care if France builds in Marseille in 01. I think there could be so many diplomatic reasons why that happens, and I think France going after Italy in 02 is very rare and a very bad idea, so I usually would trust that to not happen. However, combined with no fleet build at all from Robert in Russia, I think that Claire is in a really good position early on in terms of like northern fleets. So I really like this for England. And I have to say I'm pretty surprised at the army in Smyrna. This swap, I forget what it's called, and I'm sure Karthik can tell me in 2 seconds. I forget what the swap is called. Is it the Sunstrom?
No, very different.
No. Okay. It's whatever it's called. I don't know what Sunstrom is, and I don't know what this is, but
It's the something swap. Yeah.
It's con and Sebs. The con
swap. Yeah. Okay. I've never seen this work. I think it'll be really interesting to see. I think there's so many Russian armies around Sev. If I were Turkey, I would not feel great about it. But I also think it's weird that Smyrna is an army because I would think you would want to like move the jug west. So I don't know. Yeah. Maybe if Karthik has seen this move more, he's more familiar with it. But I think that's kind of strange.
Well, and I will say that in the background, Keith, who we kicked off stream, has the answer to this and is like, you guys, it's the concept swap.
That's what I literally said. I literally said it.
No, I'm not sure I heard that. No, it's Keith gets the credit for that. No, I know, Karthik. I know you get credit too. It's fine. All right. Well, we're going to go right into 1902. And Karthik, back to you.
Okay, great. Yeah. And now what we see here is Norway trying to take a hard attack at Armenia. Unfortunately, rules of the game don't allow that. We see Claire and France working hard to try and take Belgium away. Right now, it's just a bounce. Had Munich chosen to tap Burgundy, it would have succeeded. Shame that they didn't. But newer players will always have these tactical changes that they'll get used to as they learn more about the game.
Newer players and yeah. I know.
Thank you for that. That's the joke.
I'm just pointing out your joke. I'm not making it for you. I'm just pointing it out.
But no, we see Austria going to Tyrolia, but not following up into Trieste. So I'm unsure what the purpose of that move is. We do see Bulgaria get blown up. And that prevents Greece from being taken. But Austria is still in deep trouble, however, because Ionian convoys of Puglia to Albania, putting Trieste at risk, Serbia at risk, Greece at risk. Things are not looking fantastic for the Austrians, despite getting this one tactical setup quite nice. And as Katie wisely pointed out, you don't love the Turkish position when the Armenians of Aspel can get blown up so easily, Bulgaria can be taken so easily, and now Turkey's looking like, they're going to be down for the count sooner rather than later.
All right.
And if you're wondering why I fell out of favor, this is why.
Yeah. And so just looking at this position here, I think Karthik is right. That's very precarious. So
Karthik is right that I'm right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Katie, tell us why you're right in the fall.
I mean, this looks really bad for Turkey, right? Turkey retakes Khan, but they lose Sev and Bulgaria, and now Russia's just in Black Sea and Armenia. It's really bad. At the same time, Italy has to convoy right back out of Albania because France is actually coming after Italy. The good news is that Italy gets Tunis, so Italy will get to build this year. The bad news is, France is committing very early, which I hate that for Italy, and to be honest, I hate it for France. I think it's going to be bad. What it's great for is England, because England gets Sweden and is now in Barents, and nothing can stop Claire from taking St. Pete. I mean, Moscow moves out. I know that Russia's going to get a build, and also maybe even a rebuild. So it's possible that there will be armies in St. Pete and Moscow, but still, this is really good for Claire. She's got she's got France moving away, and she's got Goff committing to Baltic, which seems a little late, right? If you're England, you're already in Sweden. That's kind of weird, but I think it looks really good for England. Yeah, and then Andrew does pick up Belgium for a German build.
For newer watchers, what's happening in the West is what's known as a Western Triple. It's Katie's favorite alliance structure.
No. I don't think that's what's happening, and I'm going to explain it away as much as I can. I think it's good for England, and that's all I'll say about it.
No. This is a Western Triple, and it's Katie's favorite alliance structure in the West.
Boo. No, but here's the thing. The only person who I will not give a load of crap to about being in a Western Triple as Germany is probably Andrew Goff. So we'll see. I will withhold my judgment for like at least a year or two.
I'm just going to say, I know I'm not analyzing here, but Andrew Goff turned around what probably started as an EF into a Western Triple as long as it benefits him.
Or the bounce was planned in Belgium and it was always planned. I don't know. This is Australia. They have Western Triples for breakfast. I don't know if I'm using that phrase right, but they love it over there. So.
Something Hobbit's second breakfast?
Yeah. 11sies?
Wait, that was in New Zealand. Sorry, Australia. Sorry, Australia. All right, I'm going to read it out quick because, we got Army Eddie, Army Vienna, Fleet in Rome. Any surprises from either of you? Or shall we just...
Keep it on, I think. Mostly straightforward.
Keep on keeping on. All right, I'm going to leave it with Katie. What do you see?
Yeah, so France does take Tunis, which is was not by no means guaranteed and could have definitely been held. So I think this is probably maybe a tactical mistake from the Italian player. Although actually it doesn't matter. There's going to be 3 on it, right?
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
So it doesn't matter. So Italy will get it back in the fall. Tunis doesn't matter. Further east, we've got a bunch of people trying to get Austria to convoy into Ankara, which is very fun because convoys across the Black Sea are very fun. But it's not going to work because Italy can't help you. And if Italy can't help you, then what are Russia and Austria really going to do against Turkey? Even in the Black Sea and Armenia, not much, especially when Greece is not moving to Aegean and is just sitting there. We do have Claire moving an army into St. Pete. So that is, very Western Tripoli. Again, very good for England. I don't feel the need to talk about this anymore. Karthik is right, and I was avoiding saying it because I don't want it to be true. Not because of Karthik, but because the Western Triple is a greater evil than Karthik, and that's what's happening. So we'll see.
I'll take my wins.
Well, I'm also just going to point out, what's with all the holds? Piedmont, Venice, Tyrolia, Vienna, Trieste, Greece.
It has to have been a misorder. There was some and they just got left as holds on the.
I will say the other option. This is a in-person tournament, right? That they have sandboxed. So I think it's also possible that they did something that didn't end up mattering, and they didn't.
That didn't get sandboxed appropriately.
So
that's possible.
In Tuscany, and it didn't actually show. I don't. Obviously, I can't say that's what happened, but I have seen it happen in face-to-face events, and it could be what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Although maybe not, because maybe Piedmont goes back to Marseille anyway, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, and Piedmont goes back to Marseille. Karthik, talk about it.
A lot of red arrows. Some are jokey, some are real. We have a conga line from Belgium all the way to Galicia getting stopped by Ukrainian forces. Oof. We have seeming re-agreements between Sasha and Robert as Russia slides into Constantinople. We have Armenia retreating back to Sev out of Armenia so that they can sort of deal with the Western Triple. And I guess it's now all hands on deck. The fleets are coming down with the Italians letting the Austrians into the Ionian while guaranteeing Tunis. The French pull back their fleet to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is curious. Obviously, you want to open up the retreat, but they could have gone to Lyon. They could have gone to any number of places. Going to Mid-Atlantic is a very, very curious choice.
Can I say something that is probably nonsense? But if I'm going to imagine that I'm Andrew Goff, and if I'm going to imagine that I'm at Andrew Goff's level, normally in a Western Triple, you want English armies going through St. Pete and Moscow. You want to be in Prussia and Livonia, right? This going to Galicia and this conga line is actually nonsense, right? That is not pro-Western Triple. I think that is just Andrew saying, hey, Robert, can we bounce in Galicia? I'm not trying to go because I'm Germany in a Western Triple, and I know that
100%.
Right? That's nonsense.
No, if Gavi wanted to, he'd have Ruhr going to Kiel so he can get convoy to Livonia or something like that. Right. But things would go. Munich would go to Silesia. I mean, Bohemia still goes to Galicia. Don't get me wrong, but Munich's going to Silesia here for sure.
On a conga line, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, 100%. Andrew Goff is super happy in the middle of this board, just watching everything happen around him. Is like,
I'm trying really hard. I'm from England, France. I'm trying. I tried to go to Galicia. They didn't let me. I tried.
They didn't let me go, and I'm not such a good player. I could have figured out how to get there myself.
Robert's just a better player than I am. Like, how could I have known that he was going to go to Galicia too?
I mean, I will say Robert conniving his way into Con is kind of funny. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I really hope in the fall Con just goes back to Ankara and it just.
All right, so our winter builds. Claire waved a build in England, it appears, and Turkey pulled Ankara.
Well, sounds like a temporary draw.
I mean, everyone's bouncing in Armenia.
Yeah.
So, Katie, take it away.
Now, this is kind of strange for me. I think you have France taking Belgium, which is probably not by I don't know. Maybe Andrew just lets this happen because what does he care? But it's a weird thing to be doing while not covering Lyon and while just kind of hanging out in Western Med and MAO, and while England is not attacking Germany also, right? Like on its own, it's weird. So maybe it's agreed, but it's like this is the spring, and now you have to worry about Marseille, which I think falls. I don't know. There's probably something you can do. It's probably a guess. I don't want to think about it. But Marseille probably it does fall, right?
Yes, guaranteed.
Guarantee fall.
Guarantee fall. Great. Okay, perfect. Thanks. So like you're not getting a build. It's not really helpful. So if you're Andrew, why are you agreeing to this? I guess just because you don't care and because numbers on the board and units on the board don't mean anything when you can play Andrew Goff mind games. I don't know. It's very strange. Claire is continuing to just like go to Armenia, which I have to say from a broadcast perspective, it's kind of annoying because it's like in the way. To be honest, Claire, sorry. I know it's a meme and I know it's like funny, but it's a little weird because you're really not doing anything. You're basically just putting all holds. And I feel like if it's still a Western triple, it's not figuring it out. I mean, Koff's still bouncing in Galicia. It's a Western triple where like the East is moving to the line and where France is going to lose Marseille.
Well, and I'm going to jump in here. Like, if this is a Western triple, no shade to y'all, it's a bad one.
Yeah, because you've got an
Austrian, got an Austrian in Tyrrhenian Sea, an Italian in Lyon. Like, they're going to break that line so fast because whatever y'all are doing in the West,
it's weird,
is not working.
No, not at all.
And for Claire, because to your point, Katie, like, I appreciate maybe that Claire is keeping alliances and doing whatever's happening, but what is Claire getting out of this?
Yeah, because she's still in a really good position.
Yeah.
And she's not doing anything with it. But maybe she will. Maybe she's just being patient and playing the long game. So,
well, we're going to find out. Karthik, tell us what Claire does.
So Claire is now trying to help the Germans back into Belgium. It fails once again because Munich does not tap Burgundy.
Funny. It has to be intentional, right?
I mean, Gaffey put priority, I guess, on defending Ruhr. I don't understand. Sure.
The convoy.
Yes, of course.
I'm sorry.
The convoy from Constantinople to Marseille. I was assuming it was going to be a convoy from Brugge to Marseille last turn, but Constantinople also does work. And this is why it's guaranteed because there's no way to dislodge any of the fleets in question along the pathway. And Piedmont is an untappable support.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Lovely work from the Eastern Quadruple, the Eastern Alliance, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, the Austrian units are pulling back from Turkey. The fleets are in position to do what they need to do here. West is guaranteed to fall next turn if they want it to. I'm just so confused by what the West is doing here. I mean, Andrew Goff is happy that I guess it's just not a not an EF anymore. But like he throws it in place. They're going to be coming to the line. the English are accomplishing nothing. Like, they're frozen in time, and these are short games, so it's not like you have like a ton of time to work with here.
Mhm.
When did they end? Were they 07?
Oh, so it's 1906, and I think they roll a dice to see if it like ends in 1907 or 8, or maybe that's a Steel Borough. I'm not sure, but
That's
yeah.
right. I have a problem with the
wait.
dice.
I forget which one is the rolling a die to see when it ends.
But like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the roll of dice one, 1906, 07. But yeah, so it
or
could
to
end
roll.
4 turns from now in theory. So
It could, in theory, yeah. And I don't have information on that. So, sorry, viewers. Someone in the comments, let us know. All right. So we got Andrew Goff disbanding his fleet in the Baltic, a London fleet build from Claire, and finally Fleet Smyrna from the Turk.
Too late.
Thank you. Yep. Katie, tell us why it's too late.
Well, Claire's taking Armenia. There's nothing you can do about it. So I was in a game, I think it was the Broadcaster Brawl last year, where I think I was Turkey and I did Convoy to Marseille, and it was super fun and I had a great time. So I really liked that move. But you do know when it's happening, it is a short-term game. It is a short-term thrill. Like, it's stranded. You're counting on both Italy and France to let it be there. And yeah, it's not gone now, but it's super surrounded by French units. There's a French unit in Burgundy and Gascony and Spain and Lyon is going to be gone. And your fleet in Smyrna is now so far behind being useful that you can't even make the argument that, like, I'm making this fleet to help, fight the triple, because you're in Smyrna while you have a Russian fleet in Aegean and you have your own fleet in Ionian, you have an Austrian fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea. Like, it's just not helpful. It's not defensive. And I don't know. The saving grace for Turkey is that there are not a lot of other units around them, so they're probably fine, but they're not really looking at a lot of growth, I think, unless they're very patient. But as Karthik said, this is a short game. So
yeah, it's a short game. I have questions about a lot of things, but
let's keep going.
We're gonna let Karthik talk about.
Yep. Okay. So we finally have the reaction.
How did Goff get back into Belgium? I'm sorry, I didn't cover that.
Oh, yeah.
Just went with
because he finally
okay.
Claire
he finally bought his Burgundy.
Thank you.
But yes. Can I see full, please? Thank you. So Claire finally takes control of the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which means that she can freely convoy to Norway without having to worry about covering Liverpool. So we see that move being made. I don't think Claire wanted this EG at the start of the game, but I think after the French moves, I think she just determined this was the best bet for her. We have a bounce between Smyrna and Aegean and Constantinople. I fear that may be all that unit does for the foreseeable future. So, yeah, I'm just not exactly sure what Sasha hopes to accomplish here, what Robert hopes Sasha to do. The army does get blown up. Not that, and Piedmont gets hit, not that it was supporting Marseille to begin with, really. But yeah, so now the West seems to have found functional control.
Sorry, Karthik, did you notice Venice and Rome? Because I just noticed it, and you got to talk about it.
Yeah, yes, as I say. So the Austrians do walk into both Venice and Rome, which, despite EG coming together in a successful fashion to get the West back on track, Austria now is in a position where they can kind of have their run of the South, probably picking up Russia as a partner and saying, well, we couldn't do this before, but now we have the fleet power. Turkey's down to 2 units, not in great positions anymore. They have no armies at home, mind you, which makes the tactical battle to defend Turkey impossible.
It's very fun. And if the game ends in fall of 19... it starts in 06?
Yeah, the first end could be fall 1906.
Okay. I mean, it's good. It's great to be up to in the score chart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this for Austria. All right. Well, Austria is up 2, can only build 1. Andrew Goff is also building 1. And Italy, thank you, Andreas, losing 2. So we're going to push right along. Karthik, keep it going through the spring.
Absolutely. So as I was saying earlier, now the Turkish defense is impossible because you only have 1 fleet at home, you have 1 fleet that can tap Aegean, and you have no armies that can, if it was an Ankara, either support Constantinople or Smyrna, make you guess. So now it's just going to be academic to take down Turkey here. Probably will happen by 1907 fall. We see Italy trying to make a move to try and take back what they lost from Austria. Not likely to happen. We see the French turning into a janissary, I guess. The Germans recognizing the threat of the Austrians collapses down to try and hold them down. And yeah, this is looking really, really nice for Claire, because Claire can sort of, once she knows when the game ends, just kind of stab Goffy for a center or two and maybe take a top out of it.
France. I mean, she's got Portugal. She's probably got Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at that position right there.
Yeah, this is Claire's game at this point.
And Katie, tell us about it.
Well, she's got Portugal and Spain, and that's fine. I mean,
France
France
as well, probably. Like,
Yeah, France is picking up Tunis, which is great. So France is not building or disbanding, but yeah, there's still Portugal totally undefended. There's still, I mean, Brest is not totally undefended, but like if France is going to continue to play this like hold game against Germany, it's just looking good for England. Everyone's trying to go to Armenia, and I'm not going to dwell on it because this happened in the past, and I know that I can't change the past, but it's very annoying. But at the same time, Turkey does take back Khan and loses Smyrna, so yeah, still on to I think Italy takes back Rome, which was Italy was either going to lose. Actually, I think Austria should have just supported Rome, but there's no way to know. It got tapped anyway. It doesn't matter. Goffy gets into Venice, so Germany's also building one. So England and Germany up one. Is this Austria down one? Because they're down two, but up Romania.
Yeah.
So it's now a three-way tie, I think, for first between Austria, Germany, and England.
All right.
I think it looks the best for England, to be honest. I mean, just has so many.
I mean, Katie, you called Claire from the beginning that you liked the position. So let's see how it goes. Claire builds another Southern Fleet in London. We got an army in Munich from Goffy, and that's all they wrote. So Karthik, tell us about all the things that went to Armenia.
So once again, everything goes to Armenia. Let me just get past that. The key thing to note here is Sweden going to Skagerrak, Norway going to Sweden. It seems that Claire is setting up to knock Andrew down a peg or two for the dominance points. This will guarantee that she will be able to take Denmark because of course a 3 will be on it. She takes Belgium away from Goffy, making sure that Goffy will be going down to 5 by the end of this turn, I believe.
Well, and she could walk into Brest and Portugal.
Correct.
Great.
Brest is free and Portugal is free. English Channel can take Brest. Mal can take Portugal. Spain is in danger of note with Lyon and Marseille being where it is, but that's no risk. That can be taken back so easily. So who cares? Yeah. Claire has won this board. She will be probably getting all some dominance points. Yeah.
All right. Katie, fall.
Yeah, so Claire does take Denmark and Brest, does not take Portugal, and instead chooses to defend Spain. But that kind of makes sense, I guess, too, because you don't know if the game's going to end in 07, and you always have Portugal. So, I think that's fine. So France is going to lose Brest, but gain Belgium. And again, France is even. Meanwhile, Claire goes up 2. Goffy goes down 2. I guess Austria takes back Serbia. Oh, no, sorry. Goffy is in Warsaw, so it's only going down 1. But no, 2, because it also loses Venice.
Yeah.
Right? This is okay.
Oh,
this is the problem. You have too many units in too many places. I cannot keep track of where they are.
Yeah. Too spread out.
This is almost where we say goodbye to Turkey, except that Sasha ends up in Greece. So Turkey is still alive on 1.
Not natural Turkish clay, might I add.
Yeah. Michalis, are you watching? It's Turkish
Michalis,
soil. Says Karthik.
We're calling you out.
He agrees.
This is, I think, a pretty good turn for Russia also. I mean, Robert picks up the 2 Turkish centers. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. There's so much going on. Turkey also gets Bulgaria. So Turkey is still on 2. After all this, Turkey is still on 2. So props to Sasha. I love the scrap. It's great. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to analyze anything else because I think I'm going to miss some key trades around the board.
I have some questions about Army Liverpool?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's because North Sea is going to Helgoland, London's going to North, and then the army will go to Yorkshire.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. All right. I'll allow it. And
The game's over.
there it is.
And like
Nice.
I said, Claire got her 3 centers over, so she gets a full share of dominance. She'll have a whopping 24 compared to the next one on 9. So
Mhm.
just a whopping score. So kudos to her. Well done. Get those 15 points and celebrate.
Can I take a quick second to throw some shade at a person we all know and love very much? And
Yeah.
that person's name is Brandon Fogel. Because when I first started playing diplomacy in this scene, the only thing that was ever said about my games for like, I don't know, I felt like it was forever, but it was probably not because I'm, being self-centered. Brandon used to always tell me I'm being inefficient. I'm not moving my units. I'm being inefficient. I'm just waiting around. I'm doing nothing.
Oh, he loves that phrase.
He loves it, and it was applied to me, and I took it very personally. But this is a case where like that's okay. Like you can just wait and watch things develop and let people get further away from you. And like look how well it worked out for Claire. So I think your inefficiency, Claire, has paid off wonderfully. Congratulations.
No.
Good game.
I wanted to jump in as host on occasion and be like, Claire, what are you doing? You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. The inefficiency Brandon Fogel moment.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? There it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Keith back in, who I know has been watching from behind the scenes. Let him give a few thoughts. I'll drop off for 1 second while I do a couple of things. But Keith, I know you've been here. I've seen you backstage watching. Can you give us your thoughts? Talk with Katie and Karthik, and I'll be right back.
It was a great game by Claire. I played a game with her at 3 a.m. For VDC, and she's very measured. She's not going to take a chance if that loses her chance. So she's not going to race someone to the top. She's going to make it for herself or get her best result. So not going to stick her neck on the line.
And Keith loves a Western triple. So
Yeah, exactly.
I got the Western triple. I was like, oh, it's a Western triple.
I love when Katie forces to say that I'm right. I savor these moments, especially when it's on video. So, like,
Did I say you were right that I was right? Because I feel like that's an important distinction to me.
No. You said that for a separate one. You said
okay.
you said that for Claire winning, and then you said that I was right in general for the Western triple, and you hated to admit it.
Okay.
I think the scoring system really influenced this game a lot. The AR was in a dominant position, but they had no trust. There's so much holds, and they lost position to Germany. A lot of centers sniped inefficiently, and but the scoring system makes it so you want to stab every year after 1906. It feels like so.
That's a good point. We didn't really talk about how Turkey still ended up on 2, but there's actually no reason why Turkey should actually be in Bulgaria and Greece. Like that's just because Austrian and Russian relations broke down, probably, right? Like that's a good point, Keith.
Yeah. Out of the goodness of their hearts, Turkey
Or
wound
that.
up on 2.
Or Austria and Russia were just very nice.
But Germany did push the line, and Claire benefited. So I guess maybe they weren't wrong. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to push on. Katie, we're going to give you a break for a couple of games.
Thank God.
And we're going to push through.
Rude.
Oh, no. Karthik, I can drop you just as easily. Remember that. But thank you, Katie. We'll see you again soon. All right, so we're going to jump right into round 1, game 2. We'll talk about the players first. Keith, you've been a little bit out of the stream for a bit, so I'll let you have first stab.
Jamal in Austria. I recognize him. I've played a few games with him. Might be
He's all right.
Stuart, I haven't had the pleasure of knowing him. Vidal, I'm not sure either. Brandon, he's obviously one of ours. And I know Shane as well.
Mm-hmm. Karthik, anyone saying that to you?
Yeah, the one person that you didn't mention that, we know is Lay. He was a French player who now I think lives in Africa. And yeah, fun player to play with. I met him at EDC, I think. I've also talked to him online before. So yeah, fun guy to play with.
All right. I'm going to pull up the map and we will jump right into it. Keith, take it away.
Oh,
What's going on in Brest? That's a very unusual non-movement.
Looks like it supported London to English.
So very inefficient by France. I don't like it anytime Paris holds. And then we have Germany going for 3. So hopefully we'll see what the board does around there to see because it's pretty much guaranteed 3 unless England bounces them out of Denmark.
Yep.
England doing a Churchill opening, so very trusting of France. The East looks pretty normal except for the bounce in Tyrolia. So it might be an AR.
All right, Karthik, we do see the Germans getting 3. Tell us about everything.
Exactly. So the English choose to convoy to Norway and then head to Barents, suggesting to me that an EG is somewhat likely here, potentially a Western triple. The Parisian hold is still very, very befuddling to me, but it is what it is. We see in the east, Venice moving up to Tyrolia, and instead of convoying Apulia to Tunis, Ley takes it with the fleet. Jamal gets seemingly what he wants here, having the having the DMZ being maintained around Galicia, and then Vienna gets to walk into Trieste freely to make sure that there was no Venice to Trieste shenanigans, and gets to build because of Greece. Turkey supports the Russians into Romania while shuffling the fleet out into Constantinople, stressing against an RT. Could be a rat, given the fact there's also DMZ in Galicia. A rat versus whatever's going on in the East EG. Very, very fun to see. Kind of rough for Russia, but we'll see.
I mean, if you're Brandon here in Germany, you love this. And Brandon and Jamal have got to be. They know what they're doing. All right, we'll take a look at the builds. We got 3 armies from Germany. Double army, of course, from Austria. Shane putting down a fleet in Smyrna. Fleet London and Fleet Marseille. Interesting.
I'd say it's a Western triple versus an Eastern triple, and the only one that loses is Italy.
I think that they're locking up their alliances really fast. And so, Keith, tell us more about it.
Yep, looks like Western triple versus Eastern triple, except for France has not ordered again. Italy trying to protect itself the best it can, and Turkey pivoting out. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Karthik, what do you see in the fall?
So in the fall, what I look at and I see want to focus on the most is the north, where Sweden falls to the army. This is really good for trust building between Germany and England because it means that Germany doesn't have to fear a fleet dropping into the Baltic while allowing the fleets to climb up and threaten the Russians in St. Petersburg. In the south, we see sort of what we expect from the Western Triple, kind of. If I'm the Western Triple, I'd rather have the fleet be in Spain's south coast and the army slide over to Portugal or go to Gascony. And then I think the French are thrilled to see, though, is that the RAT continues to push on Italy. I'm sure by the end of this, the Italies will greet the French as liberators.
Well, I mean, I'm just going to say if I'm the French here and I trust the Western Triple, what I'm doing is I'm dropping Paris to Gascony, putting Spain into Marseille. Marseille to Lyon is a guaranteed move. Nothing can stop that. You put the fleet into South Coast. Nothing can stop that. That is the trusting move here, right?
But even if it's a not trusting move, and Germany's like, what's bouncing Burgundy, Ruhr can go to Munich here. Like, there could be a better pivot.
Or even Brandon in Germany comes and says, you can bounce me in Burgundy if you don't quite trust me. Paris doesn't have to drop. Fine. But it feels like there's some hesitancy from Vidal in France here.
Yeah.
Too trusting on one, not enough trust on the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, we're getting there. We've got another fleet build from England, a southern fleet build for France and Marseille, and a disband in Sèvres. Any surprises, Karthik?
No surprises to me besides the choice to build a fleet. I would have expected an army at this point to get convoyed over the top. The fleet gives me worry if I am France here. I have to assume at this point, if France is building that fleet, that the fleet, if not right now, will eventually be coming their way. Yeah.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll say is the fleet build surprises me as well, and this is, I think, a common English thing. I don't know Stuart's play very well, but a lot of English players feel like they need a ton of fleets when actually what they need are more armies.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. Keith, tell us what you see.
Looks like France finally gets in the Tyrrhenian Sea to protect the stalemate line, so that's good there. Another non-action in Burgundy. Let's see. England gets in position in Finland, so that means St. Petersburg is going to be close to falling, or Warsaw, dealer's choice. And Austria gets in position in Tyrolia, so the East is making some progress around Italy and Munich, which they should have pivoted into Munich a long time ago and utilized Paris better. But other than that, Turkey's backing off, giving Austria some space to, and I'm really liking the Eastern triple position for the most part.
Yep.
All right. Are we going to talk about English Channel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could be just a fleet rotating down and going around. Could be the signs of an early attack on the French. Remains to be seen.
As slow as France is playing, they're almost a liability at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's either, hey, I'm coming to help you, but also
if they trust Germany with their defense, they'll probably trust England with Channel. So we'll see.
Yeah, Karthik, tell us what they trust.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's like not a full trust; it's like a half trust. They trust them to let them into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, but not enough to let the fleets go and keep going. Despite that, though, the Italians do put Tyrrhenian Sea into the Ionian, which is fun. We see an attempted attack on Venice, which fails, but the Austrians are getting in position to guarantee it next turn. We see the Turks moving Ankara to Armenia, which is curious. If it's a sign that Shane thinks the Russians are not long for this earth, it's a very, very possible that AT unites to take down Russia before Germany can get anything off of it.
This has turned into my favorite alliance. I think this is a Gate alliance. GEAT.
I love this position for Jamal in Austria, personally. All right. So we got a disband in Apulia, a build in Munich. Nothing terribly exciting. We're going to push right along. And Karthik, will stick with you.
Perfect. So the thing of note is that because everything can cut Livonia and Moscow, they're able to get into Warsaw with relative ease. One thing I will point out, though, that is very important, despite Galicia, for whatever reason, going to Greece, how they tapped Silesia, Warsaw could have held. It's curious that they didn't do that, because now it makes it more likely that Germany will have the armies to come down and crush the Austrian center and get everything it needs from it. The South is, other than what is going on around Venice, is mostly just repositioning of fleets, trying to get them in position to do maximal damage to their opponent.
I think this is indicative of the Gate Alliance turning into an AG and eating their smaller partners. But we'll find out.
Well, we shall find out. Keith, what do you find?
Germany's protecting its own. England's taking back Sweden in exchange for, I guess, Germany going to Warsaw. I don't know if that's arranged. Well, it must be arranged because England's getting Brest here as well.
Yep.
Which is unusual to grow your partner from behind that much. Austria coming back for Russia as expected. They're splitting up the Russian dots as fast as possible. I don't know why Turkey's putting France into Naples here. That's unusual. But I guess he's trying to prop up France a little bit longer so he can get a better position.
Yeah, and I will say for Mao going to Brest, this is one of those examples of England not building enough armies. You want an army on the mainland if you're taking French centers.
Exactly. 100%.
No matter where you're going, you need more armies than you think.
Yep. I mean, that's why I said I was shocked by the fleet build decision. Like, the armies are necessary at this point.
Yeah, agreed. So we'll move on. And more fleets from England. Who would like to comment on that?
I'm concerned that Sweden was not arranged, and now Germany is going to pay for it.
We'll see.
All right, let's find out. Keith, take us away.
Well, doesn't look like there's any direct stab or attack on Germany here from England. Most of their moves bounce. There's a play on Moscow. Paris falls from the Germans. And I got France going into to Rome. I guess they're just going to be a Turkish janissary at this point. So we'll see a whole Southern Alliance versus the EG.
Yep.
I'm calling it now. This is Jamal's game to lose in Austria.
I would probably agree with that sentiment. Yeah. It's easier to split centers among two people than just split among three. So
he's made so many friends over the last few seasons. They will do whatever he wants. I mean, you see Stuart in England ordering Sweden to Norwegian instead of Norway to Norwegian.
Yep. And then Sweden and Norway or something like that. Yeah.
It's clearly a misorder. I get it. It happens to the best of us, but Jamal is salivating at this position right now.
100%. No question.
Karthik.
Hey. I expected a move onto Bohemia and Silesia and trying to force Silesia. Instead, Austria chooses to tap Marseille, presumably as a prelude to an attack on Marseille and Spain. It's theoretically possible for them to get it, but I don't know if they'll get it this year. We'll see.
Yep. All right, we will see. I'll rush us through the builds. Italy, Lay, thank you for playing. Nice to have you. Shane, who had 2 builds in Turkey, chose only to build 1. And we've got an army build from the German Brandon Austin. Karthik, continue us on.
Perfect. So we see the AT horde marching on. We see the fleet sliding into Lyon. We see them sliding into North Africa. We see them backfilling Trinian, backfilling Tunis. It will not be long before they have one in Western Med. And just a full complement of threats are pointed at England's back. On the other hand, Brandon seems to be moving into position to sort of get what he wants until he gets a lot of pushback, in which case he starts to lose because he simply doesn't have the resources to wage a full war against everyone on the ground like he may want to. Stuart is in a very good position. I'm curious to see what he does with it, though, and that's the only issue.
All right, Keith, there are a lot of red arrows here.
I really like the trust on this board. I mean, Austria and Germany are making sure they do not get bogged down on the line. The gate is crashing across the entire rest of the map, and Jamal is poised to get the majority of the leftover dots from France. And looks like Russia's just being held on the line. So most things do not move. Jamal is actually picking up 2 in Spain. Oh, no, Marseille bounces out, but he'll probably pick that up later. Jamal walking into Rome. France will be left on 2, and Shane's picking up Greece as tax.
Yeah, I think that's an agreed upon trade. Like Jamal's getting Rome, he gets Greece.
Yeah,
fair. All right. Adjustments. Another Southern Fleet from Turkey, army from Austria. We'll move right along, and Keith, I'll leave it with you for spring.
Looks like they're trying to prioritize Mid-Atlantic Ocean, so they're trying to get position on the EG. France is trying to help, but no success there, which does mean Marseille can be guaranteed if they really want to push it if the time's running out. Everywhere else, we're looking like holds. Germany starts filling in the back line a little bit.
Yep.
All right. And back to you, Karthik.
Oh, yep. So this may be the last turn. We do not know. And it seems that nothing actually ends up changing hands here, I believe. There is a play for Marseille, which is blocked because Spain's south coast is cut. We have Portugal trying to support the Turkish fleet, presumably into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. We have just a lot of mess, but nothing actually happening here. I think what the end results are on this board will likely be the end results for the game at this point. I think a lot of people are happy with.
I find it interesting. I think West should have protected Spain here and taken Marseille with support instead of. But looks like Germany moved back to prevent the stab.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see it.
All right, we got a couple of builds in Army Marseille, Fleet Smyrna. We'll move right along and game over. Last thoughts.
I'll give it to Keith.
I think that was Jamal's game to lose. He
Yeah.
probably could have picked some things up at the end. But overall, it's a great EG AT alliance, just destroying that board. They knew when to pivot off of Western Triple versus Eastern Triple so it didn't get bogged down. And it was just very clean and, for the most part, very efficient. So, bravo.
Yep, I agree. So we're going to push right on. I'm going to keep the two of you on stream, actually. Oh, Karthik was already waving goodbye, like he was going to leave us.
Stuck with me. You're stuck with me. Let's go.
I don't want Katie back. I can see her in the. I can see you, Katie. All right, we're going to talk about the next board and push right on through. Keith, first thoughts.
Oh, this is a pretty strong board. The other first, second, yeah, there's a lot of strong players on this board.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at a weaker West. So I'm kind of curious how the East is going to pop out. Maybe Brandon will have a leg up if he has a way of getting into Western politics.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, I played with Sasha before. I realized in Australia before. He can handle himself if push comes to shove as well. So you should have a fun board here.
Yeah, this definitely looks like a really fun one. Having been introduced to Claire, we've seen Sasha play, we've seen Bonnie. All of them. Andrew Goff, of course, Brandon, and Robert Hillier, we know very well.
Correct.
So I'm just going to drop us right into it and say, Karthik, what do you see?
So in the West, we just see standard openings in varying degrees. In the East, we see something fun with the move to Tyrolia and the bounce in the Black Sea. But otherwise, a very, very straightforward 1901. I'm curious to see what Andrew tries to get with Tyrolia. The one I saw was his name there. It was going to be going there.
Yeah, I'll leave you for the whole year, Karthik.
Perfect. Yeah. So Portugal and Spain get taken. Bonnie does it in a way that allows her to have a lot of flexibility by putting it in the south coast. Always fun to do that. Of note, Sasha supports the Norwegian Sea Fleet into Norway. There was no need to it, strictly speaking, because there was no army in St. Petersburg, but just does it for good measure. This time, the Ankara fleet does make it in to the Black Sea, while Greece is taken to give Austria 2 builds, Romania is given and Sweden's given to Russia to get 2 builds there as well. So all in all, fun stuff. I want to call attention to the fact that Tyrolia tried to support Burgundy to Munich. France declined to take that support.
And no concept swap, since Robert is not Russian.
Oh, yeah.
I think they talked about that last time.
All right. Lots of builds all around the board. We got double fleets from France, Northern Fleet build and Eddie from England, 3 builds from Germany. Good job, Stuart. 2 armies and a fleet in Kiel, the place where the fleet should go. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Double armies from Austria and another army Smyrna build and a Northern Fleet build from Russia. All right. See where that goes. Keith, take us away.
The builds seem to make it sound like an IT and a sea line.
Yeah.
And Russia is going right for Norway, as they should. Denmark walks into North Sea, which is huge, and then has support with Helgo in there as well. France is completely going south, so maybe they thought this was a Western triple. I'm
Yeah.
not too sure, but they're going to lose out on the gains in England when they could have a walk into Liverpool. But we'll see if that pivots later. Andrew comes back to Puglia and allows him to defend himself a little bit better. Claire is obviously trying to protect her number 1 spot and does not do anything, but see how the East shakes out a little bit longer.
All right, well, talk us through the fall, Keith.
All right, and France has pivoted to Irish. It sees blood in the water, and they're coming for it. Germany takes an educated guess and seeing if York or Edinburgh was the better convoy, and guesses incorrectly. The snipe in Denmark is bounced, and the Barents fleet is popped. So England is on the ropes already. Looks like France and Italy are still bouncing around. They need to untangle immediately, I would say, because they're just going to sit there and look at each other for a while.
Yep.
Nothing's happening in the East at all, just a lot of pivoting. So I'm not too sure if there's no trust or if everyone's trying to figure out who's going to piss off who first. So
I mean, I'm sure Claire is very happy with Brandon right now, putting the fleet in Romania.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah.
One build I'm excited to see, otherwise I'd normally just move forward, is if Brandon builds Fleet 7. That could be very, very fun.
Fleet St. Petersburg again.
Also possible.
I mean, let's see what happens.
Boo! Army Moscow's a committal build, tells us the least. But let's go to spring 1903 and see what it does.
Karthik, tell us about it.
I had a lot of predictions for what it was going to do. Livonia was none of them. In none of the worlds did I see that one happening. Brandon knows how to surprise me on even the least surprising of days. But what is not surprising is the French taking Liverpool and the North Sea Fleet trying to convoy an army onto the island. It succeeds. This means that, while not strictly guaranteed, it is incredibly likely. No, it is guaranteed if Russia's cooperating that Edinburgh would fall. Or there could be a play on London potentially as well. Lots of fun things can happen here. In the south, we see a supported attack on Romania by the Turks. They clearly are not happy by the virtue of having a fleet in Rum. Clearly a red line for them as they attack it. In the meanwhile, the Austrians are moving into position potentially to go after the Italians or to defend the Italians against the French. Remains to be seen which of the two.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, we'll continue on. And Karthik, I'll let you finish out the year.
Well, the fall is something. I guess now the fleet is getting prepared for a disband. The armies seem to move through. Austria and Turkey seem to have hit like a perfect conversational note to make that happen. The Italians sort of just keep slowly moving forward against this, French horde. And the English, well, they're on the ropes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sorry, Sasha. It's a rough one.
AIT is very unusual.
So Sasha elects to keep the fleet in Skagerrak to be as annoying as possible, I hope, which is what I would do in such a position. The Germans build an army in Berlin, Army Paris for the French, and Fleet Smyrna for the Turks. And Keith, I will let you take it away. 1904.
Russia gets in the mid-Atlantic. Is that pro-French or anti-French? That's the question. Is the sea line breaking up?
I have done this once and only once as a Russian, and the answer is yes, both, and neither.
Italy pushes into Western Med, forces that disband, and then looks like Russia is working with Turkey to push the line. So that's not very nice sea line moves. I figured Skagerrak would be making a play on Denmark here, but it did not. So hopefully Russia can get England to turn around and at least try to stay alive if he's actually going against the EF or GF. So looks like it might be turning into an Eastern quadruple, but
we shall see. All right, Keith, talk us through the end of the year.
All right, nothing's happening on the east side, so everything's happening on the line. German units popped. Piedmont is taken. Lyon is taken and popped. The Eastern Quadruple has the complete line on the stalemate. Mid-Atlantic snipes Brest. France does not guess correctly on what to defend. And Germany gets a build in Edinburgh.
I believe this is the first time I've seen Russian Brest in 1904. Like, that is just something I've never seen that in my life. And I played a lot of games.
This is the second Eastern Quadruple we've seen today, and that's insane to me.
These Australians and they play different than we do, apparently. And I was saying to Keith when you had to walk off for a second, Karthik, that once and only once I had a Russian fleet in the Mid-Atlantic.
Yes.
Once and only once.
I've had it
with 4 people out of 7. You have the majority that you can win, but you're not on the same side.
Yeah. So I mean,
my Russian fleet in the Mid-Atlantic was a pirate, and it was like someone letting me live on one dot to be annoying to the people on the other side of the board.
When I had a Russian fleet in the Mid-Atlantic, I think it was like 13 centers or something like that. It was a pro-German. It was like the Germans were on 12. I was on 13. It was a good time.
All right, so I'm gonna pause this right here. I know I need to rush us through, but Karthik, who do you like? If you could step into any position on this board.
If you gave me control, I want to be the Russians. I love playing Russian in this position.
Okay. Keith?
That's my favorite power to play is Russia, and if you have a Russian fleet in Brest and a pretty solid south for the most part, I mean, if anyone stabs you, you can call the alarm to say that they're growing too fast and you need to turn around. So everyone's still viable in the East. So if you're the biggest power in the East, you're still doing great. So
yeah, for me, it was a coin flip between the German and the Russian. So, all right, Karthik, back to you.
Yep. So right now, there's just going to be some guesswork around the line on which unit will get struck where. And in this case, it seems that Germany manages to hold. In the south, I love a good convoy as much as anyone else. And because of the Russian and the Germans going to Gascony and Burgundy, the French army in Marseille is blown up, and the Tuscan army gets convoyed in. Beautiful work right there. Some good finesse. Could it have just easily been Lyon supporting Piedmont into Marseille and Tuscany walking behind? Sure, but we love style. And yeah, so let's go into the fall where we had the very, very fun guys around Munich and Berlin.
We love a convoy in this house.
We do. So
Karthik?
Successfully, Munich is taken. They managed to get the guesswork right there. And therefore, the Turkish Bohemian army makes it into Munich. You don't get to say that every day in 1905. The Germans make it into the Baltic a turn too late. Had they been there this turn, all could have been held with. I mean, some people stop because Sweden exists, but you know what I mean. There's things that could have been done. Guess could have been made better. But in the south, Marseille supports Western Med into Spain. We see the Tyrrhenian Sea fleet of the Austrians and the Tunisian fleet of the Turks moving forward towards the line as well. This Eastern Quadruple is just moving with such pizzazz and force against a discombobulated West that there's not much they can do.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
So much color.
The walkout.
I mean, Andrew Goff in Italy is salivating now.
Mm-hmm.
Is all I'm saying. And we won't spend too much time on those builds, but Keith, take us away real fast.
Germany finally getting that convoy out for some reason. Russia is holding in the north, but still pushing Berlin, so that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Holding the line in Munich. East is still very, very good. Italy is actually making some progress, walks into Portugal. Turkey in the mid-Atlantic displacing Russia, who gets a free retreat back to North Atlantic. Not sure if that was arranged or not, most likely. France gets Brest back after walking out of it last year for some reason. And that's about it.
Yeah.
God, if I'm Andrew Goff, I love this board.
A lot of fun that can be had.
About time for Andrew to turn around.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for.
Oh, Convoy to Clyde, Andrew Goff. Keith, talk us through it.
There's a convoy to Clyde. Andrew's going to be picking up Portugal, and it has a good position in the north. If Russia's helping them, then Liverpool is guaranteed for one of them. France is going to be stuck on 2, most likely Brest and Paris. Turkey convoys in the Sevastopol. Don't know if that was arranged or not. I don't think I would want an army there. So that could be bad for Russia. It could be Robert's play to get on top of this board as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's
And shout out to the Denver community in North America for their love of Clyde. Because I don't know. Yeah.
Denver loves Clyde for some reason. I love it.
It's a whole thing. They had no word for it at Armada last year.
They had it the year before too. It was a secret award and everyone found out.
Oh, they love it so much. All right, so
3 this year.
Ooh, okay. I mean, we'll just take a second. I love to see in Austria building a fleet. Thank you, Claire. Love it. Because if there was ever a moment, this was the one. Karthik, tell us why.
Yeah, because this gives her a gorgeous stab on Andrew. Like all of his units are super far away. The army is stranded on Clyde now with no way to actually get support into Liverpool because the Russian fleet gets pulled. His armies and fleets are stuck. I mean, Portugal is just stuck there.
Sorry. I just wanted to look at the position without the builds. I didn't realize.
Yeah, well, could have had a lot of fun there.
Okay, well, we can wax on about all the fun that could have been had.
I'm sure Andrew's giving Claire a little tut right here. It's like naughty.
Yeah,
everyone's got a stray unit everywhere. It's like modern art, so I'm sure everyone wants to draw. And like,
was this one the die roll?
Yes.
I'm never quite clear.
I feel like I'm looking at like a little like Piet Mondrian artwork right here, like looking at all like the colors and the lines and how everything seems to look.
It's very Mondrian, for sure. Yeah. All right. Well, she's very distracted, but I'm going to bring her back to stage. I hope she's listening. Katie.
Can you hear you?
Okay, wait. Well, I was muted, but I'm always listening, is what I tried to say.
Well, I know you were watching a little bit backstage. Any thoughts from what you did see?
I actually don't think I have any thoughts that weren't covered by one of the 3 of you. I don't know. I think there were some fun
We're
convoys.
so perfect.
I like it.
Yeah.
But I think you guys basically covered it, so we don't need to go back and I don't need to drag up the past.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Well, on that note, we're gonna keep Katie on stream, keep Keith on stream, and drop that one guy, I guess.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna move on to the second game of round 2. I'm gonna pull the player list. I'm gonna let you guys talk about it for a second. Katie, what do you think?
The places in this tournament, right? So we have Shane Armstrong going into second place in the tournament, tied with Jamal. So I think that's really interesting. The fact that they're France and Russia is also kind of fun because I am of the opinion that France and Russia are actually really great allies and they can work together very well. But as much as I think that and I want to make it happen when I'm either France or Russia, it doesn't happen that often. So I'm curious to see if it will actually come to pass. Do you have thoughts on that, Siobhan?
Can I jump in here with a
you look like you have a lot of thoughts.
Oh, my first solo in a face-to-face tournament came when I was playing a Russia and a France. Just we were allies from the beginning across the board, even though we had opposing alliances. And then one of his allies stabbed him, and he's like, "Cool, you've been my only real ally through this whole game. Take it."
Yeah, I think
Timed round, conceded solo, stole it
I'm
out
sorry.
from under
Conceded
Randy
solos are
Lawrence
bad.
hurt.
Otherwise,
Oh.
great job. Good job.
No, it was a
Talon.
timed round. I don't think I could have done it.
I'm over
I
here trying to get
stole
the
it.
French army in St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think-
I beat out Randy Lawrence hurt. It's worth
Well,
it.
you did the Lord's work then. I mean,
Thank you.
no. I
Anyway,
just think that like France and
No.
Russia have obviously common potential targets, and they can work very well together without needing to trust each other that much. They can like build that up slowly, and I think that's undervalued, at least in games that I've seen. But it's really hard to like organize a board so that it works out for both of them. So it may or may not be a relevant storyline in this game. I really have no idea.
No, they have
and-
cross-board goals. I agree with you, Katie. That's the short version.
Yeah, otherwise, we've seen all these names, I think, tonight, except for maybe Katrina. So, yeah, let's see what happens.
All right, let's just jump right into the game. And Keith, I will give it to you first.
London holds. That is insane. Other than that, pretty pro-German opening from France. Another greedy opening by Germany. Apparently, they like to get 3 builds in Germany a lot. Jamal's opening north, so going to punish England for doing that.
Oh, this is an AR. I'm calling it now. It's an AR.
Austria inviting Italy up into Tyrolia, and
Yeah.
looks like there's a DMZ in black, but what's Turkey going to pick up at all? It can't even defend what it has. This has got Jamal written all over it. It's got a solid, stable south. Is it going to be another Eastern quadruple?
I'll leave it with you, Keith. Take us through the fall.
In a good Eastern quadruple, I guess at least Russia is moving hard north. It takes Rome with a fleet, which means Austria is protected. Turkey is no threat, moving that army to Syria. And Italy just moving right through the center, so nothing's stopping the Eastern quadruple at all. Germany going for its 3, but losing Munich is going to be at 2. And for some reason, Jamal does not want to bounce Norway. He wants to build in St. Petersburg to make sure he gets it next year.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so we get our builds in. We got double army from Germany, double army from Jamal in Russia, double army from the Austrian. That's not surprising. Southern fleet build in Turkey, fleet and army from Italy, double army from France, and northern fleet from the English. Katie, any surprises?
I think this is really weird, honestly. I think if
Thank
you're
you.
Germany and you're opening to Holland and then you're building 2 armies, that's really weird, because who are you attacking? Like opening to Holland with the fleet, that makes me think you're anti-England, but now you're building armies, that's pro-England. That's weird. If you're Russia and you're opening north and then you're moving Moscow to St. Pete in spring of 01, like, and then you're not building anything in St. Pete to follow that up, like, why did you even bother going to Finland? Like, you go to Finland so that you can build in St. Pete. Like, it's just weird.
If I'm Jamal, I spin that as Germany went to Holland. That's anti-English. I'm not going to build in St. Petersburg. Give me Norway, and I'll put you in Denmark.
It's okay, yeah. But if England, okay, that stuff works on people who don't see what's happening. I don't know.
This has Jamal written all over it.
Yeah, sure.
Well, if the East is united, England's going to be the benefactor, just like if
the
there's a
East is united,
triple.
why isn't Russia building in the North? That's wild. That's really wild. Like,
How
think
is
about
getting a
it.
free
Think
sector?
about it. Two years later, what happens?
How is Shane on the other side? Because I know Shane very well. I know Lay. I don't know many of the other players, and
Shane's very
I'm
good.
sure you're very
Good
good,
old.
but Shane is very good. Lay is very good. How are those two of them not raising every alarm bell, being like,
I have been
that's sus?
I have been France with 2 builds in the winter of 01 and have built 2 armies one time in my entire life. And that single game was enough to swear me off of it forever for the rest of my life. I hate it personally. I'm not saying it's not going to work for Shane, but I have felt it to feel so limiting. You can't do anything. You literally can just sit there and do nothing, and it feels awful. And so Shane can ring whatever alarm bells he wants, but like, what can he actually do about it? I'm not really sure.
Especially with a fleet in Portugal, and if England's becoming a janissary to the east, you're going to be in mean.
All right. So, Katie, you had feelings. Tell me more.
I have feelings. This line to Greece is annoying. You guys need to stop doing this. I'll stop doing it as a player. I will stop doing it because I also have done it.
It's so annoying.
It's fun. It's for lols, and then me not right here now. I'm like, this is irritating. It's not that irritating. It's fine. But basically, just means
we love you. It's fine.
Finland's not doing anything, right? Like, it's not useful there, and that's okay. Like, it's fine to have armies that are not actively doing something. Like, you can play the long game. It just makes you think, like, why open north in a normal game? Like, why antagonize England unless you know that maybe they're not going to realize it's antagonistic? I don't know. It just seems weird to me. However, getting into Black Sea is great. You got Khan moving to Aegean and Smyrna moving out, and now you're in Black in Romania. Like, that's a good position for Russia, so obviously I can't fault that. Shane uses all those armies to get into Burgundy, which I like, and I'm pretty sure that Germany's going to take back Munich. Although I guess it just depends if Shane wants that or not. It's kind of up to Shane whether or not Germany takes back Munich.
Yeah.
All what's happening.
All right.
Not taking back Munich. France doesn't want it. France doesn't want Germany taking back Munich. And in fact, we'll take up Belgium. And maybe now, you know what? Shane's going to build a fleet. I'm expecting Shane's going to build a fleet and he'll have no issues. He will not be like me, stuck on 3 armies or 4 armies forever. Let's see.
And the winner is Katie.
Yay, Shane.
Yay, Shane, yay. All right.
I think this was a good pivot by Shane. He saw that Germany was going down and pulled off Italy out of the east and said, hey, Jamal's running that entire side. Let's corner this side and make sure that we push out ourselves and have a chance.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to take us back. And Keith, you're up for 1903.
Looks like England's going in for the kill, trying to get a couple more, get some more position on the leftover German centers. Meanwhile, Shane and his Italian friend are pushing in their rear, saying, no, we want those centers first. So we'll see if the ER or the IF get it first. That's an unusual attack pattern. Russia going into Warsaw, trying to make sure that they have position as well. Austria and Russia and Turkey are fighting Austria now. That's interesting.
Well, so is Italy.
And so it might be Italy. Italy's in Albania. I don't know if that's to protect Austria or if it's to...
you don't convoy to Albania to protect Austria.
Well, it can protect Serbia, and it can actually put them back into Serbia if there's...
I mean, I see what
leaving
you're
Venice wide open
here, but... Tell us what happened in the fall.
Not sure what happened with Albania. Is it just tapping Serbia?
I don't know.
Let me check the orders on that.
No order, maybe? No order?
No order?
No, Albania went to Serbia.
Okay.
I can see it underneath. It's not giving me every order.
So maybe Austria promised Italy, Serbia, and just said, no, I'll take it myself.
Yeah.
Meanwhile... What's Greece? Oh, Greece is moving to Bulgaria to break. Okay. Is Ionian doing anything? Or is it holding?
Sorry,
the logo.
Ionian supported Aegean to Greece.
Okay. So Italy
is cut by Eastern Med.
Italy's trying to play with Turkey, not so much with Russia. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Cut by Eastern Med. That's a bummer.
Everybody loves Turkey.
Thanks,
I'd be so upset.
Would you? I've never been upset with you in a game, Katie. I don't know what you're
I know. Nobody can comprehend that. I'm just saying, like, if I'm helping you get into Greece and you cut my own support, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I'm trying to help you.
No, you know what? Truth. actually.
Meanwhile, Italy slides into Silesia and up into
Love
Munich.
that.
Holland
Love
falls to France.
I actually love this for Sasha. Honestly, Austria is helping them. France is helping them. They're in Munich. They're in Silesia. They have some issues, which I think are probably just communication stuff in the Balkans.
I really like it for France.
Yeah, this is a great French
I
position.
really like it. For
And-
This is a great place to ask. Yeah. So, Katie, you said you like it for France.
I mean, if you got a strong Italy doing stuff obviously away from you and focusing on armies, like that's great. And you've got England on the back burner. Germany's almost dead. Like, I like this for France a lot.
Jamal called
All
him
right.
alone on Norway, saying I could have taken it the first year, but now it's time to give it to me.
And it's also with an army, which is like the least threatening to anybody up north. So,
All right, Keith, do you want to agree with France, or would you like to take a different position?
I like France. As much as I love Italian armies in the center, unfortunately, they don't coordinate well with protecting what you have in the south. So unless if he can keep France and Austria on side, then that's great. But most likely they'll sandwich them later.
As much as I championed the Italian position, as fun as it is, I think I gotta go with Jamal in Russia. So we'll see where it goes. I believe it is back to Keith.
So Jamal has taken its token center off of England and is using it to attack Turkey. It's going in the Black Sea and getting a position on Romania. Allows it to pivot either with A or T and be very ambiguous. It did not go to Armenia. There was no direct play in Galicia, so he's playing devil's advocate, or not devil's advocate. He's hedging his bets and saying, I'm not attacking anybody. I'm just getting in a position to protect myself. Although because Armenia was guaranteed.
when he was already in black like a year ago. Yeah.
Yep. Italian position.
Oh. Go ahead.
Italy is not really doing anything. It looks like both France and Austria were trying to tap Munich for some reason. I guess they were both bouncing to make sure that if Kiel was the mover, that it would bounce out. France is getting in position to say Munich will be mine. It doesn't matter how this pans out. It will be mine.
Shane is like, that's going to be mine. Thank you. That's my next snack.
England doing its best to try to get something.
If only, okay, I know that there's a lot more than just the units on the board, but if only Shane had gone to Irish last turn and then convoyed into Liverpool. Now, I guess moving to Western Med is also nice, but Tunis is not guaranteed. So Irish would have been great.
So do we want to speculate on the conversations that happened between Shane and Katrina that made Shane turn around from something that would have been guaranteed, Katie?
Yeah, it is interesting because I had been viewing this board as like a very, not necessarily alliance, but I think Italy and France get into very like, I wouldn't call it an alliance because they're not actively coordinating, but they're very peaceful and they're not bothering each other and they know that they're not going to fight. And I think that that's the way that they should both want to play. So the fact that Shane is breaking this makes me think he thinks he has prospects in the South. And I don't think he's necessarily wrong. I mean, Ionian did just move to Greece. It's the fall, so he can walk into Tunis, but then I think he can hold it by following into Western Med, but that's still a whole nother year from now. So
I think it might be arranged because Tunis is open if Ionian gets into Greece. So it might be the bounced Turkey. And I think at this point, England and Italy have accepted France the board top. So I think France is just going to let them go that way and take dots from behind.
I think if you're right and it's arranged, then I absolutely love it. And I think it's great. Good read.
All right. We got fleets across the board for builds, including Fleet Venice.
That's weird.
Which I almost never support for an Italian build. I love you, Sasha. I'm sure you're great, but that's a choice. Katie, we'll stick with you.
Yeah, so Shane does take Tunis and is going to keep it because even if Turkey and Italy work against Shane, he's still got Westermed to support it, so in the fall he'll keep it. Meanwhile, Katrina is convoying to Kiel and moving up to Denmark. So really just like moving away from Shane. Like this is all very pro-France. I think all these moves are pretty pro-France, even though Italy is kind of positioning to defend. It's not gonna, like Shane's not gonna be on the back foot. He's not gonna be playing defense. In the East, I think there's a bunch of failed moves. No, it's okay, I think, because I don't think anything works.
Yeah, I just want to look at the position while you were talking about it.
Yeah, looks like AI, RT, EF. So.
Yeah.
Katie, take us through the rest of the year.
Yeah, so we've got England taking Norway, definitely EF. Shane leaves Tunis. Shane says, you know what, this was arranged. I don't want Tunis. I want Ionian. And that's way more fun and way cooler, which I like. I would have been tempted to fall into Tunis, but I really like that he didn't. Like, I think that's really fun and really cool. And supporting Munich, like I don't think the France-Italy relationship probably ever broke down like I thought it did. Maybe it was all fine, or maybe they had like a little brief spat of, you know, not trusting, but they're back on the same page now. And they're definitely going to fight Turkey. I mean, Turkey's just took Greece. So Turkey's up 1. That's so many Italian and French fleets. It's really hard to see where they can make progress together, but it's kind of fun. And then Jamal's in, what is that, Bohemia, I think?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, AR.
Yeah, but I also love that Katrina in England is just eating away at Jamal in the north.
That's that Norway back.
Yeah, take Norway back.
Slowly but surely. That's a thing.
It's also really good for Shane because now his ally's only one below him, and that's always a good thing.
You just asked if Jamal was in Bohemia. No, he's not.
He was, but then he didn't like it. He said nothing.
All right, we're just gonna shove right along. Keith, what do you see?
See, I just want to say that the IF thing seemed all arranged. I don't understand the collapse back to Munich. I think that was a fear thing that lost position to Russia a little bit, but they're moving along. Looks like Italy still doesn't trust anyone in the center, so nothing's happening in the former German lands. Jamal pulling north. I don't know why Katrina has not backfilled anything. So it's going to be a couple of bounces and guesses. So there's going to be no real progress there, unless there's a guess on St. Petersburg. Jamal does pull completely back, trying to protect its core. It is 1906, so he's expecting a stab at any time from his ally in Turkey, maybe. Looks like he tries to take Bulgaria with Austrian support, so maybe we're doing a late game air. He's just trying to get as many points as possible and make sure he doesn't lose anything.
All right. Well, with that note, Keith, wrap us up through the year.
Yep, and this seems to be Jamal understanding that Shane has 2 Janissaries and that he will be glad to get whatever centers that will make this game go as fast as possible. And Jamal picks up Bulgaria and Ankara. Shane picks up Greece. He gives Italy Kiel. So looks like England is on the chopping block, goes up to North Atlantic for Liverpool. Finland walks into Norway, while Norway walks into St. Petersburg. But I think St. Petersburg might be able to get back. If not, it's still a 1-. Well,
I mean, we'll take a look at the position while you talk through what you think can be taken.
Looks like it's a guess if you want to do a beleaguered garrison and pull St. Petersburg out to Norway. But most likely everything's going to be tapped down. And Sweden's vulnerable. I'd probably it's tough.
Oh yeah.
Katrina's got a lot of guesses. It's not looking great for Jamal in the north, but it looks great for Shane. Shane's got a very consolidated position, and is probably going to try to put Sasha above Jamal before the end.
Katie, thoughts?
Yeah, I like Shane's position. I think you can assume Greece won't be his long term, and I think long term might be 1 year from now, like when the game might end. But he can take Liverpool. I'm hoping he convoys Gascony there. I think that's what he's going to do. And then, I was just looking. Oh, well, who cares what I was going to say about the guess about St. Petersburg? It ends.
I keep just trying to go, just look at the position. I forget that these games end so early. It's my
I wish
bad.
I would have known if this was a draw or not, because I don't think I would draw if I was Shane. I think
I
I'd
wouldn't
put
draw if
Serbia
I
and
was
Bulgaria
Shane.
and say, then we draw.
But yeah, they draw these boards too early.
I mean, you have Liverpool and you have probably London next year. Like, you have at least 2 more,
Yeah.
even if you lose Greece.
This had to have been forced.
I think so.
That's sad
All
for
right.
Shane.
Yeah. But you know
Well,
what? It's France
Very
and
fortunate for
Russia.
Jamal.
That is kind of fun. It's just not the way
Yeah.
that I want to be playing France or Russia in an FR alliance, but it is cool that they both did well.
Generally, smaller year-end dates are worse for Eastern powers. It's just very hard to grow that quickly.
Except Russia.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I don't consider, yeah. Russia has its own place, so.
Russia is just S tier in
S
Keith's
tier.
mind, and everything else is like B tier or lower. You're
I
right.
mean, just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's correct.
But as we move on, we are going to give Keith a little bit of a break for at least one board. And, I guess bring someone, back on stage.
You know him.
Hi,
You love
Karthik.
him. Welcome back, Karthik.
Okay, why wasn't his mic muted when he joined? I feel
All right.
Because I
We'll
am
see you
muting
soon.
myself, Katie.
All right.
just
We're going to go through. We've gotten through round 1, game 1, round 1, game 2, round 2, game 1 and 2. Now, round 3, game 1.
Let's do it.
Karthik,
Yeah,
coming in cold. Tell us
Yeah.
what you see.
absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at this and watching Jamal and Stuart and Robert all play together, who all have played together many, many times. Very excited to see how that dynamic goes. And then in the East, we have Bren, Shane, and Claire have all played together a bunch. Very curious to see how that goes. And then we have Man, who has not really played with any of them before, to my knowledge. So going to be very, very dynamic. The one thing I hope does not happen is a Western triple against a rat. If that happens, shame on everyone on this board.
Oh,
mostly
we're just going to
Austria.
walk off stream. I will end it. We are done.
Mostly Brandon. Rats are gross. Rats should never exist. I literally cannot think of a single board situation where I think a rat should exist. And if you're Austrian, you're playing a rat, I'll say it. It's controversial. You're bad. And Andrew Goff, Jamal, all these great players can come at me. Is bad. Don't be Austrian a rat. It's bad. It's gross. I hate it.
Anyways, let's go.
Katie, do I need to bring out my disappointed mom face back at you?
I'm just trying to engage. I'm trying to get comments and promote engagement. And
Oh, is that what was happening? That was a cry for help.
if you are Austria and a rat, that is a cry for help. You are correct, Karthik.
I have been an Austrian a rat and it's worked, but we will talk about that another time because we have a board to get back to.
Yeah.
Thank you, viewers.
Please
Oh,
argue. Please argue. It's good for the algorithm, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Karthik, you've been off for a while. Take us away.
Yeah. So let's get started here. The North is the West is pretty standard stuff right here. Paris does go to Picardy, worth noting. The East also fairly standard, with the exception of Smyrna going to Armenia. This is what is known as a Sunstrom, Katie. Where you go Constable, Ankh to Black,
Oh,
Smyrna to Armenia.
That's the Sunstrom.
okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Karthik, for teaching me something today.
There to help.
Katie, I believe we call that mansplaining.
It's a lesson.
No. In this case, I didn't know what
right?
a
Explain me.
was. So
I'm kidding.
I really couldn't know what it was, so it's okay. If Karthik tries to tell me what a Western triple is, then I will be on your side.
Oh, it's a joke. It was funny.
It was good.
I was hoping that you would appreciate me trying to mansplaining to you, Siobhan. I thought that would be very fun.
No, Siobhan, you don't understand.
Try me.
I'm gonna diet whipping. I'm literally gonna get my neck wrung.
I don't know how you made it this far.
You know what? They're gonna. No, I won't make that joke. Something popped in my head.
I
It's
will
not
say
appropriate.
was interesting.
Continue, Karthik.
One
We
thing
have
on the board
moves.
that is interesting
John,
is
that's the joke.
Right?
Let's go to fall.
Back to the board, like Galicia is interesting, right?
Yes, Galicia going there without any opposition from Vienna. Shane clearly lied to Brandon, so
Or misordered.
Or
Maybe
misordered.
he said like Trieste to Galicia and just like messed
Oh,
up the rules.
that's
I've
a
done that.
lie for sure.
Why do
They
you?
agree to DMC.
Katie,
just
number
saying-
one Brandon hater right now. Crazy work right here.
I'm on Brandon's side.
Let's go right back to fall. What does Shane do? Oh,
Okay, Shane's a good boy. He supports Galicia into Romania.
I think I was right.
We don't know that.
okay. Everyone needs to calm down on this stream right now.
Too much.
I love you guys.
I do want to call attention to the most important move on the board, and that is Jamal convoying Yorkshire to Edinburgh. Brilliant tactics right there from a seasoned vet. We have Mid-Atlantic Ocean going to the Western Med, foregoing Portugal. Stuart really wants to get that momentum going. Potentially, you guessed it, it's an Australian board. We're getting a Western triple here.
So, Karthik, why is convoying Yorkshire to Edinburgh?
It's not.
An
It was a
illegal
joke. Let's move on.
What?
I wanted him to mansplain it to me.
Let's carry on.
Anyway, we're going to carry on. All right, so I'm just going to call out some builds here. We've got Fleet London, Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, Fleet Naples from the Italian, Double Army from the Austrian, not shocking, Fleet Smyrna, a single build from Shane in Russia, Army Moscow, choosing to wave one.
Ew, Shane, gross. In
Katie,
01,
tell us more.
you're Russia in 01. Shane, why? Comment below or in the chat. What are you doing?
No, he listened to Andrew Goff too much. That's the answer.
I don't care who you listen to. This is bad. This is no bueno.
It's Jamal and Andrew Goff. And hey, I waved as Russia before. It's fun.
Did you wave in one of your two builds in winter of 01?
No, I waved 2 of my 4, I think.
Okay, if you get 4 builds in 01, you can wave 2 of them. Fine. But you can't wave 1 of 2. This is weird. I don't like it.
These great Australian players get people to wave builds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know why they do it. They make it seem so fancy, like, oh, I'm so good at this. I'm like, you are good enough at that. I'm not good enough to wave builds.
Yeah, I don't wave. Well, I have like twice in my life.
Okay,
Don't do it.
I have once or twice. I've seen you do it.
Not
but-
here. Not here.
Yeah.
Okay, this whole game is a joke. Brendan, what are you doing? Okay, why are we covering this game? Can we skip to the end? This is a joke.
All right, we just. Oh my god.
Like, what is happening? Why?
You know what?
What's the point?
You know
I'm
what?
sorry, but like,
Katie, talk us through fall then.
okay. In the fall, we've got, I don't know, Germany just walks out of Belgium because that's fun, and France keeps it and does take Portugal with a convoy. A totally unnecessary convoy. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have a breakdown. Why is this game happening?
The 3-man bounce in Belgium, the walk into Brest.
Okay, I feel like someone in Australia heard that I love convoys and was like, how could we make convoys unnecessary?
This is I've already said something controversial about this game. This is dumb. I don't like it.
I love it. I'm here for it. Let's
Great.
go.
You know what? All right. Fleet Eddie, Army Sev, we're just going. Karthik, all you.
Oh, beautiful. See, now this is a very, very important part of the French defense. When you lose Brest, you want to get back Brest. And France takes back Brest very quick.
And you want to lose Gascony. Losing Gascony is...
Losing Gascony, immaterial. Like, who needs it? Because when the Germans take Gascony, they lose Munich in kind. So who cares?
You're right.
We could have had Paris. But I want Gascony.
I mean, Munich has a clear walk into Berlin that cannot be contested.
Oh my god.
Oh, my Atlanta.
Oh, nice Full House reference there. I like it. Romania supports Serbia to Bulgaria. That goes. Bulgaria gets convoyed out to Smyrna to prevent it from getting forced disbanded as Constantinople defends Ankara.
That's great, actually. That is beautiful. I would like to
That
highlight
is
that.
great.
That is a beautiful
is
move in the
gorgeous.
nonsense of the rest of this map.
Can we remove the please like and subscribe thing? Because I think Eastern Med supports Tunis to Ionian Sea.
Oh, give me 1 second. I was gonna get a fan to like.
That convoy is a really nice piece of tactics. I like it a lot.
It is, yeah. So
there you go.
Claire, good job, Claire. I'm proud of you. And then Claire supports Tunis to Ionian, presumably just to be annoying. And I'm a fan of being annoying to people who are doing self bounces. So,
Well, or maybe she thought Stuart was going to tap Tunis.
Okay.
Could be, yeah.
All right. Well, we're here, and as silly as we thought this game is so far, based on our reactions, Katie, what position would you like to step into?
That's I was not thinking about that. I was thinking about how this game was.
I know.
I do like Shane's position because I think that despite his lack of force in the north, he's got clearly a diplomatic relationship with Jamal. And I think he has force in the south. So I think that's pretty... it could lead to him getting some Turkish builds and then maybe even like, I don't know, maybe turning on Austria. I have no idea, depending on if Italy could be involved. I think I probably would say Russia, but I don't know. I'd want to play Russia usually anyway. So that could be biased.
Karthik?
Okay, so I can't copy Katie here because I think she gave the right answer. So I'm going to choose someone else. I will choose Brandon, I think. I think Brandon has some easy walkthroughs on Italy, has a free Berlin, has a good alliance with Shane. Turkey is in trouble. Yeah, like I think like, and he can't really be taken down too much because he's the one check people really have on Shane. So,
and you're right, he could be up 2 this year.
Yeah.
Hey, right, so tell me more about it, Karthik.
So he does get Venice.
He's up.
Does get Constantinople, but loses Greece. Forced disbanded. Not forced.
That's okay.
Voluntarily picked. Rather, sorry.
That's okay though.
That's fine. Gascony gets blown up, accomplishing nothing. Piedmont comes in to save Marseille. I told you, Katie, this is how you do the French defense.
You told me. You told me what?
I told you. You have to get Brest back. Gascony doesn't matter.
Okay.
Thank goodness you do.
Yeah, and you can just lose Belgium. That's fine. It's all good. Everything's fine.
All right. I'm going to move you two along. Karthik, let's go.
All right, let's go.
Meanwhile, Shane's in Smyrna and Bulgaria. Looks like my Russia pick is doing pretty good.
Brandon, Austin, gaining
Austria 3.
Also good. Also very good.
All right. I always love an Austrian fleet build.
Ooh, now you build a
second time I've said it this stream.
That's very nice.
And with this build, there is no ability for Germany to try and retake Munich. So it seems to be
and Fleet Trieste tries to go to Greece.
Albania.
No.
It's outside of Albania. Oh. Yeah.
Greece bounced in Albania.
Yeah. Yorkshire is the one going to Greece.
You know what's great?
Right, Yorkshire. That's why those joke arrows mess me up every time.
It's really great when you can build a fleet north coast as Russia and then be like, "Don't worry, I'm just here to support Norway. Everything's fine.
I'm here for you."
Sure, why not?
Jamal, Shane is there to support you.
And take Ankara.
All I'm saying.
Fine.
Yeah, and I mean, Constantinople, who knows what's happening there right now? Is Claire's going to be like a one-center janissary? Like, that'd be pretty funny. Like, let's see what happens.
Yeah. Oh, no.
French going to Western
she's
Med, and Tunis is now under threat. So, like, let's see what happens. I mean, Ion can defend, but Ion has a lot of work to do also. So, Holland taking English. So Ionian goes to Tunis, and here was the risk that I was talking about, because if Western goes to Tyrrhenian, whatever Ionian does is the wrong answer. Because if Ionian other than going to Tyrrhenian Sea. Because if it goes to Naples, well, then free run to Tunis. If it goes to Tunis, free run on Naples or Rome. It's just a brutal position for the Italians to be put into. Really speaking, just never be in that position, so you never have to deal with it. The Russians get Constantinople, they get Ankara, but lose Smyrna in a ring around the rosies game. The Turks do get Greece. No one tries to stop them. And yeah, the Austrians are doing some shenanigans, which results in Trieste getting taken back by Tyrolia. Okay, fair enough. And Venice does not make a move for Rome. So yeah, fun stuff.
Serbia tapping Bulgaria is actually really interesting. Because like you could just be defending Trieste.
Yeah, but
we don't have time.
That like Ankara could not support yeah.
Well,
actually,
I'm just saying it just shows that there's not AR cooperation, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, Katie, I will leave it to you for the spring of 05.
Yeah, so
Ooh la la.
I don't know what Karthik is talking about.
Interesting.
I don't know what you're talking about, Siobhan. We've got
you don't need to know our secret California language.
Exactly.
I'm actually looking at this and I don't know what's like. I don't know. We've got France going to English Channel, but it doesn't really seem that bad because it's probably, I don't know, something about Belgium. And I don't think Jamal's like that upset about it, to be honest. We've got Robert going to Baltic, and we've got Shane going to make a play on Berlin, maybe. What's the ooh la la? I don't get it. Like, what's crazy about this board?
Oh, the
Karthik, don't tell her. Don't tell her. Karthik, I'll give it to you. Well, what did you see?
I saw Barents St. Petersburg. One from like
Barents to St.
to hold like
St. Petersburg to Barents.
First of all, it's St. Peter's to Barents.
Oh, okay, sure, but like, I don't know. I guess you have 3 on it now, maybe, but now you've got Germany in Baltic and Denmark.
Yeah. So Sweden goes by just concession. That's fine. Berlin falls to the Russians. It's a trade that I think Russia's happy to take for now.
I think it's great. I think it's great for Shane. He's putting himself in a position to shore up his stuff and or take a bunch of extra centers.
I just want to take a look at the position here. What I saw was the Italian retreating back to the Boots, convoying back to Apulia over the Adriatic, the Austrian getting Trieste.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on the coordination between the Turk and the Russian, possibly having Greece in the fall. That's what I was reading there. And this reads really good for Brandon, in my mind. No, does not take Greece. Katie, back to you.
Shane does take Norway. Meanwhile, France takes Belgium and Kiel. So France is going to be up 2, but still, I think, very far behind Shane, who is leaving Caen. But who cares? He could just walk into Smyrna. Although I guess it's not really like he could just do that at the last second because he doesn't know when. I'm unclear if the dice roll happens like before the year or after the year. So like, would you know this is my last year? I have to take Smyrna, or do you just? I don't know. So I don't know if he would know to do that or not, but it doesn't really matter because he's so far ahead anyway. Like he's got Norway. He's pushing forward against the line. He can probably take Berlin. He can definitely take Munich. No, he can't definitely take Munich, but he might have play at Munich. I think it's just a really good Russian position compared to the rest of the board.
So, Katie, to clarify, the rolls are done at the end of the year, so you do not know. So it will be done. There will be a roll done at the end of 1906. If the dice comes up with a 1/3 chance, then the game ends. Then it will be rolled again in 1907. If the 2/3 chance hits, then the game ends there. If it does not hit, then its force ended at the end of 1908, regardless.
Okay, so you're not going to sneak into a center unless it's going to be 1908.
Maybe.
At least not if you're winning.
Maybe.
Probably. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Cards is really what it comes down to.
People can be greedier than me, and that's fine.
All right.
I-
Well, we've got a few builds. Oh, that's right. France is building 3 double fleets, single army,
Nice.
Army St. Pete, Army Vienna, disbanding Fleet Apulia for the Italian.
What is Army St. Pete doing? Might as well wave.
Well, Karthik, tell
Well-
us what it's doing.
Clearly it's doing this, right? You're getting the army to Norway to allow the Norway army to come into Sweden. And now Denmark is getting ready to get finished off. I personally would have preferred Fleet St. Petersburg South Coast, but that's just me. Yeah, I mean, now Russia's getting Berlin. Russia now owns the Ionian Sea, preventing anything sort of like slipping backwards. It does make it much harder, though, to take Smyrna back, but that's an issue for a later time. And France is moving down into Tuscany and Lyon, Mal, and also picking up Holland. So yeah, it seems that Germany is just getting carved up right now.
Yep. Talk us through the falls.
Oh, I did not see that coming. This allows Germany to survive a little longer. So Russia supports Germany to hold in Denmark. And in exchange, Robert agrees to support Berlin out of Berlin into Kiel, while the French blow up the Austrian army. At the same time, there is a... What are the orders around Rome?
Let me see.
I think
They
Austria
don't
gets
give
into
me-
Rome and Venice. I'm sorry, Rome and Naples.
Okay. So,
Venice
Naples is supporting
goes,
the thing down. Naples gets cut. So okay, yeah. So why does because Turkey's supporting Austria into Rome, so they get both. Okay.
Yeah, Trinity
What
and
is
C supports
Ionian
Venice and Rome.
supporting?
Ionian is supporting Apulia to Naples.
That's so
Correct.
weird because why is he also taking Serbia?
By agreement. It's forced disbanded.
That's got to be
It's
a
Got
trade
three
deal.
builds.
voluntarily disbanded. So
Why?
I mean-
you have 4 more centers than your ally. Why is Brandon giving him Serbia?
diplomacy. I don't know.
Because Brandon is gaining 3 here.
Right.
Why
So
wouldn't
like you
he?
don't have to accept stuff. Okay.
Anyway, well, we're going to push through. Love another Austrian fleet build. Yay, Brandon. Thank you. And
Game's over. What a monster score by
Well-
Shane.
done, Shane.
Yeah. Nice
Shane
play.
played this so well, so fast in a game that you know is going to end early.
Mhm.
Didn't hold anything back.
Well, he
Move
did. He totally did. He's got Smyrna. He's got Greece. Like and not to counter you, Siobhan. Like I'm saying, like didn't hold anything back in the sense that like he could have even gone farther. Like really well played.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, but it just was an amazing game all around.
Could you imagine though if this game went one more year and the dice were not friendly? Like Denmark could get
Oh.
taken, Berlin gets taken,
If Shane
Greece
had
gets
one more
taken.
year,
Smyrna gets taken. That's 16.
Maybe dice are bad for diplomacy. I mean, I'll just say it.
I mean, I always say I like diplomacy because there are no dice, there are no cards, there are no
Right, like
random
I was
elements
gonna
of any
make the risk
kind.
joke. It's like, I thought we solved that issue already, but like,
So, not to shade a scoring system because I've never done that before. I've never thrown hate on the scoring system. But before we move on in this, I'm going to bring Keith back in if he's ready. Give me a wave from backstage. All right, Keith is ready. We're going to take a look at the standings so far.
nice.
Keith, I know you've been watching from backstage, so tell us what you see.
Shane's been dominating every board, so it makes sense, especially with that last round that he is number 1. Claire has been pretty solid as well. She had a rough Austrian board, but still managed to survive. And I think Stuart played a good French game that last one. It just didn't pan out for him to top. So Jamal picking up 4th, and then Brandon 5th. So looks like the 4, 5, 6, 7 are the big boogeyman of Australia. So
6, 7. As the kids say. Karthik, any thoughts? Anything you think might change coming into the final round?
Let's see. Looking at this, because Katie was hitting on Brandon, I think Brandon will do well. I think
My dude, I have never hated on Brandon.
I think Brandon will climb into the podium. I think Claire will try to go big or go home, and I think she will get a great score, but not enough to pass our tournament leader Shane.
I don't think anyone gets Shane.
Mhm.
I think Jamal will have a decent score, and Goffy. I just realized there's only one board for the final round. I think so. Only so much can happen.
There are two.
Oh, there's two. Which board? Which round only had one board?
Well, since you were shading Katie about her thoughts, we are actually dropping Katie for the entirety of the last round.
Bye, losers.
Bye. All right, Katie, love you. Any thoughts? Any last words before we see you for our next
Tournament?
No, but I just support whatever Keith thinks and not what Karthik thinks, and that's all. Goodbye.
Bye. Love you. All right. So where we're going to go next for the two of you is round 4. We have Andrew Goff, Robert Hilliard, Jamal Blackerly, Sasha, and I apologize to anyone I'm terrible at pronouncing, Hellman, Tristan Singh, Stuart Barton, and Leigh Sarlin. I know Leigh very well, but I don't know how to pronounce his last name. So,
Great job,
Keith,
Siobhan.
Keith, you've been off for a while. First thoughts. This is a stacked board.
It is pretty stacked. I like to look at who's in the lead, and you're looking at Russia and France, and then obviously England and Austria are no slouches here. So just because of how stacked it is, I think I might be looking at Stuart and seeing how much he can pick up in the East. If not, maybe Andrew can pick up something there. It might be an Eastern win, even though this format is not very good with the East, unless the West completely collapses fast.
All right. Well, I'm just going to say, let's go right into it and find out. Keith, I'll stick with you. What do you see?
A good French opening. The first time I've seen Burgundy taken, I think. A York opening for England, and everything else looks pretty standard except for the little Turkish rollout. So it might be a RT here.
Yeah, subs hold, so pretty clear RT. Oh,
ooh!
Okay. Why did they bounce in black if they were going to do that in the first place?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's because Ionian goes to Tunis? Question mark. I don't know. I cannot pretend to comprehend.
But Venice goes to Rome.
Because both Naples and Rome are occupied. Okay, sure.
Choices.
France does put Jamal puts Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Spain's south coast, which is fun. Stuart takes Sweden with support from Sasha. And there's a bounce in Belgium, which allows Burgundy to slide into Munich, which we have yet to see this tournament. Very, very fun.
Love that for Jamal.
We've seen Italian Munich, but we've never seen a French Munich this tournament. So let's go.
So Jamal in France building 3.
Calling my shot
Perfect.
here. He waves all 3.
Okay. I was going to ask for predictions.
All
Karthik
armies.
has made his prediction. All armies from Keith. I'm going to go with not waving Fleet Brest. Army Paris, obviously.
I think the way it's shaking
Maybe
out, there's
wave
not a lot of
Marseille.
build for fleets.
Oh, I
Maybe
would have
wave
put the army
Paris.
in Paris. Fleet Marseille is interesting. Okay.
So this is what we call the Australian IT, where neither Italy nor Turkey build any fleets, which is weird.
All right, Keith, talk us through this.
All right, the convoy to Denmark, one of my favorite things to do. I love a good ER. It's amazing. France pivots. It looks like it's going for the south, so looking like an EFR. That's pretty good. Austria, Italy moving to the line.
Okay.
I think everyone likes Russia here, and Turkey's like putting in Armenia just to make sure that black stays empty.
One thing I want to call special attention to is that because Denmark retreats to Helgoland, Baltic is guaranteed for Sweden whenever it wants it. Huge positional advantage for Stuart here.
Watch
Yep.
Russia. I said that in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now that you've said it, it's going to be wrong. So, Karthik, tell me why you're wrong.
Well, he does
I
get the
don't know what you
Baltic.
are.
He does get the Baltic. Not the way he maybe would have wanted it. The ER that Keith promised is no more. Denmark gets supported into Sweden. The fleet lands in Norway. And Russia's looking in some trouble now, in the north at least. England is in a very strong position. And the nice thing is when you are on a stacked board as a good player, but not like, one of the two really big names on the board and like Jamal or Andrew, you can get away with a lot more because people's focus are elsewhere. And Robert, I think, is taking huge advantage of this. Well done. Lay finally slides out that fleet into the Aegean, while Turanian Sea convoys the army on into Tunis. This is the issue when you cover up both your fleet ports, like that face towards France. You just build an army instead, and suddenly you find it very, very hard to defend yourself. But the nice thing is, Austria is a good guy and supports Tyrolia into Munich, allowing hopefully Tristan to correct his prior mistake and build a fleet in either Rome or Naples.
Are you saying Andrew Goff is just so nice and will just let you do?
Yeah, and Andrew Goff's a sweetheart.
Oh, he really is. Really good friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like
All
it's
right.
turning into an Eastern quadruple again.
Yeah.
And, well, Keith, I'll let you take it away.
Looks like an Eastern quadruple again. And it's looking really good for Andrew, I think. Everyone's going around him, and he's going to have positions soon. Galicia gets into Silesia with Austrian support. And England takes St. Petersburg with a fleet. Stuart's probably like, can't stop you anyways. I'm going to focus on mopping up what I can on the line and just take with a fleet. I'll leave you alone. So hopefully England decides to pivot back for German centers, which it does take Denmark right here. And then France moves towards Munich to try to stop the AI from going any further. Meanwhile, Tuscany is disbanded and no progress else in the Mediterranean. Aegean Ionian to shore up the line or stab. We'll find out.
Yeah, and a choice disband from Tuscany because they could have retreated to Lyon.
The one issue I have...
It's an army.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an army. Sorry. You're right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Karthik.
I was going to say, the one issue with that hope, Keith, is that the army was convoyed to Norway, and this is a spring turn. So it's very, very easy if he wants to put the army into St. Petersburg in the fall. But hopefully, into the show of good faith, will convince England to convoy the army into Germany or something like that if you're Stuart.
Yeah, I think at this point he has no defense in the south. So if Robert's going to keep pushing him, then he'll just throw to Andrew or Lay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I leave it to you two. I think, Keith, it was your year.
Yep. Norway does slide to Finland, so the pivot is optional. North Sea does vacate, which means that Robert is trying to make sure that there's some kind of hygiene between themselves and France or Germany. I'm not too sure, but I think that's a mistake. You're going to kind of give Russia a little bit more play because Baltic becomes infinitely more powerful there. Austria slides in Tyrolia, which is shoring up the Italian defenses and also allowing Andrew to have a better position in 1906. Again, nothing happening in the south.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to push us right along. From the English, we've got an army and a fleet with the Southern London build. Got Fleet Brest, Army Paris from the French. So we'll see what that all means. Karthik, talk us through it.
Yep. So here, Russia finally makes it into... Oh, sorry, they do not make it into Kiel successfully. It gets bounced. what I was talking about potentially happening with regards to Finland trying to make it into St. Petersburg has attempted, does not succeed this time, will succeed the next time, given the forces that are there. Vacating Baltic here is probably a mistake. You're going to lose St. Petersburg anyways. May as well stay in Baltic and support yourself into Kiel, because you would have gotten in that case, and then you can build in Moscow. You can do some work there to shore things up. Austrians do support themselves into Munich, which at first, with French assistance, and then they support themselves into Venice. What I find curious, though, is that rather than retreating into Trieste, where they could have gotten a build off the Austrians, taking the center away from them, they retreated to Rome. I'm very, very curious what motivated that decision, and I can't wait to hear in the comments.
All right, we'll continue on. Karthik,
So yeah, the English turn onto, the French turn onto the English is successful, and is, I guess, what will end up causing them to pull back in part. And now I think will cause Robert to finally honor the deal that he made with Stuart all long ago. In exchange for that peace and allowing to retreat, Stuart receives support into Kiel from Robert. Robert is now in the process of convoying all his armies back to the homeland in a desperate attempt to try and defend. We'll see what happens here. The Helgoland fleet getting pulled and Kiel being taken with the army will probably do a lot to assuage Robert's concerns there, and we'll give him a chance to make at least a half-decent defense. In the south, we see Venice will be held. We see armies moving into position to sort of try and do some damage there. Greece gets taken, seemingly by consent, and I'm sure Austria is hoping, is like, hey, I'll do this. Please just convoy the army away in the next year to Apulia, take Naples, do what you need to do. And I think that's a reasonable ask, reasonable offer, and I think one that will work out well for both the A and the T.
Alrighty, we'll just push right on. Jamal in France building another fleet in Brest. We've got Stuart building Army Moscow, Army Vienna for Andrew Goff, Fleet Smyrna for Ley in Turkey, and some disbands for Tristan as Italy. Keith, what are you seeing?
All right, looks like England's prioritizing the island, convoying back. Looks like they've made peace with Russia. I don't know if I would do that if I was Russia, but I guess he's more concerned about stopping the board topper and not dotting England right away. Some battles over Ruhr, so it looks like the FAR alliance has turned into an AR versus F. They've figured out that if the alliance stays together, that France will be on top, so they got to stop France's growth the best they can. Austria gets in position by getting into Apulia. Italy invites Ionian into Tyrrhenian Sea, probably just trying to get survival. Turkey playing nice and not doing anything of value in the Far East. And France getting into London. So France is still growing, and everyone's going to try to stop Jamal.
Well, can we stop Jamal? Keith, keep on.
Looks like France takes North Sea, which is devastating for England and is in an amazing position, but loses Holland to the Russians. So Stuart growing, takes Sweden, takes St. Petersburg. Andrew comes back to Serbia to try to protect from the stab, even though Turkey is moving in for a stab into going to Bulgaria as well. Andrew puts Ley into Naples while taking Rome for himself. And looks like Tristan has seen that and tries to pull back, but doesn't have enough units to do anything about it.
Is Russia going up 3 this turn?
Yep.
Yes, Stuart is.
Not too shabby, eh?
All right, and chooses to wave one,
Mm-hmm.
as we see.
Mark, you want to say that for the North, so.
Yeah, no, I respect that. Keep that build in pocket. All right. Karthik, on to you.
Yep, 2 more builds getting picked up by Stuart here. Jamal is fighting wisely and smartly tactically. The issue is that once England says, I'm not defending against Russia at all, it's just so easy for Russia to roll in. And then for him to put those builds against you in really, really devastating fashion. Holland and Kiel both being had, Andrew Goff being on side seemingly for now. I mean, I would be too with the fleet in Romania. It's a really, really rough position for Jamal to be in. I think that this will put Stewart up to 11, and then with more assistance can be going up to 12. Andrew should be going up one here because he'll be picking up Belgium with support. Maybe we'll see. There's tactics that can be had. We'll see. Liverpool gets taken as well by Roberts. So,
All right.
Jamal, I'm offering Kiel to Andrew here. I mean, someone's got to balance Stewart.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave you two to talk about the fall for a minute while I jump off for 1 second.
Sure.
But have fun and tell us everything.
Yeah.
Turkey's still playing nice. Gets Tunis for its friendliness to Andrew.
Yeah.
Nothing really happening between Stewart, so that the rat is continuing to push along. Jamal doing his best to block everything he can. Taking Holland, but losing North Sea. And looks like Stewart's still going to protect those two while losing Holland.
Didn't someone on this broadcast once say that rats can't work and that rats are bad?
Generally an RT is pro-Russian, and a rat really just eats the Turkish growth, not so much the Russian growth.
Yeah.
And if anything, this is proving that a rat is good for Russia.
And Austria as well. I mean, someone here was hating on it for the Austrian. It seems the Austrian's doing quite nicely. But yeah, no. So I mean, the French do manage to take Holland off of Stewart, being able to do at least some level of damage control. The issue is that because Jamal couldn't take one more center off of the English, England will have 2 units that will allow a lot of chaos to be had on the Isle. And if it's the fleet in the North Atlantic, the threat to mid-Atlantic Ocean will be very, very annoying to deal with. And it's just a rough tactical position. But Jamal had very, very good tactics, except for when, unfortunately, Denmark was allowed into the North Sea. We'll see what Jamal can do. I will say, by virtue of Jamal letting Stewart into the North Sea with his tactics, strategically, this will probably get the realignment from Andrew Goff that he wants. Because with that, the threat of Stewart's position becomes that much greater.
Oh, what you don't know is it ends after this year. No, I was kidding.
Right, exactly, right? And everything I say is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, you would think someone would want to balance Stewart. I get that Robert is very much anti-Jamal for the stab here, and I appreciate the vitriol.
Absolutely.
But you would think that Andrew might want to stab at some point.
I think
him or lay a shot.
100%.
So did I hear what you don't know is it's going to end right here?
Yeah,
exactly.
He gave an expert analysis. I was like, nope,
let's pull a Siobhan here and let's see what happens.
All right. Well, we got the builds.
The North build
as expected last time, the North build in St. Petersburg, keeping that in pocket, also getting double armies for Stewart in Russia. Fleet Con and disband of Eddie. And does it end here? Viewers, put your votes in. It does not. You know what? I'll leave it to you guys. Who wants to take it?
I really want to see that Smyrna army go to Armenia. But it looks like Turkey was not on board, but that they took black. So I'm not 100% sure.
No, I think Smyrna was supposed to go to Greece.
It was supposed to convoy Smyrna to Greece, but Smyrna did not write the order.
So it looks like Turkey would much rather have Austrian gains here than Russian ones. Austria walks into Holland.
I love this for Andrew Goff.
France takes back
if
north.
This were a longer game.
It looks like England is over punishing France and now wants to make sure he balances the board a little bit better. So has moved to Norwegian to stop the Russian threat.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much where the moves have gone.
Yeah, I mean, how long can this game go? We're gonna find out. Karthik?
And yeah.
I think this is setting up well for Austrian take of Kiel, because Munich could just tap Berlin, supports in the Kiel. The French try to take Denmark. Both of them get everything they want there. Instead, Andrew keeps the pressure on Jamal. And this, I assumed, was going to be an attempt to try and keep Lei on side, to keep on checking the Russians in the south. But Lei seems to attack Serbia instead anyways. And because Constantinople goes to Bulgaria, because the orders are written the way that they are, Bulgaria remains Turkish, Serbia becomes Turkish, and I just don't see any way Stuart doesn't. If this goes on to 1908, I don't see how Stuart does not find his way to the ultimate domination bonus. Actually, he may have it anyways. Actually, I take that back.
Oh, York to Enver was supported.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. Just doing some counts. Andrew is up 3. I was doing the math back there.
Oh, Belgium,
Even
Holland,
losing Serbia. Belgium, Holland, Naples. And something else. Even losing Serbia.
Yeah, losing Serbia, yeah.
That was 100% a range.
Belgium, Holland, Naples, Romania.
Yeah, and he can only build as one because Andrew Goff loves to wave builds even when it's mandated.
And game over.
And that's the Andrew
Goff. Russia's game.
Wow.
Didn't think it'd be both of the games, but
goodness.
What play by Andrew Goff. Incredible. And also Stuart, deserves so much praise for what he managed to accomplish between 03 and 05 was just a dominant run of play. Very, very fun.
Yeah.
I thought disproved me for a second there.
Yeah.
I was told we were supposed to have moved through that game quicker than we did.
Mm-hmm.
Which means this next game is probably even more interesting. So, Karthik.
Yeah.
What do you see?
Okay, so Karen is a completely new name to me. The rest I've seen perform in this tournament. This is another strong board of players, and I'm excited to see them work. Obviously, Claire and Shane will be fighting for first place here, and I'm just so curious to see which one of them will do well. And once again, because Katie was bad-mouthing Brandon, I think Brandon will do very well.
My eyes are on Italy. It looks like the West is actually pretty stacked. And Robert's a good player, so I really want to see him scoop up an Eastern win on this side.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring up the map. I might bring in Katie, who is telling me in the background that she's very sad that she's not here for this one. But I'll wait for her to give me a go. All right, Katie, give me a thumbs up. We're bringing her back on. We're going to do 3 analysts for this one.
You can't make me sit back here and let Karthik twist my words about all kinds of nonsense. I heard so many things. The latest of which is the only one I will respond to, and it's I am not bad-mouthing Brandon. And go, Brandon. I'm rooting for you. So everything else that Karthik said about me, nonsense.
Did Katie just say, let's go, Brandon, on Gameday Live?
No. No.
All right. At least 2 of you, if we can't keep this running.
That is so funny.
The West is pretty standard, except for Claire pulls all the way back for the Iberian Gambit, which is clearly Western Tripoli.
All right, I'm pulling you, Keith. I'm pulling you.
Which means Mid-Atlantic can drop to Western Med in 1901. And
Katie, it's spring 1901. What do you see?
Sorry. Okay.
Yes, we're doing a thing here.
All right, we've got a bounce in the Black Sea, but Bonnie in Turkey is going up to Armenia, which is an exactly per Russian, which is quite fun. Otherwise, we've got Robert in Italy going up to Tyrolia, and maybe a bounce in Galicia, maybe not. Maybe another situation where Russia just sneaks in there. I think that Russia going into Galicia is probably the highlight of this year, because in the West it's pretty standard.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Carpet,
Yes!
you're next up on my roster. You tell me about fall.
Sweet Jesus. Okay, so what looks like potentially an anti-Austrian move at first. Sebastopol goes to Romania with support. Austria denies the Russian fleet going to Romania. I never see that. Claire's a little shuffle down into Iberia. Works great. She gets the fleet out into Western unopposed. The Western Triple in North, great stuff here. Yorkshire winds up in Norway. Norwegian winds up in Barents. And they say, hey, Russia, you're getting screwed right now by AT. Have Sweden. Why not? Good stuff all around. Great play by the West.
No, not good stuff. Western Triple, gross, bad.
But also want to point out, though, Karen slides into Venice. Tyrolia holds, gets a sixth center Austria by the end of 1901.
Both of you.
Great.
Keith,
It's a Western
Keith,
Triple.
thoughts?
It's a Western Triple. I called it from the very opening. I saw Claire's, and then the fact that there's an AT on the other side is amazing, because it's going to make this Western Triple break fast.
I love a 3-build Austria.
Mhm.
I love a 3-build Austria.
This is exactly what
I have a
AT
question for
needed.
you, because now I'm making you an analyst. Do we see Austria build Fleet Trieste in spring 1900 or winter 1901?
Oh, if I was Austria, 100% I would.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
100%. I have done it.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite Austrian games ever. Worked out really well for me.
Hell yeah.
Tell that another time. And there's Fleet Trieste.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, Karen. I love that for you.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Whether or not it matters.
Don't be
is not
negative.
the
We let you on our stream.
Bro, how am I the only one who's getting kicked
Katie,
off for 2 games in a row? How is that
Katie,
happening, Keith?
Katie,
You
I
explain that
put
to
you
me.
on the stream. I can take you right off.
Take me off, Siobhan, take me off. Tell me what this magical, mystical force is that's saying I can't go to. Okay,
Sorry, I had to.
I might just go to bed.
No, you were going to be on for the next 2 games straight.
Yeah, because
Anyway.
everybody gets on 2 games. Why am I the only one who's off on 2 games in a row? That's
Hey,
I was
nonsense.
off on 2.
Talk to
Who
the
is
person
your
who gave me
schedule,
the
Siobhan?
schedule.
If
Let
it's
me
not you,
call us.
who is it? Am I yelling at McCallus? Like, what's happening?
Yes. You're
Yes.
yelling at
That's so
McCall.
unfair. What the-
Let's keep going. Let's keep the show on the road, guys.
Anyway.
Ring 1902. Let's see it.
Katie, because you've been left out, tell me everything.
There's nothing to tell you. It's a Western Triple and it's boring. Okay, next.
All right, Karthik, tell me everything.
Not in a mouthful.
It's a Western Triple and it's boring.
Okay, so this is actually a really fun move, because Sweden gets convoyed to Livonia, while Denmark takes Sweden, and North takes Denmark. This is actually a beautiful Western Triple. Most are ugly, but this is actually a really, really good, fast-moving one.
Oh my god, this is
Naples,
gorgeous.
Marseille gets convoyed to Tuscany. Like, this is like almost essentially if you gave me control of France, Germany, and England in 1901, I got to write the orders. Like, this is how you would write them. This is just chef's kiss beauty. I do think the AT will create pressures, though, that at some point in like 1905, 1906 will cause someone in the West to stab for the win, and that person will win the game.
I think Shane is
Okay.
playing a little slow with France and a little fast with England, so I think the EG is a little stronger here.
Agreed.
And I think once they
Yeah.
push the line, Shane doesn't want to be on it, wants to be able to pivot towards France.
Mhm. Correct. I expect Norway to go to Norwegian and Barents. Yeah. And then
Ooh.
Ready? Yeah. Good stuff. This is
Please
like what I
tell
like
me.
to see.
Oh yeah,
Give it a-
England pulls completely out.
Mhm.
Germany's coming back. I don't know if Germany's given that dot or if they're actually pivoting all those fleets towards France as fast as possible.
I think they're just gonna
Galicia
convoy
falls,
the same.
more progress in the east. Russia's covering centers. I don't know if Russia has a favored person that they want to throw to or not, or they just want to survive. Turkey gets Sevastopol, which surrounds Black Sea, so They're pretty much in it for the remainder of the game. At this point, they just need to get as much position as possible and try to stab at the end.
Yeah, this may be the
France gets in
fastest
the Rome.
Italy I've ever seen in my life.
What's that?
This may be the fastest dismemberment of Italy I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Same. I've never. Yeah, they're going to be on Tunis.
This is
Well, they
really
can
weird.
Just win. They're going to lose Tunis to Nepal.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, it's unless France and Austria can't get their
Their proverbial
Stuff
things in a
together.
row. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, that Italian Munich is rough. That's going to definitely put Shane behind. I know he doesn't want Claire to get a good score because she's in second, right?
Yeah, correct.
All right,
So,
Katie, tell me what you see.
I mean, France does take Tunis, presumably with Austrian assent, although like Austria just goes back to cover Greece. But Austria also takes Rome as France walks out. So that's probably a deal between the two of them. They're just, making this deal. And I will be interested to see if it is that kind of thing where it's like, I'm making a deal with you on the other side of the board, and then I'm going to stab my allies. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, so Germany does lose Munich, but picks up Warsaw, which is pretty good. And also, I think, picks up Denmark. So, unfortunately, only has one place to build in Berlin, which actually maybe I just did math wrong, and maybe he only has one build, so that's fine for Shane.
Right.
And then Turkey takes Moscow and Romania and Sev, or keeps Romania, takes Sev. So great for Turkey, which I think is what everybody who's ever played this game before has ever said about a Western triple, is that great for Turkey. Good work.
Austria not covering the retreat is rough.
Both parts of the win green are dead.
What did you say, Keith?
Austria not covering that retreat to Serbia is rough.
Oh, that is true.
point.
Yes, the retreat is.
Should have been Vienna to Budapest,
Thank
Budapest to
you.
Serbia to pop
Yep,
it,
correct.
or to get pushed to Galicia at least.
Because the support from Budapest was not necessary for any realistic need.
Yep. Yeah, Black Sea could do it. Yep.
At this point, I feel like Karen has no way to get back, and Turkey's just going to get more off of them later. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll say for my part, I love the English convoys. I love an England who's building armies instead of only fleets. Sorry to I ranted you ago when I shaded you for building only fleets, but
now Austria's going to have Turkey build armies to get Serbia back, and
yeah,
you don't want
But-
Turkey armies up there.
England is going down one. We got some builds, we got some disbands. Oh, love Bonnie's position here. Build 2 is Turkey.
Amazing. Yes.
Bonnie
2
chooses to build the 2 armies. Who loves that? Who hates it? Why? Why not?
Correct call. There's no reason to fight the French fleets. You want those French fleets probably going back west. These armies will give you control over Austria. Karen's unfortunate. Seems like she's been playing a phenomenal game so far. I want to give Karen her props for that. This one tactical mistake is dooming her position, because Turkey gets to say, I need this to make sure that Serbia doesn't go to Bulgaria. They get to then move in. They're helping, you get back Serbia. And then, but now that when they have these armies in position, builds are destiny. Turkey will win a war against Austria straight up. And at some point, Rome will probably be taken by the French. And
Austria has
Austria's
to pull off the line. Germany's going to be there.
In this board, Austria, in my mind, has no chance. And I love playing Austria, but we're going to go through it. Katie.
God, Claire, please, Claire, please.
Turn around.
Please stop going to Armenia. Just please stop doing it. Please. Okay, but you do get to Ionian, which is great, and you're in Turnian Sea, and you're going to get Rome. So it's a good French position, considering that France is in a Western triple, which is evil. But otherwise, it's pretty good. I like Shane retaking Munich, obviously, and also moving Ruhr to Belgium. It probably means nothing, but it's at least nice that Shane is at least contemplating that there are things on his side of the map that he needs to protect and can't just completely throw his stuff away from his alliance. Because meanwhile, Shane is moving an English army into Moscow, which is great for the Western Triple. That is their whole goal. They're moving armies across the line. And I'm just reminded of games I've played before where the Western Triple is like, there's nothing you can do. We're across the line and we're going to win. So we'll see if they break, or if they have an agreement, or if there's some last minute stabs to top, that would be super fun. At the moment, I think it's just the three of them continuing.
I mean, they have to stop at some point. If Claire is in second place, she wants to win.
She has
Shane's
to
in
Shane
first.
eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'd have to fight for who Brandon wants, right? Is
Yeah,
that wrong?
basically.
I don't know what the scores are. I'm assuming it's just like
I can probably show you the
They need an
scores
elimination.
based on where we are in the game right
In
now,
order for
and
Claire,
it will take into account this game.
that
in
would be
order
great.
for Claire to beat Shane, Claire needs to get a massive score and knock Shane down hard. So she's going to need to get Brandon to help stab.
What a great thing to organize a Western Triple for when Shane's Germany. I mean, I feel like it's possible.
This
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
given the game in progress where it's at right now,
Mm-hmm.
and given the people who have finished the game previous in the round.
Right. So we're looking at a 9 center gap between Claire and Shane right now, with dominance points potentially creating a massive swing. Yeah, very, very fun.
Let's get back to it.
So it's possible, right? Like,
Yeah.
So, Katie, you hate Western triples.
I do.
Tell me more about moves to Armenia, Katie.
I actually don't think anything's happening here except that France takes Rome, which is great. Again, great for Claire. I mean, I don't know.
Love that for her.
She's looking like she's coming out on top. Russia does move to Venice, which is fun, but like not sustainable. And Karen keeps Serbia, so Karen's down 1. I think it's good for Claire, and yeah, we'll see how she builds. Because usually, I think a lot of times in Western triples, France really overcommits. She doesn't Claire doesn't look that overcommitted, so it's not a bad position for her.
I don't hate it. I wish that there was
not a Western
more
triple.
security.
Me too, but
I just want to say that in VDC, me and Katie ran a Western triple pretty much and grinded down the whole board, and then that's how me, Katie, and Karthik all met each other as in a Western triple. So.
Oh, I know how much Katie hates triple alliances.
Unless it's
We'll
with me,
talk about that
apparently.
another time, Katie.
But this is going to be great. I like Western triples. Western triples are cool. And this one's going to be a fun end game. I promise this will be a fun end game.
All right, Karthik, tell me all about it.
So here we see an army build by Marseille. This is, I think, the clearest sign that Claire knows what she needs to do in order to win this game, and that she's not going to just be a passive, fly on the wall and just pray it works out. She's very committed to this. The army build by Brandon is very telling here. And I think if I was Shane, would be very, very worried right now, right? Because your armies can only do so much more given where the armies are in Russia. Mm-hmm. This would make me deeply fearful.
But
Norway's going to North Sea. And
can I ask you just a question? If you're Germany and you think England is all in the Western triple, is there a different build that England builds?
That's the hard part. That there's not trying to convince Brandon to continue on the Western triple is something I don't think Shane can really do here. It's a tough line to walk in.
No,
you're
if
right.
I'm England, I'm going to say, hey, I love you all in the Western triple, but I need one army on the mainland just in case one of you does something, because there's very little else.
Yeah, but I'd want it in Liverpool.
I mean, maybe it's Liverpool, right? That's fair. But army mainland, not that dangerous. Where is it going to convoy to?
Well, I don't know. I think if you pair it with France building an army, it is scary for Germany. I'm just saying, if you're Germany in a Western triple, everything is scary. So
in Norway and make Norway go down.
That's valid.
Yeah, Norway to north of Helgoland, then has a dangerous convoy to Holland. And especially if Burgundy.
All right. Well, speaking of, that army goes to Norway.
Mm-hmm.
Keith, I think we're back to you. I don't even remember anymore.
So England gets Warsaw for free,
Mm-hmm.
and travels around. So for not going into Skagerrak, it gets army play. So those armies are going to continue to pump down through Russia. Looks like the Western Triple continues. There's a little bit of a bounce in Burgundy to make sure that everyone's still being nice. Unfortunate for Claire, there's no way to sneak in unless she supports it. Without England's support, there's not much Claire can do anyways. She walks into Venice, which is great, and is in Aegean. So nice position in the east, but feeling like Claire is being very overextended. So hopefully that does not bite her in the long run.
Yes and no. If there is a move to Tyrolia, it's a great position for her to be in because it's an attacking move against Munich that can be defended with the idea that, hey, this is actually a play on Trieste or something like that. So, because if it goes Brest to Picardy, Gasc to Burgundy, and then support attack on Tyrolia, very, very fun position for Claire to have.
Yeah, and I will say that I did not give this credit in the fall. Thank you, Robert Hillier in Italy, and what seems to be about Sasha.
Western Triples.
Yeah. Oh, all these.
Russia lives again.
Katie, tell me everything.
There's a lot of kind of weird stuff going around Warsaw. So like Germany's taking it back, but is also taking Bohemia, and then England is getting into you know what? To be honest, I've forgotten. What is that? Is that Silesia? Galicia. Thank you. It is definitely Galicia. I know.
Katie,
I know.
do you even know?
No, I've like actually never played this game before.
I'm
I don't know
kidding.
how I don't know how I was invited on the stream. So it's just like kind of repositioning, and in the end, it's basically saying Germany and England are the same, and I think England doesn't keep Venice, right? Okay,
Yeah.
So England walks to Albania, and then there's a bounce in Venice. So at the end of this year, it's still going to be Germany and France. I think I just said England like 3 times, but I meant France.
Yeah.
Germany and
I
France.
was going to say.
Sorry. Germany and France are on 8 centers, and there's like actually no exchange of. It's just straight lines. Is that already processed? Yeah, there's just straight lines. Nobody exchanged.
Oh, I
any
just pushed
centers.
it through to
Yeah,
do
great.
your math for
Yeah,
you.
because as makes sense,
Nothing
and they're
else.
just kind of, I guess, vying for position. And I have not done the thought experiment to see if it was a vying
All
for
right.
position in a way
Well-
that makes sense.
Katie, talk us through spring.
Well, England does take Warsaw, but Germany. No, England
No.
also takes Vienna.
Vienna and Warsaw.
Great. Good job, Brandon. I won't say let's go, Brandon. Karthik. Thank you.
No, we don't say that.
Yeah.
Not in this
Well, I didn't-
country.
I didn't say it. Karthik said it for me, as he has also said other things for me, which are not true. However, Claire does get a convoy off to Syria, which is very fun to see France doing Lepanto. I don't know what Eddie called that. Eddie Brisson called that when he invented this move, but it is pretty fun. I don't.
It's a very late game Lepanto.
It's very late
Let's
game, and
talk
I don't
about
know if it's gonna help her, but it's like, I guess it's fun to see. It would be more fun to see if there weren't these other red lines going to Armenia distracting
I
me.
love it though, but I want other things to be doing more.
Yeah, I think this is just great for Brandon, though, right? Like,
I mean,
Warsaw
Smyrna's
and
guaranteed,
Vienna.
so it's not like it's not doing nothing. Like Smyrna's guaranteed here for a build for her.
No, I mean this whole game is just great for Shane. This is Claire accepting that
No.
she's not going to win.
Yeah.
Even
All right,
if he
so-
gets dotted a couple, he's still going to win.
Claire
Mhm.
takes Smyrna.
I don't know,
Turkey
because Shane
takes-
loses Warsaw and Brandon gets Vienna. And also Brandon
All right.
takes Holland. Is that agreed? I mean, probably
Let's
not.
Take a look at the position here. Claire and Brandon are now even.
What's
in
the
winter.
tiebreak in this system? Does anybody know? Nobody knows. Okay.
I have not been told.
Okay.
I like that Claire put Russia back into Venice. Like that was compassionate. Like
So we're starting to get the die rolls, right?
Yes, correct.
Mhm.
All right.
Wait,
That's
Siobhan, can we get a
fun.
score check real quick? Because
Oh yeah, we can do that before we.
Germany went down quite a bit, and there's now a 9-point gap there. Okay. There's a chance.
So now,
If Claire can create distance between her and Brandon, there's a chance. The issue, unfortunately, for her is that Germany will throw to help Brandon in order to win the tournament. So,
Mm-hmm.
wrong place for her to be in.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna move right on along, and Karthik, tell me what you see.
Oh, now this is a spicy build set because it could do anything, it could mean anything, and we have no idea until we see the orders. England builds Fleet Army, Mr. Mysterious right there. France builds Fleet Marseille, which I think is the right
Mhm.
move. I mean, you have to do it to defend in case England's coming for you. So,
100%. Yeah.
yeah, Mar Spain South Coast to Mao is what I predict will happen here. Or not. I don't know anything about this game, actually.
Just go to Armenia. Why would you put in any other moves? Just go to Armenia.
What is with the obsession with Armenia?
It's like a meme. It's kind of like you remember when
have
Sabine
more
would
to
always do
do,
Gascony? It's just like a meme.
Oh, it's like the Denver Boulder crew.
It's like the Denver
and
Clyde.
their obsession with
Yeah.
Clyde. Yeah, it's a thing.
Okay, so I think all of Turkey will be French by the end of this turn, so that's at least something.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, we're just gonna push through it. Keith, anything of interest?
England gets into Sevastopol. Looks like it most likely will top.
And
Why?
Germany gets Trieste.
Germany gets Trieste, and France is in Caen.
Yeah, because
French Venice.
Sev can't cut Armenia. The only other arrow going to Armenia was from Brest.
All right, so
Let's see, you can get another year.
Still tied with an EF.
we do our
Can we get
builds,
another year?
and
No.
Yeah,
If they won
congratulations.
another year, they could have ground them out.
I mean, we're gonna pull up these standings and talk about it for a minute. But I mean,
Very close.
they're
What would have
close
happened
to
if
that
Claire didn't
gap.
come in Trieste then?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the what ifs, could ifs
Yeah.
for Claire for a minute. I mean, because the gap, we kept checking it. It was a lot larger a while ago, and Claire really closed that. And I love that for Claire.
Yeah,
So, Keith,
what again?
tell me.
So we're looking at 3.1 points that need to be made up through a combination of dominance and center count. Can we look at the board, the final board position?
Oh, yeah, I can get you back on that.
Perfect.
If Claire didn't put him into Trieste,
This is port B. Can we see port A?
Oh, board A? Yeah, right.
Yeah. So if, I mean, him getting Trieste is just a 1 point bonus. That doesn't matter really much at all. But if she could have had Brandon not get a center somewhere, I wonder if
you put him into Sev, right?
I think she may have. If she takes Ankara instead of putting him to Sev, maybe she wins. But she has no way of knowing that the game was going to end in that, year.
But she knows it's a possibility. I mean, she could have taken all of Turkey, right? Like she could have taken. Am I wrong? I think she could have taken Khan in Ankara.
Yes, I think she could have. I think the only thing that made her potentially maybe say no to that was that if she did 1908 and the game went on to 1908,
what did she lose?
The Shane gives everything to Brandon in order to ensure that she loses the dominance points and then that she gets knocked down.
I think if
for a second.
I think it would have been worth the risk. I think she should have taken the risk there. I think that was her best hope because the 1908 stab is not going to work. A 1907 one could.
I think if Claire's playing for her highest score and she takes Turkey here and Shane responds to that by just throwing to Brandon, on the board, I think it's kind of icky, but in the tournament round, yeah, maybe it makes Shane win and that makes a lot of sense. But I think, I don't know. If I'm Claire, I feel like that's a risk I would take.
But I think that she should have gone for the stab there. And I think,
but I don't know, because I've also been in a lot of positions where I look back and I think I should have done something differently. So it's easy for me to say from right here, if I'm actually in the game, that might not be true.
Right.
I can think of a game or two for you.
Okay,
Katie.
thanks, Siobhan. Thanks for continuously bringing up some stuff, which I don't know.
I know.
Not for now.
Well, we are going to move on to the other tournament.
Can we say congrats to Shane real quick?
Yeah, congratulations,
Shane.
Nice work.
Yes.
Well,
And
well done, Shane.
know you well.
Influence.
Genuinely well done.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. So we'll do some last thoughts before we move on. Keith, what would you like to say for Shane? I will.
Very strong play by Shane. He definitely reads the board very well and no matter what he sets his mind to, he's always willing to change it if things change on the board, which is something I won't do. But I know what I should do, but I won't do it.
Mhm.
And good job to Claire. I think if she would have just not supported a couple of those anybody else and just done her own thing, she would have had a better shot. But good hustle, just a rough austere game. So,
Mhm. You know, massive kudos to Shane. Brilliant player to play with. Always a good time. Always a good sport, and just a funny guy in general. Played with him both in Melbourne and in San Francisco. So yeah, tons of respect for him. And then for Claire, yeah, I mean, I think like you said, if she went for it, I think she could have won. But I mean, hindsight's 2020. Easy to say. Would have been rough if, for example, if the game ended in 1906 or a game ended in 1908, their shots aren't there. So I think it's kudos to both of them for a fantastic tournament all around.
The only thing I have to add is that the one game of Shane's that I really remember distinctly is his Russia game, where he had a really good diplomatic relationship in the north and he focused all of his games in the south. And I think that's the sign of a really good player, is to know where you can focus your tactical strength, like your game board moves, because you know that you have diplomatic strength somewhere else. And I think that he played those relationships very well.
Absolutely. And that was, I think, one of the clearest understandings of playing the player versus playing the board in the north. He knew that if he gives Jamal space in the north and says, Jamal, you can focus elsewhere, I will give you that freedom, then Jamal will respond in kind and not be, most of the times, the one to stab first, right? And that gave him the freedom to play as he wanted to, and then eventually come back and stab Jamal when it made sense to, in order to win the game. So I thought that was a beautiful, beautiful game played by Shane, and I'm glad that you called it out in particular.
Yeah, I mean, all around, such a fantastic tournament to watch. I feel like the players, I mean, some of the names we know very well, some were new to me. It just was, I really enjoyed watching that and holding myself back from commentating on it because I have to let these other three lovely people do it. But with
some
that
people
on
it's not their turn.
side, yeah, with that on side,
Who are you talking to, Keith? Who are you talking to?
We need to talk about the next thing we're going to talk about. And since, Katie was complaining about being kicked off for a couple of games, I got someone else to boot. Karthik, we're going to say goodbye for 2 games. Karthik said bye.
And he's still here. Why is he still here? Why is he haunting us?
He's not here anymore. So yeah, we're gonna move on to what got added to the stream. What I understand is a UK tournament, Steel Co. or the Steel Showdown. And I would like to talk about the scoring system, but I have been warned that this is very convoluted. So I've been told,
more than rolling a die.
There are no dice rolls as far as I know, but it's called the Vulcan scoring system.
Is that this, right?
So if you are eliminated, you have 0 points. Easy. We start off simple. If there is a solo, the soloer gets 130 points. Losers to a solo get 5 points if they were still alive when the solo happened.
Why not make it 0? Just make it 0. Okay,
No,
Siobhan.
there's more. There's more.
I'm sorry, Siobhan. I know this is not your system.
It gets so much weirder, and I am just reading this off of the sheet. So, losers to a solo, if you were alive when the solo happened, you get 5 points. Otherwise, which I take to mean if a solo has not happened, just end of game. Players score as follows: 1 point per center, 1 point for each center between you and everyone below you, including eliminated players.
That's a lot of points.
10 points, 10-point bonus for topping, split between topping, like if there's a split top. 5 points for just surviving the game.
Wait,
And then there's
5 centers. That's crazy.
Then there's a whole like
The centers don't
side
matter
note
much.
thing here where like gap points are cumulative, and I don't fully
Yeah,
understand.
they're cumulative.
it.
So, like, if I'm Italy and I have 5 centers, and Austria has 3 centers, and Turkey has 0, I gain 2 points on Austria and 5 points off Turkey, so I get 7 points total. So it's gonna be like Dixie, where you want to grind out the smallest people as possible to get the most
Ew.
points. Except
Okay.
it's not.
Thanks, I hate it.
Because you're more incentive to kill the people below you than you are the above you.
Yeah, that's not great. That's just capitalism, and like, come on.
It's gonna be.
No.
I want to see this.
I was supposed to be rushing us.
Who ran this tournament? Who's the TD? Does anybody know?
The TD. I actually have the name. McCullis called him out in our.
Did McCullis run
I
this
thought you
tournament?
said he ran it. I was like, what?
No, McCullis did not run
Oh.
this. So here's what I'm gonna do. You two talk about the names
All right.
while I find that.
Okay, I'll start, I guess. Just because someone has to. Do you want to, Keith? Do you want to start?
Go for it.
Okay.
You probably know these people more than me.
Okay, Isaac Jukes. He is a great person who runs the Virtual Diplomacy League. Like, he runs basically that situation. He's a active organizer and big fan of those kinds of people. So good luck, Isaac. David Wigglesworth. I have played with him before. I don't remember any details, but I don't remember anything bad. So if I don't remember anything bad, it probably means he's pretty good. So great for David Wigglesworth. Bradley Grace, I think DBN knows fairly well. He's a successful player. I think he won Tour Britain last year. Is that right, Keith? I don't know. You're nodding. So
I don't know. I was just laughing.
I don't know.
Yeah,
But
he does all
He
right.
wins all the time. So
he's a great player. Yeah. I don't know Phil Johns in Germany. And I don't know Richard Bolton, but I do know Gary Sturley because he ran Tour Britain before Bradley took over for him this past year. And I actually don't know Gary personally, but I feel like I owe a lot of my diplomacy career to him because my first virtual game was Tour Britain, which he organized, and he was very welcoming and kind, and I'm a big fan of Gary. So I will, my personal motivations, I'll be rooting for Gary. And then in Turkey, we have Darcy Morris, who is not British. He is from Australia, but I think he's studying abroad in, I don't know if it's London, but somewhere in the UK. Darcy is studying abroad, and he is very active on the virtual scene and in some other tournaments, including like US face-to-face tournaments. So I'm fairly familiar with this.
Richard Bolton is a press player. He made it to finals and semifinals in Nexus and Olympus. Consistently gets there. He's very good at diplomacy, but might need some help on top board tactics. So it'll be interesting to see how well
don't we all
and Bradley here.
I'm really excited to see that because I think there's actually a very different skill set between face-to-face players and extended deadline players. And I think when people can sort of bridge that gap, they end up being very, very good. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he does based on that.
All right. Well, with that in note, we will jump right in to the first round of the Steel Showdown, or Katie, take us away.
The bounce in Piedmont is, the first thing I noticed and is really strange. It's perfectly fine, like on the surface, it's not really a big deal. But if you're France and Italy wants to bounce in Piedmont and then they like don't go and you're in Piedmont, that's like really bad. So I don't know. I just think that's a very strange thing to agree to as France. It's just a very strange move. But otherwise, fairly normal. I mean, Bradley has basically said, I don't care about Belgium. Everybody, you guys do what you want. I'm going to take Spain and Portugal. England and Germany opening normally. Russia opening north with Moscow to St. Pete. Curious to see what Gary does here. But with the DMZ and Galicia, that kind of makes sense. And there's a bounce in Black Sea. And then I think it's funny, Darcy doing this like move from Smyrna to Khan, because this is, okay, I'm going to say old school, but I think a lot of people will roll their eyes because I've only been playing for like 5 years. But I think this is kind of old school because it's like, this is kind of unusual for me. But it was at one point an extremely standard move for Turkey because you can't get the Ankara fleet out now. And like, where is Khan going to go? Like, Bulgaria is probably not going to move. So you're not going to follow that army over. So it's kind of like,
okay.
If someone has a defense of it, go for it.
Go for it. I don't have a defense for it, but yes, it's what I grew up with, learning what Turkey did and what Russia was doing, and I could write an entire article about why it actually kind of made sense.
Write the article.
The thing is that if I'm moving to Khan, I either think I have an Italian or an Austrian friend, and really the Italian and Austrian players are very strong, and I don't think I'd get anything from that. So if I thought there was a way to break in, I would go that way, but most likely it's a non-starter. The other thing I want to say is I like the bounce in Piedmont, and I think more Australians should do that because the Western Triple is very hard to pull off without rotating the army down.
Can I make take a little bit of time, Siobhan, to ask Keith, like, if you are Turkey and you're expecting either Italian or Austrian help, where do you think Bulgaria is going that the army can follow into Bulgaria? Like, what is your plan?
Well, my plan is to have, yeah. My plan would be for Bulgaria I would probably want Bulgaria to be the supporting person to get Italy into Greece, more than likely. So, yeah, it's still, that army does nothing but support Bulgaria.
Okay. Fair.
But if you're running an IT anyways, then it doesn't really matter. You're not going to build a fleet.
True.
All right. We're going to move right along. Katie, what does it do?
Yeah, so I don't think so. Darcy has no orders. I don't know again if that's like because of the backstabber failure to put in orders because it didn't end up mattering. I imagine Darcy didn't just like completely NMR.
Doesn't seem like Darcy. No.
Yeah, but Isaac does pick up Greece and Serbia, so he's got his +2, and Gary in Russia has Romania. Meanwhile, Richard has convoyed to Tunis, which is typically like anti-Turkish, but I think it's also a pretty flexible position, so I think he could go whatever way he wanted to. I will say what's pretty telling to me is this another? Are we just watching another Western Triple? Is that what's happening? Why not?
We are not. No,
because there's a convoy.
Kind of stops the Western Triple from coming off right away. That's the reason I like a bounce in Piedmont. But the Lisbon leapfrog that's done here is usually anti-English.
Yes,
because now England they can slide into IRC. He convinced David to convoy off, and so there's going to be pressure on Norway. More than likely, there's going to be a double fleet drop.
Thank you for calling that.
We'll see. I think if that's true,
look like a steal line.
Yeah, then it's really bad for David.
I mean, just look at the position, right, Katie? You're England. Bradley,
I'm not. If I'm England, I'm not convoying an army to Norway. So don't put me in England.
Well, no, what are you building as England here?
Well, I'm not doing that.
No, we haven't seen the builds yet.
Okay, but if I had to walk into this English position now,
what are you building?
Probably just an army in Liverpool and probably just shoring up. Because, like, I mean, I wouldn't have convoyed to Norway. I just want that to be
well,
clear.
But you've been convinced, and I've seen comments and I've seen whatever is like comment more about what's happening behind the scenes. Did Bradley get into David's headspace and just convince him to do this?
I have come from my first interactions with Bradley. I have come a long way on him. I think he's actually a good ally. I think he's easy to work with. I actually am not afraid of him as I once was, to be completely honest. if Bradley is telling me with all of his force to convoy to Norway, there's not a chance in hell that I am trusting that and I am going to do that and believe it. Like, I just think this is, I just don't like this from England. And maybe it's because Keith said that the convoy to Portugal is not Western Tripoli. Maybe it's because of like the two of you, your guys' read on this board. But I don't think I would.
Leapfrog gives you position to attack Liverpool immediately.
Yeah, I don't like it as England. I don't like it.
No,
All right,
and
let's see
that
the
coupled with
builds.
the convoy out. Yes, Lisa.
Oh,
He waves.
Yuck.
those are some builds.
Yuck.
Can we talk about how this is amazing for Phil in Germany?
Well, is it? If France isn't building fleets, who's France?
This is an
army?
Austro-German moment. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
because
calling it
the way
now.
the Russia convoyed to Sweden instead of taking it with the fleet and moving to Finland, now there's a stalemate in the north. So Russia and England aren't going to do anything. With Bradley waving, it's like, does he go west? Is he just going to wait? Does he go east and do a Western triple? It's all coming up Germany for the most part there. Germany has the key to everyone's game because no one can do anything without Germany.
Thank you. It's Phil has it in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave you guys for 1 second while I grab some water.
Okay.
And looks
Do
like
you
there's
wanna-
an AT. Bulgaria goes into Romania and then Galicia backfills. So moving north was a problem for Russia and will remain to be a problem going forward. Looks like England understands that there's nothing going on, so they gave him a modest support. But no one's moving towards England. But England doesn't have any growth except for Russia. Bradley leapfrogs back to Gascony.
Why not?
Why not? Bounces in Burgundy. He's playing the slow, patient game. So we'll see. I don't know why he didn't build that other build, but it'll come to pass soon where he's going to drop that. Venice goes into Trieste, so I don't know. I guess it is because he tried to go to Greece too. So I'm not sure who he's playing with or if he's just playing by himself. Because Russia's too far away, and obviously England and or Austria and Turkey are coordinating. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone's going to meet up with Italy anytime soon. You see anything else?
I think there's probably like good relationship between Italy and Turkey because you've got Turkey moving to black and moving to Romania. Like they're both sort of attacking AR together, but it doesn't seem to be that coordinated. And like I also don't think they're trying to be that coordinated because if you want to make those moves together, then you don't have Italy continuing to have an army stranded in Tunis. You know, like you make a move, like you convoy to Apulia or something. You do something that makes it so you can do something different next year. It's the kind of situation where you're like, I really want to work with you, and yeah, I'll do these short-term moves, but you know that in the back of your head, like you know that they're not really planning the next couple of years to be working with you is my feeling.
It's the what comes next moment.
I would have really
That's
liked to
what
see
you're
Italy go
saying.
to Albania instead of Greece here.
Yeah, or maybe even Apulia and then like move to like Tyrrhenian Sea, just something different.
No, it does go to Albania this time. He learns from his
What
mistake.
does
He
happen?
goes to Albania and Serbia. I mean, it's a good turn for
I mean,
Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right,
looks like
yeah.
there's an IT. You know?
We got Albania, we got Serbia. I mean, Austria does take back Trieste, which is never really owned, but
Yeah, but it's
Um,
really good for I and T, right? Darcy keeps Romania. I mean, Turkey's already on 5 in fall of
Mhm.
02, which it doesn't sound like that great, but we've seen Turkey's come back from 3 or 4 very early. Like Darcy's in a good position. Meanwhile, Gary's losing Sweden, and Phil in Germany is losing Belgium, but surely with agreement to David, and I think there's
Oh,
an EG.
that's fully agreed because
Yeah.
Norway
Right.
supported Denmark to Sweden and Belgium walked out.
Right. Right.
And
There's
my
like
North
an
Sea is open, so it's peaceful.
yeah, there's an EG
Yeah.
happening. It's just weird what Bradley's doing in this, right? Because
Playing
it's
with
not a
Jason
Western triple.
Nussbaum, I figured out that taking Serbia is always a mistake in an IT because you always want to take the Austrian home centers and push them as far to Russia as possible because this is going to be a guessing game, and usually Austria has a compact position.
I'm sorry, are
They
you
can put-
telling me you're taking advice from Jason Massbaum?
No, I've done 2 ITs with him, and we've
Yeah.
studied the board.
Your
And
first
through trial
mistake
and
was
error.
allying with Jason Massbaum.
We're good allies. So,
Jason's a great ally when he's not breathing burrito breath at your face in person.
You know what? I'm not going to put the shade on stream right now.
I did it. It's fine. Come talk to me.
We're
Jason.
just going
It's
to go.
fine.
Anyway,
Woo!
Katie, talk us through it.
Darcy Convoy 2-7 across the Black Sea. I love it. It's beautiful. I don't care. I haven't looked at the rest of the map, but it is my favorite move of this turn, and I'm willing to
Love it.
that. Okay, let's think about other things, which is Richard in Italy does take Trieste from Albania. Yeah, there's definitely an IT. It's really nice. One of the two of them are going to get Greece at the end of this year. I don't have an opinion yet on who it will be. I think it's really interesting that Isaac is taking Warsaw with Phil's help. Like,
I have feelings about that. I don't like it at all.
yeah, go for it. Talk about it.
I'm just you're getting a survival position in Warsaw that can be taken away later. You could have covered your home center or tapped something.
Yeah.
Like
Let's take a
most
look at
likely
it.
Serbia should have
Yeah.
been tapped, which is usually why it's horrible to have, but you gave them every leverage for Serbia to kill you, which is just going to mean Austria falls even faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where I was like, oh, I can get a center. And then I'm like, I get there and I'm like, oh, well. I don't like this anymore.
It's great for Darcy. He's already closed the Black
I don't want to
Sea
swear
Circle.
on the DBN stream. I don't know what can get us banned or whatever. But I'm like, that's
Yeah,
an
it's great for
oh,
Darcy.
shit
And Bradley's
moment.
still not made a move on anybody.
Oh,
He's
it's
still
great for
waiting.
Darcy.
Yeah, I'm really curious about Bradley's position here because even though I have said that I have changed my mind about him, I still don't think of him as the most like patient player. So I'm curious what his plan is. So right
Plan is
now
to
it's
Belgium.
Belgium.
Well, tell
You're at
me.
6. That's great. But like, what else? Because now David has retreated into Holland.
What
So-
else? Yes.
So like, okay, you're maybe hoping England and Germany will fight, and Germany is in Warsaw now, so still fighting somewhere that's not you, which is great for Bradley. He's not. I don't think he's going to go after Tunis or something like that. Just doesn't seem like a Bradley thing to do. I don't know. I'm just curious what he's going to do next.
Yeah.
Richard picks
I
up
would-
Greece and Trieste, and
I
Darcy
would
picks up.
say
Sorry,
I would
David.
love to see. I would love to see Bradley pivot. That would be.
I don't like that Trieste holds here. It should have went to Vienna.
It wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't have, but at least you could have broke support and got Austria down a little bit faster.
I think if you're facing this kind of
We did get Fleet Marseille. We got
Fleet Marseille,
double army build from Darcy in Turkey.
it's IT.
Um,
But also Richard building an army in Rome is kind of not that IT, right?
It's kind of cute. I'm not mad.
I think it's
Hi,
not
Richard.
very IT.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, but I don't think it's very IT.
All right, Keith.
It's
you're up.
FIT.
Ooh,
Yeah, but
Bradley.
long term though, Keith? Like long term?
Oh, there's so much. Keith, tell me about it.
All right. Looks like France is on losing Belgium to the EG. Germany's walking in there. England's getting St. Petersburg as its growth. Russia pulls down with Austrian support because Isaac decided to throw his entire game away because he was promised Warsaw and it got taken away from him immediately. So he's giving it back to Russia. Darcy doing some fun convoys in the Black Sea, filling up to the line. Italy also moving towards the line and taking Vienna. Greece coming to Ionian, making sure that if Bradley wants to pivot, he's going to have a little bit of a fight. So everything looks very good with the FIT, and we'll see how fast the EG can stop it. But
What
I
is an
think
FIT though? Like, what is Richard getting in the long term? He gets Vienna now. I guess maybe he gets Munich,
He
right?
gets the
But then is
German
he just
centers.
stuck on 8 forever? And is he fine with that?
They'll probably get Munich and Berlin most likely, but it's not holdable long term. Usually, France and Turkey will squeeze you out.
It just seems. I'm curious what his long-term game is.
Yeah, the thing is, their growth is through Germany, but I think Italy and Germany have some of the strongest correlation of survival. So once you eliminate Germany, you really have no function left to the corner powers.
Katie.
Yeah, so Bradley in France is really moving north. He's taking Belgium, but he's also in NAO and back to MAO, and he's already been in English Channel. So like Bradley will, I don't know, probably get Liverpool next year, but I probably. And then in the east, we have Gary keeping Warsaw but losing St. Pete, so Russia's going to be on 2. Meanwhile, Turkey is doing great. Turkey's holding steady, and Italy keeps Vienna, so is up 1. And the two of them, yeah, it's a very strong IT. It really is. And I'm not saying they're fighting each other. I'm just saying, like, where do they go? Like, when I look at this board at IT, I see maybe Moscow, maybe Warsaw, maybe Munich. Like, that's 3 centers between 2 powers who are already close to the top of the board. Like, there's got to be a plan for the next move.
Tyrol go to Piedmont, Tyrrhenian Sea to Leon.
Yeah, right. And we got to be running through this. I'm sorry. Like I let y'all go on, but if you're Bradley, are you really worried about Ionian Tyrrhenian Sea from the Italian?
If you think
Not great.
If you think IT is happening, then yeah.
Well, Burgundy just vacated, so not
with
wonderful.
The Italian building too.
Yeah, that's rough.
Oh, there it goes. All right, let's move. And he's worried. Keith, tell us.
Yeah, England full swings in. Bradley sees the writing on the wall, tries to pull back a little bit. Fortunately, I think David is more playing defensively, so not enough time to push him. Might cost Bradley Belgium in the long run, but it's better than the Iberian centers. Phil pulls back to all his core centers. Seems like he's covering everything. No one seems to be worried about Germany anymore. And then Russia's like, I want to sit on the line. I'm going to put England in position to keep me alive so nobody eats me. So Russia might be on Warsaw, Moscow for quite some time. Meanwhile, Italy shuffles through the line and gives Turkey Vienna, which I think is a mistake. But it is what it is. Hopefully they can actually push into Munich, but I don't think they have a plan. So I would say Bohemia to Silesia and Vienna backfills. But if I'm Darcy, I misorder that.
I think that's probably the promise. Correct. And
if you're Darcy,
Vienna holds.
You take Marseille. I'll keep Vienna.
Yeah.
I guess Marseille was guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you're Darcy, you say you're taking
it. Is, but the fleet being docked in Marseille means the growth has stopped. And
I agree.
Yeah.
Vienna behind lines.
But, like, does Darcy care?
Italy does get Marseille out of this, so they trade it. And France is down 1. So we're just going to push right on through.
Oh, roar. All right.
Okay.
So maybe Western Triple again.
I think it's everybody against the strongest pair, right? Like a Western Triple in this sense is not the same as a Western Triple in 01. There is a partnership on this side of the board, and we're fighting it.
So much interesting. Katie, tell us.
So we have Turkey taking Warsaw, which I do think was guaranteed. David pulling back to St. Pete, which is a good move for him, I think, because he can keep it a little bit longer. He just has to make sure he has a unit there. Phil moves to North Sea. I don't know what that's doing yet. It's not defensive.
Why?
Right? So it's like, is he scrambling? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Bradley retakes Marseille and takes MAO, and I think I don't know 100%, but I actually do think this is probably pretty close to the line from France, assuming that David in English Channel is going to hold it. So I think Bradley's pretty safe now, and I think the big question is just what does Phil do from North?
All right, we're gonna find out.
Like a GR, but no, he's helping.
Katie?
He's going to convoy the English unit to Norway. Is that right?
Yep. London, Norway.
You know what? You don't have to worry about me in North Sea. I'll just convoy whatever you want. Great. I think that's great, actually. I love
That's
it.
great. I love that.
Fine.
God.
Darcy
So
keeps,
stupid.
Darcy keeps Warsaw, loses Vienna, probably by agreement. And Bradley keeps Marseille. I think that's everybody. I feel like everybody's up 1 and down 1. Am I missing somebody? I guess Russia's down 1 and France is up 1.
Somehow France, Italy, and Turkey are up 1.
Yeah, because Russia had to disband, right?
Yeah.
Italy got Vienna and disbanded Marseille.
Right.
That's right.
And then
yeah.
So
Turkey
rebuild.
got Warsaw and Vienna, right? Okay.
All right. Well, personally, I hate this game. I love many of the players. But
better than the Western Dribbles.
if you had to step into a position.
Turkey.
Okay,
Definitely Turkey.
Katie, I got yours. No, Keith, you gotta give me another one.
Sorry, Keith.
Not Turkey.
All right. So if I'm not playing Turkey, then I'm playing France because I'm going to convince Italy that Turkey cannot be stopped, and if you don't pivot now, you might as well just give up. And so if I can get him to turn around, then that might give me some play in the north because right now England and France are not going to get anything off each other. So
Yeah.
they need to disentangle right now, Italy and France. So I would pick France.
Yeah.
And Bradley's good enough to do that.
As the third choice, I guess I would take Italy. That's a hard thing, like given the diplomatic background that I imagine is happening here.
It kind of depends on who makes the first move. I mean, Italy doesn't have a bad position if Italy makes the first move on Turkey and Turkey's not expecting it and everything goes according to plan.
Or
right?
if I can get
so much
France
up
to
in
turn
the
the
air.
other direction, or
Yeah, it's just so much out of your control for Italy that
Yeah.
it's like, stressful.
But this is the thing on DBN, and I saw this on comments on recent videos, is people are like, oh, I wish you would speculate more about what we were like commenting to each other in negotiation behind the scenes. I'm like,
It's
I
not
wanna say-
possible.
I want to say to all of you, we try, but we don't know. We can't know.
I think we could try harder if we took 3 hours on one game and really
We're doing
dragged
the
it out.
maths. You're
But
Yeah.
looking at the board, it's so hard because I have seen like play of my own game and I have heard the commentators and I
Mhm.
thought, okay, that's a valid point. I understand why they think that, but I have a totally different perspective having heard this from this person and this person and this person.
Oh,
and
I-
like it's just
yeah.
we're basically commenting on Gunboat, knowing that people can talk, but not knowing what they've talked about.
Yeah, exactly. And so I wanted to like shout that out for a minute. Like I hear you, but we can't know what's happening. And if we knew what was happening behind the scenes, it would actually kind of ruin the commentary. Because we're just here to sideline, like we're here for sports commentary, whatever. That's our role. We're just the fun. And so, Katie, I know you love this game so much.
I don't mind this game. I think this game is kind of interesting. I think I can see different people thinking what was going to happen and then seeing them have to reprocess it and react to what's happening on the board, which I think does make it really interesting.
Katie, comment on this.
I don't think this. If you're talking about like the IT moves, I think it's okay. I don't think it means.
Not what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about, Siobhan? You gotta tell me more. I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing.
Marseille to Belgium. Marseille to Belgium.
Marseille to Belgium means nothing, right? Like Bradley knows it's not a real move. I mean, maybe he meant,
but it's so.
Maybe he meant Burgundy and he misordered, but like
No,
It's
France
a
and Italy came to
useless
an agreement to
move.
disentangle. Italy has pivoted back to Ionian to give France some space, and France is like, oops, misordered, couldn't move my thing back to Marseille because he didn't want to be taken advantage of. I don't think Bradley doesn't want to not disentangle. I think he just didn't trust Italy to fully do that with that fleet in Rome.
I think what's interesting is that I actually I feel like I don't know this obviously because we were just talking about Shimon about what people are actually talking about. I feel like David and Phil have a pretty solid thing going. I don't feel like Phil is going to turn on David with Bradley. And I get like, okay, he could be convoying David off of the island so that Bradley could attack him, but I don't get that vibe. I feel like they are in step. And if Bradley wants to do something big, he needs to get one of them on board. And I think that's a really uphill battle for him. So I can see why he's like trying to like play it slow and see how the board can work so that he can make something of it. And then the game ends. So like, who cares? It's over.
Sorry.
Good job, IT.
I'm just trying to move us along.
David docked on the island because he's like, I'm not fighting France, and I don't want him to feel like he can take anything off of me. So,
Well done to Darcy and Richard. Like,
good job, IT.
It's
Too
been a
bad
long
Karthik
time
didn't
since-
get to watch this game.
Good
Big
showing
IT
for press
propaganda.
players.
you know what?
Even though
Karthik
Darcy
can
said everything.
just go. He cannot come back until I let him in. And you know what? According to the schedule, he doesn't get to come back in.
Is the schedule really too off? That's very strange. And I'm not blaming you, Siobhan. I know you didn't make it. I know.
You said that you were off for a long time, Katie.
No, I
But
said I
you
was
know what?
off for 2 in a row, which is unusual. And if Karthik is also off for 2 in a row, then I don't feel as personally victimized, but I do feel like whoever made the
he's
schedule
gonna
is a
be.
little weird.
I was off
He's
2 in a
gonna
row.
be-
wasn't I?
That's weird.
The first 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
All
kind
right.
of weird.
Well, we're back on. And
Can we
we're
yell
gonna
at
go
somebody?
for-
Is it Brandon or Brian or Kevin? Who would we get to yell at? Somebody tell
probably
us who to
McCullis.
yell at in the
I
comments.
don't know. Yeah, it's McCullis.
McCullis. We'll all yell at McCullis in the comments.
All right, Katie.
Wardy!
Tell me what you see.
I see
Wardy!
Gary Sturley, who we just
Speaking
saw.
of McCullis.
McCullis is on here too.
Die, turkey, die.
Oh,
good
okay. Yeah. So I just want to point out the new players that I recognize, which one is Wardy in France. Christopher Ward, aka Wardy. I really love Wardy. He and I like literally don't get along on a board ever. I don't know if we've ever worked together well, but I'm always rooting for him. I think he's super fun and he's
I
super
love
great.
Wardy.
I know he's great. I don't know Jeremy or Theo or Emily, so in a sense, I'm also rooting for them just because like go new players. And then McCullis is in Turkey. He loves an IT. I don't know if Theo in Italy will give him like the vibe that they'll make it work. Yeah, I don't have any more comments. Keith?
Yeah, I only know Wardy and McCallus. And
Yeah.
McCallus is definitely a dangerous player, but very fun to play with. So, and Wardy is extremely nice. And the only things I can say is don't get upset when he stabs you because he'll never work with you because he's afraid that you hate him for life. So, just be nice to him, and he'll be nice to you. Even if he's hurting you, just be nice. 'Cause
Yeah,
he's
same.
fragile. He's a fragile attacker.
A lot of new names for me as well. Obviously, I know Wardy. I know McCullis, who we were calling out right before we pulled up this player. I don't know where to find out. So we're just gonna jump right into it. And Keith, tell me what
Wow.
you see.
McCallus gets a walk into the Black Sea with the new standard opening. That's been very impressive.
I think that's a misorder.
Oh, there's so much here.
Has to be misorder, right?
Austria walks right into
Nope.
Galicia, so double hold there. Italy, pretty standard moves. France, pretty standard. And the channel is taken. So I guess Wardy does not come off very well to other people as well. And then another greedy Germany going for 3. So
I think this
is
is
anti-English, or is this I just want to grow?
Yeah, I don't like Kiel to Holland, but that's my own personal opinion, and that doesn't actually have any bearing on what is good or not good. I think that this is probably Russia misordering or missing a deadline or something. Like, I just think there's too many things going on. That's
Warsaw hold.
yeah, Warsaw hold and Moscow to Seb, which doesn't move. I just don't think that like she planned for this, and I think that this is just like
That I agree on. It just and also Seb hold.
Yeah, I think it's just a mistake.
I've seen Warsaw hold before, but not Sev.
Yeah.
No,
That
Warsaw
means
and Seb hold feels like a misorder to me.
Jeremy,
Yeah,
good luck to you. I don't know. I'm not rooting for you because I don't like this move, but good luck.
I feel for Emily though, because I feel like these misorders will.
At least Emily has Sweden.
Yes, she has Sweden. Guaranteed, you're right. Well,
Yeah.
if she moves to there. Oh my god!
Yeah. See, this happened in my
Emily,
game with Jason, and he misordered as Turkey, and
I'm going to say a
everyone
thing.
had
As a broadcaster, I don't know Emily.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't know.
I'm sorry, Emily. This sucks. Please come
Like,
back. Please play more
This
diplomacy
might be a
somewhere
very
else.
new thing.
Oh, I didn't get Sweden. I was excited about the bounce in Romania.
No, we were talking about Sweden because we literally had just said, Keith, at least Emily has Sweden. And then no. Emily,
Yeah.
please play more.
So
maybe you'll play more
Emily,
tournament.
what I want to know is like we learn things. We've all made misorders. We've all done stuff. It's okay.
Can we talk about what's happening
Emily's pulling
around
orders out
Emily,
of a
which I
hat.
think sorry, Keith, what?
I said Emily's pulling orders out of a hat.
Yeah. Well, I think what's really interesting is about Romania because you have Gary supporting Sev to Romania, which is obviously a very pro-Austrian move, and you have McCallus supporting himself to Romania, and that bounce. And I think that it's a really interesting sort of play for this sort of newer players. Like Gary's trying to like maybe woo is the wrong word, right? But like cultivate the newer player's favor, and McCall is like, I'm just going to take what I can get. And I think that like the dynamic between that is really interesting because you can have a newer player's favor all you want, but unless you're literally writing their orders, they can make moves. Like they could misorder, they could not move to Sweden, you know, like
you need to be Eddie Burson
But
to
it also
be
looks
the newbie
outside of your
whisperer.
control.
It also looks like McAllis is whispering in Theo's ear because Trieste falls. So
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
it's IT. We talked, yeah.
We're just gonna move right along and
IT, where they both build fleets, normal.
dang. Okay, we got Fleet Berlin from Germany. Fleet Brest, Fleet London.
choice.
Thoughts, Keith?
The German builds are very pro-English. Looks like they can push both ways. Not that it seems like Sweden is easy to take anyways, but looks like Christopher Ward is stuck against an EG, and we will see what happens with the IT if Austria can write those orders for Russia or not.
All right. I'll let you keep with it, Keith.
Looks like Russia has been convinced by McAllis to let them have Romania and follows in Galicia. Looks like it's going to be a triple takedown of Austria. Convoy into Albania and Tyrolia is very, very, very bad for Austria. He has units all around. The only thing he's managed to stop is the Aegean. On the other side, Germany makes its way into Burgundy. Not sure why Kiel did not go to Ruhr. If so, I would have built the other way with Berlin and Kiel. That way you would have a little bit better position on Russia. But looks like England tried to put Russia into Sweden, so it might not be. I don't know why. It's like it looks like they're coordinating against France on one side, but not on the other. That's confusing to me. But England's still positioning to try to get Mid-Atlantic as soon as possible.
And let's see what fall brings.
Fall, Norway walks into St. Petersburg, and it looks like Emily had chances to bounce them out of both centers just by walking into them, but does not do so. But does pick up Budapest, so will remain flat. McAllis takes Romania and Theo takes Greece. Wardy finally picks up Portugal and loses Channel and Picardy. So we'll probably be down to Iberia by the end of next year if something doesn't shake up soon.
All right. And Katie, from behind the scenes, any thoughts about what is happening in negotiations?
I don't really know about negotiations in particular. I think that like I don't want to assume too much based on me not knowing who Theo and Emily are, because there's a perfectly reasonable chance they've played this game a lot and they're as good or better than we are, and I don't want to just see their names, not
Better
recognize
than me,
them.
not than you.
Well, I'm just saying I don't want to not recognize their names and assume that they're newer players, but based on the fact that I know who McCallus is and how good he is at the game, I think him getting both of them to pick up an Austrian center is just really good for him, right? Because he's getting them to fight Austria. He's getting Gary to be on the defense from all sides. And meanwhile, McCallus is like, I'll casually take Romania. Yeah, a normal Turkish center in 02. What are you talking about, Emily? That's not Russian, that's Turkish, duh, right? Like these kinds of like ways that he can sort of talk about the situation, and for Turkey in particular, like that's I think he's gonna win this board. I would very
the
easily
Russian position isn't consolidated at all, so everything's free.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think he's gonna make use of it very well. Yeah.
This is McCullough knowing what he's doing here.
Yeah. I mean, he
100%.
almost always knows what he's doing. So
Yeah. So we got a few builds. We got Army Khan. We got Fleet Rome.
Yeah. Fleet Rome.
London.
Hey, I really want to work with you.
Or Army
you know what you
London,
have to do to work with me? Build Fleet Rome. Yeah.
All right. Well, tell me more, Katie.
Yeah, so a beautiful convoy across black. We love it. McCallus has Sevastopol. There's a retreat to Armenia, but I think he can cover it from Ankara, so it's fine. And he's also supporting Turkey to Serbia and following into Greece. So, Italy might be up 1 net at the end of this year because he takes Vienna, but like McCallus is up 2, and Gary is gone. I'm sorry, Gary. Good game. I think you're great, but sometimes Austria sucks.
Yeah,
could work out.
Yeah, so Emily loses Sevastopol and loses Warsaw, and I think he's going to continue to lose Warsaw. Like, I don't think Emily's going to get Warsaw back. George convoys into Brest. That's really interesting. I think Wardy just guessed wrong, right? Like, it was a guess. Does England go for MAO?
Wardy guessed wrong.
Like,
for sure.
Yeah, so Wardy just guessed wrong. He can take back Brest, I think. But if he does take back, it's going to be losing MAO, which may or may not be worth it. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Right, because it's got to be
Good choice,
from...
You know what, Katie? I'll let you call it the rest of the year.
Well, he didn't take it. He said, hey, George, what if you also took Belgium? And now England is up 2, which is great for England. Germany is up Warsaw, but loses Munich, and Italy is full on moving west. So this is like the IT of McCallus' dreams. I don't know who Theo is and if he knows McCallus loves an IT, but this is really good for McCallus, who picks up Sevastopol and Greece.
And
Italy, it's good for Italy, right? He's picking up Serbia and Vienna and Munich. Like it's good for Italy too.
This is great for Theo.
It's great for IT. We'll just have to see who, like in the long run, if it continues to work out, because in an IT, like what centers are Turkish, right?
Okay, so your IT here, Katie. If you are Italy, what do you build?
Oh, I mean, I'm building at least a fleet.
Absolutely.
Fleet in Prius is so awkward. I'd probably build like an army in Venice and a fleet in Rome or something to be like placating, but also like you have something.
If you are Turkey, you have 2 builds.
If you're in an IT, you've got to build armies, right?
Armies.
If
preferably Greece comes back.
In an IT.
100%.
You can't have that fleet on Ionian and expect Italy to be okay with it.
Yeah. All right. Let's move it along. Got double army from Turkey.
Yeah.
We got
Naples,
Clayton,
Rome,
Army Venice. Yeah. Makes sense. And Fleet Liverpool, Army London. Not mad at that from England. Keith? Tell me.
McAllis, focusing on Russia as a good IT you should do, because once you get rid of the Russian position, then you're free to get either northern dots or focus on Italy. So does the convoy into Romania. Make sure that the EG cannot take Moscow before he gets it. Tells Russia will probably put him back into Warsaw because he can't hold Budapest, so might as well get something back that's yours. Italy goes towards the line to hedge or hold Munich while it's trying to bounce Burgundy out. Italy's got a French Janissary pushing Portugal into North Atlantic. So Wardy's getting back up, and it's got Brest back after the poor tactics from last year, and seems like the EG is slowly folding.
All right. Oh, I heard the biggest sigh from Katie. You get this one. Go.
It's so good.
Oh,
Okay.
go.
Okay. McAuliffe is Turkey. He knows exactly what he's doing. He loves this IT.
I saw this coming.
He said, "Hey,
coming.
Theo, we're great friends. You take Budapest. I'll take Serbia. It's all fine. I'm also going to move into Galicia, and I'm going to be in a perfect position where all of my units are against yours. It's so good. It's just really." I have nothing else to say. It's very good. The little convoy to Romania, like what a Turkish position. It's actually unreal. And you know what? I don't know if Theo is a new player or not, but if you're looking at the scoreboard, you think Italy is topping this board. And if Theo is a new player, he might think, holy crap, I'm topping this board. Like this Turkish player is being really nice to me. And that's all fine and good for right now, but like the strength is purely in Turkey, and it is really good. I mean, yeah, okay. So Italy is moving to Lyon and NAF and like away from Turkey and to get Iberian centers, but like McAuliffe will play the slow game. Like it's just really good. It's just really good.
That's such a Turkish.
It's really good.
Right there.
Ideally, Romania and Bulgaria would be empty or have a fleet docked, and yeah, Greece needs to come back.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take a look at this right now.
Yeah.
Like Italy is even. And so McAuliffe is like, oh, hey, you're even. I just need a build to something from the back. Right?
Yeah.
And he builds Army Con.
You have to. If you build a fleet, then it's anti-IT, you know?
Oh, 100%.
Even though all of the... Yeah. Okay,
everything, but he's just getting him to keep moving.
Yeah. It's
why is Ionian going to Adriatic?
Why not? I don't know. I mean, he's going Italy is going to Western Med. Like that's so fun. Even as an experienced player, that's so tempting to want to do that.
But
like
Ionian is going to Adriatic
to bounce in Vienna or Trieste maybe.
No, there's no need for that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Theo. Someone talked you into that.
Surprised Italy's not getting more scared, because with the Russian Janissary, McAuliffe has Galicia and Silesia as the way to channel all the armies.
Can I just say, McAuliffe knew that Theo was going to go Ionian to Adriatic and he didn't follow Greece into Ionian, then he's not as good at this game as I thought he was. If that was a McAuliffe's play,
you heard it here first, McAuliffe.
Like you follow into Ionian, you get that position where you can have Naples guaranteed. You know, I don't think he knew that. Yeah, I don't think that was
Adriatic goes back. So
yeah, I think
finally someone convinced Theo that McAuliffe is not the friend that
they're busy. They're busy fighting their own wars, right? Like you're talking to your own allies or enemies or whatever.
I'm gonna zoom.
This is just Theo being anxious, moving back and forth, trying to anticipate where the stab is. I don't think this has anything to do with McAuliffe. I think it's just Theo,
we got a little bit.
Not a great position, and I'm going to make sure that this is going to happen.
I've been told to zoom a little bit, but
we have a retreat.
How did McAuliffe take Warsaw?
Oh, there was. How did McAuliffe take?
Was
Warsaw?
that the retreat Karthik just talked about?
Oh no, that was a while ago.
Oh no. Okay.
Karthik?
I just made that
You
up.
mean Keith?
No. In
No,
the chat.
Karthik.
No,
He's
in
in
the
chat.
chat. I'm not gonna give Karthik credit for Keith's thoughts. Come on.
Oh, happened in 04.
Yeah, that's Russia. Okay.
Bring us 6.
Okay, it's okay. It's
Oh.
fine. Okay, great. I mean, it's a great IT position, right? Like, we know this. We know. And you
And
know what?
game over.
You don't even have to stab your ally. You can just win.
You can just be like,
You know,
I could stab
McCollum's-
you, or you could just let me win. Your choice.
I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad.
How can you be? Like, what a... I think, like, Russia made some pretty early mistakes. I think it was probably misorders or, like, lack of time. Like, didn't get the orders in before the deadline. And that's unfortunate, but I think that McCullis, played that in a way that worked to his advantage within his alliance, and then he worked his alliance in a way that he was advantaged. And I think that he played great. And yeah.
I think it's awesome to have a IT where Italy understands that they're getting second place and they're okay with it. And then you end up getting a Russian Janissary, and then you get Italy a French Janissary. And you're just like, okay, we're just going to maximize our position there. As long as I have board top, we're good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we were supposed to zoom through that very quickly, and we did not because
You gotta. Hey, Siobhan, can you like tell us ahead of time and be like, this is a quick one, just so that like I know I don't need to focus on every move.
no, I like
distracted.
listening to you talk.
I know, but I don't want to be the reason that we're behind.
It's not your fault. It's my
So kick
fault.
me off and bring back Karthik, and he can be the reason.
Oh, he talks too much. I'm not bringing him
All
back.
right, it talks forever.
I can see him in the background. You can't.
Like Vienna
He's
held,
doing-
so this can mean 17 different things, and that's really bad
Right.
for Russia.
Well, Karthik is not coming back for the next board after Katie complained about being kept off. Katie, take us away. Have fun
Okay.
playing.
All right. Okay, so on this board we have Christopher Wardy in Austria, Isaac Juice in England, Jeremy Tullet. I think we just saw Jeremy in France. I remember saying something about Jeremy. Gary Sterling in Germany, Phil Johns in Italy. Okay, we've seen all these players before. I guess I would look at their place in the tournament, and Darcy's currently second in
I
Russia.
can show you.
What's
We've
on
only
there, right?
had
Oh
one
yeah,
round.
yeah. So Darcy is second right now in the tournament, and I think Russia is a great place to be second in, right? Because you can. Well, I'm very biased, and so is Keith. We both love Russia.
We love
right?
Russia.
We love Russia, and
I
you
do love
Russia,
me.
Siobhan?
I do. My very first best country award was
Okay.
Russia.
We're all Russia fans. Like you can be
No,
going to a
in
position.
diplomacy, not in the real world.
Yeah.
I want to be very clear.
You can be in a position where you are topping the board, but nobody thinks you're a threat. And in a tournament gameplay, that can be a huge advantage because you can get your points without people thinking we have to stop you. So let's see how Darcy plays this game. I think that could be a tournament decider potentially.
All right. Let's Keith start us off.
Looks like they have the Armenian fist bump. So the top-rated players in Russia and Turkey are deciding that instead of fighting each other, they're going to maximize their scores and keep going with it. I approve. Isaac does a standard opening. Looks like pretty standard otherwise, other than the Trieste loan. Hopefully that's a loan. We will find out in the fall.
Oh, one of my favorite games ever was a Trieste loan as an Italian.
All right, let's
I
keep
think
going.
I was just gonna
It
say
did not go that way. It did not go that way.
well, it
I was
was
better than that.
no, well, you don't know, right? The problem with the Trieste loan in this situation is that there wasn't a bounce in the Black Sea, and Turkey can bounce you out of Aegean. So like that's risky. You don't know that you're gonna get there. So it could have been worth to take Tunis. It could be worth it to bounce Turkey out of Aegean. But like it is a risk, which if there had been a bounce in the Black Sea would not have been a risk. Now I will say it's very important that Darcy isn't Black Sea. Like that could be extremely relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a friendly fleet.
Probably.
I think the RT is still going to move on.
Okay.
This is pretty neutral. Was there a bounce in Belgium?
Actually, I feel like this kind of was.
Maybe nobody moved there. Nobody wants Belgium. It's just where armies go to die, so nobody wanted to die.
I mean, nobody wants to go to Belgium.
Right, Siobhan?
All right. We can talk to the builds, but I'm just going to push us through. Katie, continue on.
Okay, in spring of 2002, we have an FG versus England. Darcy is not getting in, so it's not a full sea lion, but we do have France moving up north and Gary supporting France into Belgium, and I think that there is cooperation between the two of them. In the east, we have what is, I was going to say an AIR, because they're all moving towards Munich very quickly, and if they want, then someone can take Munich. But we do also have Wardy taking Romania with Turkey's support and Darcy retreating to Budapest. So I don't know that this is really an AIR. It's a lot of chaos happening. I think it's really strange of Wardy to agree to move to the line with I and R, but then not cover Budapest. I think that's really interesting. Darcy does go to Khan. That's probably just a guess over, like he and Turkey were guessing over Khan and Ankara, and I think we just have to see what happens next year to see.
Darcy also supports Serbia to Bulgaria.
Right. Wait, what? Darcy?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So
right?
he thought it was an error.
Well, the half of the moves aren't air and moving towards Munich, and half of them around Romania are not. But yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so Darcy is not going to keep Khan. We'll keep Budapest, and we'll also keep Romania, right? Okay, so Austria moves out of Romania, which then remains Russian, and that's really bad for Wardy, because Darcy's going to keep Budapest and Romania. We'll lose Khan, but we'll still be up one. And then it's kind of chaos. I think that people are I think that like everyone is telling each other partial truths, and then they're just trying to decide what immediate move they can make that will benefit them. I don't really see like a strong alliance structure. Although I think Italy and Austria are probably working together, right? Like they're bouncing in Trieste and they're bouncing in Aegean. Meanwhile, in the West, we've got France moving up to Irish and Isaac in England moving down to English Channel. And I think it's Gary just held everything.
Yeah. Germany not picking a side is making the West stagnate.
Yeah.
And I think Darcy really needs to pull Italy off and do it a wooden green right here.
All right.
But no army.
I mean, Keith, tell me what you see.
Darcy obviously could not get a winter green, got the army or fleet build, so it looks like
I love the convoy.
Convoys Armenia to Romania and pulls down Bulgaria to Serbia. Follows that with Warsaw to Galicia, so there's better position. So Budapest cannot be held, and looks like more than likely they have a play on Greece. Meanwhile, Italy's like, you guys fight, I'm going to go west and work with EG this way. Although England or Germany seems to be going to North Sea and looks like anti-English, but doesn't really want to do anything else. So really good for Darcy that nothing's happening in the north at all, and everything's slow rolling in the west. So looks great for Darcy right now.
All right. And Katie, tell me.
Just in the east, so Darcy keeps control of Romania, walks out of Serbia, but into Bulgaria. So Darcy is up one at the expense of a Turkish ally, which we'll have to see. Darcy, not quite so sure I would have made that decision, but at the same time, you do have AI attacking Turkey, and I don't know, sometimes it's tempting to jump in on the person who everyone's ganging up against, but also like you don't want to be the odd person out. So we'll see. I think the German fleets up to Skagerrak and Denmark are definitely not good for you, right? Because like they're basically like that threatens Sweden instead of just north. So it's just not good for Russia, I think, just objectively. And then I think in the west, nothing else really happens except Italy really pulling back.
All right. Let me... push on. Keith.
Yeah, Gary decides that he's not going to push Sweden. He's going to continue to pivot back and forth between England and Russia and see who flinches first. And he just gets a free walk into Norway and North Sea. So I guess.
But also Silesia?
Also Silesia. So just wandering through the desert and wherever he lands. So
he's so nice. He probably could just play it off. Like, I just went there. Why not?
I don't know.
We're not talking about that.
Meanwhile, Darcy gets lucky that not everyone is pushing him after he has ruthlessly stabbed everyone next to him. And it looked like he had a German units on his border, and England was bouncing in Norway. So fortunately for Darcy, he's in a good position, gets in the Khan, is in Armenia, has Italian help coming. So Wardy seems to be okay with what he's got as long as no one takes anything else and moving towards the line with Italy. So maybe the air is back on.
Yeah, the air is back on, but it's like capital R. I mean,
Capital
Russia
R.
does just now support Italy into Smyrna, but also takes Ankara. Like, yeah, I mean, there's a fleet in Ankara. Smyrna's safe for like a minute, but I don't know. I guess Wardy takes back Bulgaria.
Yes, Darcy.
So there's some like playing. Oh, and actually Italy walks into Munich. It's pretty good for the air overall, but I would say like Darcy has the strongest position in the air, I think.
All right. We're just gonna push right through. And Katie.
Yeah, just leave. Just leave. If your allies are moving away from you. No, if your allies are moving away from you, just leave. It's fine. Like, get them to leave. It's fine. Gary is moving away from Darcy. Phil is moving away from Darcy. Wardy is moving away from Darcy. Darcy is playing a game of diplomacy called "Let Everybody Walk Away from You," and I have never seen that not work out well for a person. So I think it's still really great. Jeremy does pick up London.
We're just pushed right on into fall.
Yeah, so Austria picks up Munich, and Italy doesn't keep Berlin, so not good for Italy. Yeah, we'll see. Good for Wardy this year, but I think this is still Darcy has a really strong position.
Yeah, Darcy with Phil, it gives them the edge over Jeremy here. But looks like Spain falls, which is great. I think it was guaranteed. Yeah, it was guaranteed. So that's good. That means Darcy's actually going to be growing faster. Looks like Darcy's trying to stab Wardy, or they're trying to just keep the line. Well, it looks like they're just trying to keep the line stable, because Darcy is putting Wardy into Berlin. It's mostly everything that happens. Gary positions on Darcy a little bit more by getting the Barents. And then Gary gets into Norway with massive amounts of support. So St. Petersburg is under threat and will probably fall. But in the meantime, Berlin is being held. Was there a convoy? What is Baltic doing? I don't even know. Prussia to Kiel. Okay, so they're trying to push it through that way. So, okay. Munich gets filled in, and it looks like everything else is stable. So Spain and Berlin will flip.
All right. Not much here. Fleet in Naples. Did Austria failed to build?
Berlin.
Yeah, I think he waved. I don't like it, Woody. I don't like it.
I mean, if that's
Oh,
a wave,
No orders. Oh, maybe they had agreed upon end state because right now the AIR each are tied on the top.
Yeah, but it's also
no orders.
build.
Yeah, I think it's still a mistake, even if they agreed to end. But if he was being very trusting, maybe he really thought. There's no orders when the game ended.
I am trying to go forward.
I feel like it means they drew, right?
That's endgame.
So I think that three of them said we're in an AIR, we're all best friends. Let's all.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first. Well, is it the first round? Second round? Whatever. Let's
This
all
is-
end. We'll all end on the same.
This is
score.
round one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still do think if I'm Morty, I'm building just in case, right? I agree, Keith. But
Mhm.
Yeah.
I assume that's what happened.
Oh, I build anyway,
Yeah.
just in case. Yeah. So that's round one.
2.
The Steel Showdown. And we will come back, but we're going to say goodbye to Keith for a little bit. Karthik's going to come back. No, do you want me to say goodbye to you, Katie?
I don't care. Nope.
No, I just
You
did like
you
5 in a
shaded
row.
me last time.
I need water.
Bye, Keith.
Keith
You
needs a
gotta
break.
bring some with you.
I had 5 games. You had like 2 off. So
All right. I'm going to bring Karthik back. All right. Keith, thank you so much. And we'll see you again soon.
Hello. Good to be back after like 3 games off.
Oh
was
my
so
God.
nice.
Do
What a
you want
nice-
to talk so much?
Siobhan, what a nice, peaceful time we had.
Hey, everyone gets a break, but
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
Just abandon us. Just leave us.
Mhm.
Walk away.
Yeah. I'm actually about to
She's
do
done it before.
that.
She's like, hey, just Karthik, just keep talking. She walked away.
But what I'm going to do is... Karthik,
Yes.
you're up.
Cool. So yeah, I mean, we saw Emily earlier. Did we see Blake? I don't remember Blake's name, but I remember seeing Emily do well. Except for that one misorder that was really sad to see, but hopefully it goes better this time. Richard Bolton, not familiar with, but seems to have done well on DB.
No, Richard Bolton, Keith said is a Nexus player.
Oh, Nexus. Okay, that's why I don't know him.
Or at least extended deadline.
Yeah. Bradley, of course, classic. McCallus doesn't know how to play this game, especially doesn't know how to play in Italy. I mean,
Oh,
Oh, loser.
George Mork, I've seen him a few times, and Wigglesworth. Good to see him again. That should be a fun board. I expect McCallus is going to run the South, and then I think Bradley will try to run the North to maybe less success because Richard Bolton is supposed to be pretty good. So we'll see it.
I think it'll be interesting to see what McCallus does in Italy, considering I don't know, Blake may or may not be a new player, new to me, but if Blake is new to the game in general, considering McCallus just allied with a player who, again, new to me.
Right.
If you guys are watching this and you're not a new player, I'm sorry. I just want
Correct.
new to me.
I'm not casting shade. I just don't know you. You're new to me, so
Right.
No, wait. I want to be very clear here. What Katie is saying, what Karthik is saying is new to us, new to me is we don't know you. And that's not a shade on your skill, your like anything else.
Yeah.
It's just
Well, yeah, we don't know.
We
who
don't know
Richard
you
Bolton
yet.
is. And then Keith says, by the way, he's a very good player in Nexus, and it's like, well, yeah, I just don't have that context, right?
Yeah,
come back in and prove us wrong. That's what we're asking.
Proving Karthik wrong is the most fun you can have.
Oh my God! Prove Karthik wrong
Just
all the
prove it.
time.
Yeah.
Because I think it's this.
I think it's this. I think it's roughly something
Yeah.
like this, and they go down.
Hey,
I'm not even wearing today.
we'll talk about that.
I'm in Indiana today.
We'll,
like,
t-
I don't
we'll
know
talk
why
about this
Indiana's
post stream. We'll talk
you
about this
sucked.
post stream.
It's the wrong Indiana, Karthik.
Go Hoosiers, baby!
Get out of here.
National champions.
We'll talk about this post stream. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. They're gonna cut this out.
I hope so.
But we talked about some people that we know.
Yeah.
Shall we jump right into the game?
Let's do it. Gloriana Frangipana.
All right. Well,
What?
well,
Exactly.
Go for it,
Karthik.
Yeah. Since you want to hear my lovely voice again, let's go look in the south where we have Austria, presumably thinking it's a Galicia DMZ. George Mork moves in anyways. Warsaw, Galicia, Moscow to Ukraine, and stuff to Black Sea where it bounces. Italy goes standard because McCullough is uninventive. And the West is also pretty standard. But to note, Paris does go to Picardy, suggesting that France and England do want to work together to some degree.
I'm just saying, if I'm McCullough in Italy, I love this.
Yes.
It's pretty nice because you have Russia going.
Spirit of the Khan is so nice to see. Galicia DMZ violated, so nice to see.
Mm-hmm.
You have your letter.
Everything for McCullough is coming up roses.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see where it goes. Karthik.
So this is fun. McCullough gets the convoy off. I have no idea if Trieste was a bounce or arranged or what. But it saves both Trieste and Budapest from Russian and Italian movers. Romania is taken successfully. David tries to go for Greece, denied very, very easily. I mean, there's a reason why this was only really popular back when the hedgehog was the thing. You can't really get much when Austria opens to Albania and feels comfortable supporting itself to Greece. In the south,
But you do get Black Sea in this case, which is not nothing.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, that'd be true whether you went to Khan or not. I mean, you could just walk straight back in if you wanted to.
I know. I'm just saying, Turkey doesn't have nothing right now.
Sure. No, I just, yes. I was just talking about, yes. Anyways, so then we have Portugal and Spain get taken by Richard with ease, while Belgium is bounced out. We have the convoy to Holland, which goes with my previous point about England and France working together and just confirms it. Germany is now in huge trouble. Losing Holland is devastating to a potential German start.
This is amazing for McCullough.
Yes. Well,
Belgium and Holland both unclaimed.
Well, yes and no. If I'm Italy, I want a strong Germany. I do not want to see a strong EF because after France and England roll Germany, France is coming down south. I want a strong Germany to be empowered so that it holds the force of England and France back from coming down through Mid-Atlantic into Western and Lyon.
But
I think
in this case, you've got an England and France who can't figure their ish out either.
No. But England has had their thing figured out. They denied Germany, Belgium, and Holland. They were collaborating very effectively.
I also think that Bradley is sort of signaling something with the random Denmark to London. That's pretty weird, right? I would never see that without expecting some sort of like you have a negotiation that goes really poorly. I think that's Bradley saying England is the one who's messing me up, and this is good for France, which I don't think is good for McCullough in the long run.
Correct, exactly.
Anyway,
I do think this is really good for George, though. If I'm George, I'm quite happy with what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
All right. So,
yeah.
Tell me, why is it good for George?
Because this weakened Germany means that he'll be begging Russia to come over the top. But also a strong France means that he has a strong partner in France to work with to check England. So long as he can manage diplomacy right with England, and so long as McCullough can be a clear hey, don't bother coming to me to France, George should have a lot of freedom to move and be invited to places that he probably would otherwise not be invited to in the north.
All right.
Yep.
Katie?
Norway. Take Norway. Why not?
Yeah.
Hey, George.
Yeah. So if this is me, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah, yes.
So Russia does take Norway, and I probably with Emily's agreement, because Emily's getting Belgium and Emily just walks out, right? So very good for George. In the east, you have Italy convoying to Albania, which probably is anti-Austrian, giving the Venice to Trieste tap, which is kind of interesting. Maybe McCallus is trying for another IT, but it could work pretty well with George moving north, right?
I mean, they've built Army Smyrna, right? That's the thing that McCallus will always ask for as negotiation with Turkey, and he did.
Well, he can ask for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like he's gonna work with Turkey, right? Like he could have just moved to Aegean.
Sure, he could have, but I think if McCallus is getting what he wants, there's very little reason for him to because he wants to get people to keep doing it, So
sure, I just think that like what you want could be your ally to work with you, or for your enemy to not be able to stop you. I'm just saying it could go either way.
Yes, agree.
Either way, like I think he's in a pretty good position, and I think Blake is probably not in a good position, considering it looks like all of his allies are attacking him. So that's never good for Austria, right?
Yep.
And then in France, you have just the sort of typical, I built in Marseille, but I had to because of English relations, and now I'm moving north, which is why if I'm Italy, I'll go on record. If you're France, you can build in Marseille. I actually don't care. Like it means nothing.
Yeah.
But England convoys to Belgium, and let's see if that army goes there to die, Siobhan. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Survey says yes.
It does die. Oh no! Immediately, right now, immediately.
I'm gonna put this on my backboard.
Survey
It's sad. It's too bad.
Oh
But,
my goodness.
Okay, good news though.
Katie, tell me more about how I am right.
Does lose the army in Belgium, and it gets blown up, but it wasn't her center, and she takes Denmark. So Emily actually gets to. No, she doesn't get to build because. Oh yeah, she does. All right, she takes Denmark, loses Norway, and gets to rebuild the army. Right, so she can build her army in Liverpool.
Love that for her.
She can do the super secure. You're not getting anything from me. Go somewhere else, which is I think what I would do if I were her. And then meanwhile, you also have, Richard is moving into Burgundy. It looks like there could be some contention between France and Germany. And if I'm England, I'm sort of counting on that. But it's all looking pretty good for Russia. Russia gets a build and potentially an English ally. And then in the south, you have McCall taking Greece. So +1 for Italy. Mm-hmm. Not good for Austria, but we kind of did see this last year.
Yeah. All right, we're just gonna push right on along.
Army Naples. What an absolutely useless bill.
I'm
only kidding a little bit. I'm kidding.
Can we shade McCallus for this?
I'm kidding this much.
Bit?
I think it's a fine build.
I think it's useless by this much.
Okay, so Karthik says it's a fine build. Why?
Mm-hmm. Because presumably, if McCallus is building this, he has Turkish support. If Bulgaria supports Greece to hold, the convoy to Albania with support from Adriatic can be potentially devastating to the Austrian defense. And if it's an IT, David really wants this to ensure that Russia gets very, very little, that Italy is committed to their alliance, and then hey, presto, hey.
Okay, you're not Karthik. Wrong. You're not wrong.
There's the convoy.
Karthik, not wrong for right now. But let me tell you how negotiations will go. If I'm Italy and McCallus is Turkey, and I say, "Oh, it's O2, and I'm going to build another army," I would say, "Hey, I'm going to build an army so I can help with Serbia," and he would say, "No, Serbia is mine. You can get the hell out of here."
But there's the convoy.
Yep, the convoy to Liverpool working is incredible. Like, I did not expect that convoy to be made and then to succeed.
That's really nice.
And so what looked like Emily potentially stopping Richard in his tracks is now just a successful convoy and is dooming. And we see the flip of what happened last time, right? With George moving Emily forward. Now Bradley is moving Emily forward into George and backfilling. So lots of fun there. Just a little bit of tipsy-turvy, topsy-turvy, whoopsie-doo. In the south, we see Budapest get taken as well. So Austria's troubles continue. I expect Serbia to fall and Trieste to fall. Maybe Vienna to fall in the fall.
Yeah, if it's a wintergreen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this for Michaelis.
It's
Katie,
not a-
tell me more.
I think it's not a wintergreen. I think it's
Yep.
just truly still an IT, right? So like we have Italy moving Albania up into Trieste, which is great for Italy. We've got Turkey moving into Serbia, which is great for Turkey. We basically have them just moving armies north. But also George moving Sevastopol up north. Is he? Oh, so I think he's expecting to build, right?
Yes.
Okay. So really smart. Open up Sevastopol for the build. You bounce. Like that's a really good guess. He'll keep Budapest and we'll also keep Sweden. So, yeah. Okay. We'll build. In the west, we have Richard taking Clyde. Shout out to Denver and keeping Liverpool. So France is up 1, and I think it's just FG continuing, right? Because you have Richard moving down towards Marseille and Burgundy. Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to push this along. Any surprises here, Katie, Karthik?
No surprises. Builds are what I expect.
Fleet Brest is whatever. I don't think French fleets ever mean anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, Karthik, back to you.
100% agreed with what Katie said. French fleets on a build mean nothing. They mean whatever France wants them to mean in the following year. But yeah, no, France.
I have said this for
Edinburgh,
years, but no one believes me.
We're on your side, Siobhan.
Then
Continue.
I think this went in.
I'm back now, but yeah. So like now, is Russia getting put into Vienna? Is this like just like a RIT type deal? Yeah, it looks like RIT are all hunky dory here.
It's the spring. Russia can have Vienna right now, right? We'll see.
We'll see. Let's just push on.
And Russia can keep Vienna.
Yeah,
sure. Oh, wait, that's fascinating that David just moved the fleet into Black Sea and the army into Romania. I like that so much from David because it gives him a lot more flexibility than just parking the fleet there. Like
100%.
I don't know how he negotiated that for people to be okay with it, but I love it. Very good.
I mean, it may not have been agreed to. It may have just been like, oh yeah, surely you're walking the fleet like out, like down.
Surely.
And then now there's like George has no position to negotiate from. Like this is a devastating tactic. Like
whoops, I'm just here.
It's really nice. It's really nice because George is also losing Sweden but gaining Berlin. I don't know. I can't see if George is going to build, but either way,
George,
it's great for David.
We'll get Vienna as well. So he gets Vienna, Berlin, loses Sweden. He'll be up 1-0 because of Romania getting taken. So it should be net even.
Really good. I mean, you can just walk in, right?
Yes.
Really good for David.
Sevastopol is just a walk-in. Beautiful.
Speaking of.
Oh, just good alliance play, I guess. Shows you what I know.
Nothing.
Yeah, the good gold RIT just continues.
And then back into fall.
A little convoy to Tunis. Why not? Why shouldn't we convoy to Tunis? There are reasons, probably.
There are a lot of reasons why we don't convoy to Tunis.
What are we, Tunis? Whatever. Okay, I think we can click. I think we can click through.
Wait, geez, I'm just going to click through this because at this point.
I do like George just casually picking up Holland.
Yeah,
I mean, that's cute. That's
it's
cute.
The spring,
Dude,
but
George is
still.
doing a good job of being a pain to Germany. So I'm proud of that.
Love that.
Oh, this
George.
is a brilliant place because if he cuts Kiel,
Munich.
Wait,
what?
How did he lose Munich?
Yeah.
He gets Munich here.
Oh, Holland cuts.
Yeah, so he has. Yeah, though the arrow says he got.
You know
Munich.
what? I think it's
Munich just walked out.
no, but go back.
No, go to. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then goes to Munich.
Yeah. So then in the fall. Oh, she went backwards, not forward.
Yeah, we went
That was
backwards.
the issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then we go forward.
Loses
winter.
Vienna because, of course, McCallus is not chill with him just picking up Munich. Right?
Yeah, right.
We're all allies. We're all even though I'm slowly.
McCallus. I mean, let's just go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not getting anything more from this.
Maybe how it ends.
Someone didn't put in
It
Or
says
just
order
how it
game
ends.
ended.
So
I
it
mean,
doesn't,
that's
it doesn't seem like a bad end state for me, right? Like
Yeah.
Turkey is in a pretty good position. It's not like Italy has a lot of place
but
to
like
gain.
I don't see Turkey or Italy accepting this draw, right? Like
Yeah, but
yeah.
it kind of depends, right? Like I don't know where David's at in the tournament standings. This is the is this only the second
Mhm.
round or the third? I thought this was the
second
third
round, yeah.
This is second round.
I'm sorry, I thought it was the third round.
Yeah. I mean, we're about to start on that.
Because I mean, Moscow and Seb are right there.
Maybe they rolled the dice, and the dice said the game had to end.
Mhm.
Well, why did they say order in the box? Normally we'll say no more orders or game over, like, you know, right? So I feel like this is
Alright, well-
orders to read.
What I'm going to do for a second, if Keith, I see you in the background. I know you've been watching this game. I need a second to grab some water. So why don't the three of you wax on about this game before we go on to the next couple?
Sure.
Keith, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's not a world where Turkey would leave Moscow and Sev on the table.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
I don't know, you guys.
I do think it was good that Richard recognized that England was no longer of significant use and McAllis was going to be too hard to break, so he pivoted early.
Yeah.
Because I think it's so easy to commit to your ally. I would do the same thing and just bang your head against the expert tactician in Italy. So
yeah. No, McCall is one of those few people that you just do not want to go in a fight as France against Italy again. I mean, I would say most people who know the French-Italy tactics, you just don't want to fight, but few people do. So
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like it's just locked, right? Like
yeah, it gets locked so easily.
So what I would say about Russia is that like I get looking here at this board and thinking there's no way that Russia still survives, but having been in this position a lot, like I both as Russia and or Turkey, like I don't know. I think there's plenty of reasons why people decide to not eliminate people in tournament games, and I don't think it's like that crazy that they would like end the game here. I don't know if it did because this is orders in the box, and I don't know what that means. But I could see myself as Turkey being like, look, I don't know. I could just see them being fine. That's all I'm going to say. Because the other thing you have to deal with, if you're Turkey and you do take Sebastopol and Moscow, is now you're on 9, right? So now you're ahead of Italy. So like, what is Italy going to demand from you to be even or above you? Like, it's not necessarily something that Italy would agree to.
I don't think Italy can do anything though, because France is there, so they're kind of in a rock and a hard space.
Okay, I don't know, Keith.
If I'm Italy, I'd much rather have
to convince McAuliffe he can't do anything. I'm just saying there are a lot of reasons why, like, it could be the game ends and Turkey just votes for this draw. I'm just saying I could see that happening.
Yeah, could be Russia or Germany threatening to throw too.
Yeah.
So they're going to lose either way.
All right. Well, with all of that said, since Katie gave me so much grief for being off the air for a while, I'm going to boot Karthik off the air.
No, he was out more recently than me. I'll go.
I'm just saying, someone else gave me the schedule.
My Siobhan, I have never seen people be off 2 games in a row, but we have done that on this stream. I didn't realize that that's just what we're doing.
I can show you the schedule.
That's my bad. I will take responsibility.
She's like, you guys are complaining about the schedule, so we're just gonna do random now.
I mean, now it's just Siobhan's chaos choice.
Take me off.
Anyone, everyone. Oh, you want a break?
I also need water.
Katie. I love you. I'll see you soon.
I love you guys too.
All right. Well, Keith and Karthik, we've got a couple of games to get through. It's just you two.
Okay.
And I'm sure behind the scenes, Katie will complain. I've been off for 2 games.
Just live that she spilled coffee on your board and everything else.
I remember this. Let's carry on.
All right. Well, we have a new board. Karthik, welcome back. Tell me what you see.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, like, we see Phil making a return, Wardy, we see Blake and Emily from last game, we see Bradley from last game, David from last game. We have like 4 of the same people from last game on this board. And then we have Jeremy Tullett, who's a new face to me. I'm excited to see him play.
Keith, any thoughts?
Just seeing the same people we saw last time. Pretty cool mix of people though. So other than France or Germany, everyone's still in contention, it looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. So we're just gonna jump right in and Karthik, take us away.
Oh, this is very interesting. Blake orders Paris to Marseille, which obviously will not work. Basically, when Paris holds, and we know how much both Keith and I hate Paris holding. Paris should always be moving, ideally to Burgundy or Gascony, but like, you know, Picardy also works too. Marseille goes to Spain though successfully, so at least France will be getting 2 builds here, guaranteed. David opens North, which is very fun and could have been much worse for England had it been accompanied with a move to the English Channel. Warsaw goes to Ukraine as well, which is the DMZ of Galicia. So David has negotiated his northern and southern positions fairly well here, given that Turkey also goes to Constantinople with Ankara, letting him take Black Sea freely. This also is really good for Russia because it allows Vienna to bounce Venice out of Trieste, creating, like, I think, a very, very good position for David to run from here. And then, also, no fleet in Denmark, which means Sweden is guaranteed. This is all David all day long.
We have seen this German opening a lot this weekend between the 2 tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, you used to be really, really popular back in your day, Siobhan, because...
back in my old days.
Like, you know, it's a good way to guarantee Belgium. Guarantee Belgium.
Yes, I know. I'm turning 40 years old this year. I am not ancient. Thank you very much.
I know. Don't worry, Siobhan. I'm on your side here. I'm turning 30, so like I do know how it feels.
Oh, you're turning 30.
Yeah.
Baby.
I'm turning old.
Sorry.
I'm scared.
No, I learned from Eddie Brisson, who is an actual ancient.
Yes. I mean, he was here at the founding of the United States, so that's a good difference.
He loves this German opening,
yes.
I will say,
like a rat.
for Eddie Brisson.
It does look like it could be a rat, for sure.
All right, we're going to move right along.
I think there's some fear of Bradley.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see if we're running a good rat. We have the fleet put into Romania. We have the move to Finland and taking Sweden, obviously unopposed. I'm not sure why. Never mind. I'll put that aside. The convoy to Tunis succeeds. Mao goes to Spain South Coast, which is nice. And with the moves that are happening in the north, given what you're seeing, I think it makes complete sense for Wardy to support himself into Norway, and that will guarantee him his build. So do you think we see Western Triple here, or do you think we see something else?
Looks like a Western Triple. If he drops 3 armies, it makes sense to me.
Yep.
I mean, I think 2 of the powers are convinced of Western Triple.
Spain South Coast definitely leads me to believe that, because there's no reason to put your army an additional season or a whole year if you want to back out.
Yeah.
If you're worried about Germany or England.
Yep. Western
I
Triple.
will.
Rest in peace.
I mean, I will say that a friend of mine from Seattle Diplomacy years ago was like, if you're going to make me be the German in the Western Triple, I need to be the 3 build.
Yeah,
power.
That's standard.
That's standard.
And no, you think that's standard, but people always try to cut you out. As the German, they're like, no, we'll get you back later. We'll get you back later. We'll get you back later.
Yeah, no, I mean, if someone tells me that, I'm like, okay, I'm like, we can continue this chat later. Let's see what happens. And I'm hightailing it to Russia. I'm like, go north, baby. Go north. I'll give you Sweden. I'll give you anything you want. Like,
me and Eric Mead from the OG Seattle diplomacy days.
I ain't doing a Western trip without Belgium as Germany. Not a goddamn chance.
Nope.
Yeah. So,
but as England,
good job,
I think
Emily.
Anything.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, you just got to build right. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
So, yes. Oh, double fleet from France.
Yeah, I mean, could go north, could go south. I always say French fleet build just means not anti-German.
No, they're equally far from Western Med.
Yeah.
But it's a double fleet.
Yeah.
I'm curious about.
I think it's totally normal for a Western triple.
What do you see, Keith?
France is cycling its fleets south. 2 fleets is no big deal. It's just as far from west as Lyon or as Marseille is. So it's going that way. Looks like the English fleets are trying to pivot north to stop it, but Russia has built north coast on St. Petersburg. England has decided to convoy back. I guess it's afraid of Brest English Channel. So looks like Wardy's a little bit more skeptical of this Western triple. I think Fleet Edinburgh actually kind of proved that, and Fleet Kiel. So it's going to be a little slower Western triple than our Australian ones. Meanwhile, Munich's supporting Vienna into Tyrolia. So is Germany helping the rat? Because it's also helping Finland to Sweden. So
yeah,
I guess Germany is not on board with the Western triple anymore. It's just on board for the builds.
But yeah, Holland supporting Kiel to Denmark is also an odd choice. So
a very odd choice. And then for the most part,
Denmark supporting Finland to Sweden, and Sweden going to Skag, and
yeah, it looks like
English. You want to be
an Eastern triple with Germany.
Russia want to be in Baltic, I'm not, and they're in neither.
Yeah. All right. So we got Keith.
Yep. Now Germany is getting the Helgoland, which is probably what they should have done to begin with.
Yep.
But
yes.
still helping the Eastern triple along. Germany is in Burgundy. Meanwhile, Russia is taking Norway. Russia has 0 enemies other than England. And at this point, if I'm England, I'm saying, have Norway. I need to get the hell out of here. You do something else. But he's got to fight and go to Barents. Meanwhile, the AT in the south has taken Ionian. For some reason, they've convinced Italy that France is just as big of a problem while they take Venice off of them.
I mean, it's not like he could have held Ionian either way. So
true.
Or Venice either
cover centers.
Guaranteed. So
it's just rough for Bradley all around. It's like nobody is Bradley's friend. And then meanwhile, France is just moving everything around, trying to defend itself as well as possible. And then Wardy takes off his defense on the island.
Karthik.
Yes. So here we see Wardy trying to fight for Norway still. And in doing so, lets North Sea go. Not like he could have really held it anyways. But more importantly, it shows that he's not getting back in time to deal with North Atlantic Ocean, which means to me that chances are Chris will be losing quite a bit to the French soon. And they're probably not the people that I'd be like most concerned with defending myself against. I'd probably be trying to pull back into like Eddie and Norwegian so I could defend against the Germans and then let the retreat happen so I could like cover London. But now London is guaranteed to fall. We'll probably see a convoy of an army into there. With the move to Picardy, though, we will probably see some huge pressure being put on Paris here because it's guaranteed so long as the right moves are written. Actually, no, I take that back. There's actually technically a guess, but it's a guess that I do not expect France to win.
Isn't Paris guaranteed?
No,
Like,
because
winner is?
you could race. You could have English support Paris.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
Yeah, but that's not a move that I expect most people to make in this position. I expect them to go for a tap or just surrender it. But this does result in, yes, correct, Germany getting Paris here. Wardy now does make the move I said that probably should have made last time. And the beauty of good tactics is that you can make things like this happen. Emily supports herself into the North Sea, giving Russia a free retreat wherever they wanted to go, wherever was uncovered. And this works just perfectly because it guarantees London. And you can tell based off the other moves that they made that this was a planned forced retreat and not just like a hijinks gone awry that actually worked out well. This was very clearly planned. Kudos to both Emily and David for executing this well. In the south, we have Turkey taking Naples while Austria pushes into the Ionian. The rat is just murdering Italy. Bradley has no hope.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got some builds. I think nothing altogether surprising. Russia does wave one.
Yeah.
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 I like that Austria pulled down into Ionian, trying to do the forward retreat with Turkey as well.
Mm-hmm. Just beautiful.
Yeah. All right, Keith, talk me through it.
Russia's pivoting south. It seems like it's got a good alliance with Germany, and there's not a lot more to gain. So it wants to, and writings on the wall, because Austria moves to Galicia, and Turkey seems to be pivoting back to Armenia. So something has tipped Russia off that something is happening, and the Eastern Triple is now breaking up.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the AT is staying together, moving the Tyrrhenian Sea and Western Med, using the Italian fleet as a janissary to take Marseille. Germany pushes into Gascony, which is pretty brutal.
Mm-hmm.
And everything in the north stays about the same.
All right, Keith, take us
All
through
right,
the
and
fall.
Italy returns the favor by putting Turkey into Spain and giving up Rome. Hopefully they get a survival point or 5 points. And then Brest falls to Germany. Russia takes the Channel. It's not looking good for France. They're going to be on 1 at the end of this year. England's also going to be on 1, losing Edinburgh to North Sea as well. Germany gives up Denmark in exchange to try to hold the AT back a little bit longer. Loses Romania, the Romanian fleet to a PIF. But still, Black Sea is open for at least 1 more season, so they can rebuild to hold.
Now, like major kudos to the RG. Like the tactical work that they're doing here is going to ensure that David and Emily can form a line from Moscow, Ukraine, Warsaw, Silesia, Munich, like super effectively. Like AT can't get anything done here.
Nope.
Let's take a look at this.
They'll need to push through Mid-Atlantic to get anything.
Yep, correct.
Just this line.
Yeah,
right.
This stuff is long term not going to be holdable, but that's fine. Who cares? It's 1 unit to hold it, 1 unit if you lose it. Everything else, like once Silesia's occupied properly, the AT advance is done in the south. It has to be done through Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and Russia is in the right position to slow that down quickly enough for the German fleet and the Russian fleet to get there.
I mean, I do kind of love a game where Tunis and Spain are held by the Turk.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's good stuff.
Like,
it's a really pretty north-south split and quick.
Yes.
Tell me all about it, Karthik.
Yeah. So now, I mean, this is a continuation of the sound tactical play by both sides. And sorry, I take that back. Ukraine being lost is catastrophic. I don't know how you make that mistake. What is Moscow doing?
Supporting Warsaw? For no reason.
For no reason. There was nothing that could ever have taken it.
Support Ukraine.
Yeah, that was a catastrophic mistake by David. You hold Ukraine, you have the game. You lose Ukraine, you lose.
Go to Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah. We go on.
I mean, they could still make it work if Warsaw went to Gal, Seb went to Rum, and they forced it, and they rotated.
There we are.
But still
Yeah.
don't do it. This is AT is going to be able to have a field day that they should not have been able to have. Also here,
They could
Clive
have
probably
salvaged
should
it
have been
if Seb
forced
went
as
to
well.
Moscow, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna zoom
Yeah,
right
keep
through
going, keep
this
going.
because
Yeah, these are just tactics for now.
some builds
And they just choose to draw. Fair enough.
and yeah, we've drawn.
4-way 8s. That's unfortunate because Russia and Germany had such a tactical advantage
They
that
did.
they could have had a 10-10 split between them fairly easily, or like a 10-9 split between them fairly easily. There's no real reason for them to have lost that, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
Is there a time limit on these games?
I don't know this.
I'm assuming it's like 1909 probably, or 1907, one of the two. This one is
Yeah.
totally an accepted draw. Like there's no way they had an end of 1905 dice. Oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think this goes to show like why knowing line tactics is so important. Like they're not a huge deal. They're like 0.5% of your skill as a player. Probably less than that, probably 0.01%. But when it does matter, it matters quite a bit in times like this because you can force AT to turn each other diplomatically when you show them there's no path forward. But if you let them have a path forward, they're like, hey, let us stick together and let's be loyal.
All right. Well, what I'm going to say is, Karthik, I sometimes like you, but I'm going to boot you off for a bit.
Sure.
To get someone I like more. Katie, you ready? I see ya. All right. So, Karthik, we'll boot you off for a bit. We're going to do another couple of games. Are you ready? Tell me what you see. Katie.
I see George in Austria. He was just the Russia, right? So pretty solid game. As Karthik was mentioning, maybe some tactical mistakes, but like who hasn't made those? In England, we have
never done that in my life.
Never. Couldn't be me. In England, we have Darcy, who is third place in the tournament. That's a pretty good country to pull for third place. Like he could do very well. In France, we have Theo, who is ninth. We've seen before with was Theo in the team with McCallis? I think so.
Yes, that's Italy, right?
Yeah, so that's interesting to watch. I wonder if McCallis can get Theo to stay on his side and take out potential competition Darcy. In Italy, we have Bradley, who's in fifth right now, but is a very good player. So I don't know how far apart fifth is from third place, etc. But Bradley's very good. We'll have to watch him too.
I don't understand this scoring system, to be honest.
No clue. What was that, Keith?
Didn't Bradley just play Italy?
Well, and I can also show, based on what I have aired, who is where in the scoring system.
Yeah, Bradley's eighth. I think he did just play Italy, though.
Yeah, I guess they don't have
Yeah.
But 48 seems pretty far behind, like 86.
But we're coming into the second, third round board.
All right, and then I don't know who was at the bottom of the thing, but
Richard's on the first place right now.
In Turkey, first place in Turkey. All right, let's see it.
All right, Katie, take us away.
Turkey, you get a Armenian fist
bump. We got the Armenian fist bump.
Very good. Maybe more importantly than that, actually, you get Bradley moving up to not only Tyrolia but also to Venice.
There's so much.
That is really significant for Italy to you're basically declaring war on maybe Germany, but probably Austria. You're moving your armies in a position where they can take Austrian dots. So that is it's really interesting. In the West, we see standard, pretty normal. And again, another northern opening from Russia. That's actually like it's. I feel like it's been happening a lot this tournament, and it's a little unusual, which is kind of fun to see. Haven't been keeping track of if it works out for them, but it's fun. So good luck, Isaac.
I have thoughts. If I'm a Western player and I see a DMZ in the black and I see a DMZ in Galicia, if I'm in the West, I am freaking out.
Specifically, if you're Germany and you're like, hey, wait a minute, Russia's making friends with two of their neighbors.
Italy has convinced me, like, oh, I'll just walk into Tyrolia because I'm going to go the other way.
That's the reason I like to play Russia, because if they freak out, you're like, well, do you want to be the first one to attack me if I have no other enemies? Or do you want to wait for them to attack me? So
I know how to play it. I don't like it when I see
nobody likes it.
Both black and Galicia. That's a problem. If it's only one, I can deal with that.
And they open north, so they're very confident in it as well.
Yeah, I think that's really...
the Russian north opening is.
We'll see.
As Germany, I feel like Michaelis has organized this. He has an already existing relationship with Theo that was really well executed. All he had to do is sell Isaac and be like, yo, I'll help you coordinate your south, help me clear out this so we have a good score.
Could be.
All right, Keith, tell me more.
All right. Looks like France forgoes Spain goes directly into Western Med. Could be probably not a Western triple, most likely, but putting pressure on Bradley immediately. For some reason, Bradley's going into Bohemia. George overreacts and completely walks backwards, thinking that he's going to lose Trieste, which allows Turkey to get 2 builds.
Richard is gonna
Turkey, who's first in the tournament.
Yep. Yeah. So this is going to be very difficult for Turkey to lose the top leader spot if this continues on. With French pressure on Italy and Austria collapsing, the only one that can balance them is Russia.
All right, we're just going to go in.
Dropping 2 fleets for Turkey. Makes sense.
2 fleets. I mean, German builds expected, French builds expected.
Russia seems to be playing ball with 2 armies.
Katie, tell us everything.
Yeah, so all this stuff in Russia, and Brown the Black, is tempting to see this as agreed, but Greece to Bulgaria is kind of weird. I think it's definitely like AT cooperation, if not an actual AT. It could just be lots of like agreements of bounces everywhere. Maybe it's another rat. Ugh, who knows? It might, you know what? It might be another. I don't know.
It might be a rat.
We've got Bradley going up to Silesia, which I think is great. Not guaranteed into Warsaw, but I think he'll at least disrupt some of that. Although if it's a rat, then it won't really matter. France and Theo is kind of just not doing much with the fleets, but will pick up Spain this year, I think. And then Germany positioning to get Sweden. I don't know. I think we can move to the next. Like, I don't want to necessarily speculate. We might as well just see what happens.
Yeah. Go on, Katie.
Okay, so in the fall, we've got nothing. We have a convoy to Tuscany. That's very fun. Great
love it.
I love a fun convoy.
Love a good convoy.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's the convoy to Tuscany. Piedmont doesn't move. Nobody had to like bounce in Marseille. That's kind of strange. Austria, George does take Venice. So that's not great for Bradley, even though he gets Western Med.
I have a lot of questions about Piedmont.
Yeah, I wonder if it's another thing where it's like the move didn't get entered into Backstabber, but for the next year it was fine. You know, like maybe it moved to Venice, but it got didn't get in.
Or
'cause-
this was an in-person tournament and someone decided that they were done for the moment. I don't know. Like,
I think Bradley gives up, but
no, Bradley does not.
But I don't know.
Questions about Serbia, like
Yeah.
why?
If you're in a rat, you don't need that. But maybe you do need that if you're in a rat. Actually, more rats do need Austria covering their stuff.
Or if you're in an AT, you should be working on Romania.
Yeah, I think it is a rat.
More than likely.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Well, we're gonna move right along. If you, KB, are Italy here, you're -1.
Silesia.
It's
Right.
gotta be, right?
It's got to be because you
Keith?
can at least use those fleets as like leverage.
Oh, yeah, definitely Silesia.
Okay.
I mean,
you're
he
France.
hasn't been working with him.
Yeah. Keith, you're France. You're building one. What do you build?
Yeah. That's tough. Probably I want to build Army Marseille for some reason because I think a fleet just gets stuck. But I feel like you need another fleet. I might build Fleet Brest just because I think Marseille is pinched.
Okay. Katie? You're France.
I like building something that lets Bradley turn around. So whether that's a Fleet Brest or like an army, I think not Fleet Marseille is good because it might let Bradley turn around and like fight this cursed rat or whatever.
I 100% believe Fleet Marseille is the wrong
I feel like Marseille would have to come back to Spain anyway, so you might as well just put Mid-Atlantic in Spain and bring Brest around. So
I mean, I would do Army Paris or Brest, personally.
The problem is Tuscany is kind of not very helpful. Well, we'll see.
Well,
you could
get a Fleet Marseille.
I mean, I'm not surprised, I will say, because I think that Theo
I love
probably,
you, Theo.
you know, like he's locked
it.
in, right? Like he's locked in. He's like, I know who my allies are and I know who I'm fighting. And if I'm fighting Italy, I'm building Fleet Marseille. I think that's really reasonable. I don't think it's very flexible, but I think it is reasonable and I think it makes sense for probably.
I get why Theo is doing this.
Yeah.
But Keith.
And England and Germany pay him for that fleet. And it was the wrong build. An army or a Fleet Brest would have been much better.
Yeah.
He's wide open. There's nothing he can do. Cannot protect Belgium.
Paris is gone. Belgium's gone. Brest is gone. Oh my God, that's 3-1, right? All three are gone.
Oh my God, it's so bad.
All three are gone.
So bad.
Yeah.
It's amazing what one build can do. It can tempt your allies to turn on you, and it can just completely, like it does nothing for him.
I heard a phrase many years ago is never stab in the build phase.
Well, you can invite a stab in the build phase, apparently.
Right.
No,
that was
this is why you don't invite a stab in the build phase.
Yeah, that's pretty gutting. He's gonna lose 3 centers, I think, and he actually might also lose Marseille, so he's gonna be.
And so, Theo, I'm so sorry. You've learned a lesson that I learned many years ago.
So, yeah, Darcy and McAllis cut both France and Russia out, saying, "We need to grow. You're both out. So don't take it personal."
You did the build, but you don't stab in the build phase.
Yeah, I think actually there might be an agreement with Russia, right? Because Isaac is moving everything south, and like Sweden did blow up. Like
they might move out.
All right, find out.
Yeah, there's Sweden leaving, right?
Oh, so you talk about it.
Yeah, so Sweden walks right back out. McAuliffe knows he's getting Belgium and Paris. He doesn't need to worry about Sweden right now. So Isaac is going to be free to, I think, not rebuild because he's losing Romania, but at least not disband to the AT in the south. And then in the west we have Darcy moving to NAO and Brest, right? I think convoys to Brest, which is fun and nice. And also Theo does lose Marseille. So Theo's down 4 this year. That's really brutal. Wait, what? Oh, probably disbands, right? But
Oh,
it's down 4
jeez.
centers, which is pretty. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, I don't know.
Down to
another
2, but
word
with no home
besides
centers.
brutal. Yeah, that's rough.
That's rough.
Yeah.
George did get into Naples. I kind of missed that. But Austria's got Rome now. The AT has Rome. They're making pretty good progress too on the other side of the board.
Mm-hmm. All right, Katie, take us away.
So they don't take Rome now, but I guess who cares? That's fine. Bradley has decided his best chance of survival is in Iberia, which is fairly reasonable. And then we have Darcy taking MAO. Just EG working together and Russia on side. I guess, yeah, Russia just putting up the best defense that he can. Nothing happens in the East. I guess George does take Rome, right? So Austria's up 1, but can't even build. So whoop-de-doo. That was really callous, George. I'm sorry. Congratulations on being up 1, but you can't build. So we'll see how much that matters. And then in the West, yeah, they get Gascony, but not much else. It's kind of like liney, doesn't it? Oh no, Marseille. Okay, so
Keith.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, so the EG does get Marseille this time. Decides not to take Portugal with Italian support and wants to tap Spain to ensure they do take Marseille. Turkey shifting up to make sure that EG does not get much more.
It's kind of goofy,
Katie?
right? It's kind of goofy, right?
Huh?
I guess maybe they don't necessarily believe Bradley, but don't you want to take Portugal while you can?
You would think. I mean, it's worth it in the spring to give them a shot. If not, or maybe they're worried about Turkey coming in to help them, so they want to get rid of them now. Either way, it's been a poor tournament for Bradley. His reputation has definitely hurt him.
One might.
Bradley's a
You
bad
gotta keep
player.
alive.
You heard it here first, folks. I'm just kidding.
This is pretty much locked down already.
Looks pretty liney to me.
Yep. Nothing gonna happen.
Do I not have?
I don't think there's anything else to be had. They probably drew.
Oh my god.
What? Do what?
Yeah, they have a minor stamina on.
Pressing the button. I think it's done.
Does it?
I
Line
think it
through
is
their face,
done.
no one's gonna stab. That means a 3-way tie. That means Richard won, right?
I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but this is why when you're putting the orders in, you finish the game.
You think? Okay, was McCall not in second coming into this round? You think he doesn't take Sweden and doesn't win this tournament?
Yeah, I don't know.
Kind of weird, right?
Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
All right, we're going into the 4th round of this tournament.
Oh, that was only the 3rd round. I'm sorry. My fault. Okay.
Oh, there are 4
McCall
rounds.
has 2 points ahead, so I guess
Karthik, get back in here.
Okay, that makes more sense. I thought that was the tournament decider. I was like, that's very strange.
on the previous slide, Richard
him
was
and
first.
he's here.
So someone was up there.
Yeah. I wonder what the tiebreaker is. Who knows?
I don't even know. This scoring system is maniacal. But Karthik, welcome back.
Hello, good to be back.
Here is where we are going into the 4th round of the tournament.
Lovely.
Tell us what you think.
I think McCallus is a pretty good player, turns out. I was wrong about him. He made Ohio play Italy in Turkey.
Turns out.
No, but and on a serious note, I'm really happy to see Richard Bolton doing well. When players can cross over and perform as well as he is, always a good sign. And then to see some of the other players who may have had struggling starts but have found their way into the top 10. Very, very impressive for them. Because I know Emily had that rough misorder early on. She's in the top 10. George and Jeremy are both new players to me. George has a top. Jeremy had a share top. Both of them are in a good position there. Like, this is like a really, really fun tournament to watch. And like, I'm happy to see some of the new players are having some degree of success.
All right, everyone. We are back for round 4 of the Steel Showdown. We've seen some exciting games. We've talked about where everyone's at. Katie and Keith and I are going to take you through the end of this. Karthik had to go for, who knows, whatever it is Karthik does in his free time. But with that in mind, any comments, or do you want to just jump right into the game?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it. All right, round 4, board 1. Keith, you're at the top of my camera list, so why don't you take us away for spring? Once I show you orders, that would help.
All right, an exciting 01. We got Bradley jumping into the channel, followed by Wales. Fairly standard French opening, except for Burgundy is wide open for Germany to jump into, and Italy said he wants some of that too. So Isaac jumps into Piedmont, so not looking great for George off the bat. As far as the East goes, everything looks pretty standard Turkish opening, regular bounce. So we'll see how the East plays out and figures out how they want to deal with France going down so fast.
All right. Katie, take us away for the fall.
All right, so in the fall, we have the England, Germany, Italy alliance ganging up on France, as we started to see just now, where Germany is putting Isaac in Italy into Marseille. And France is going to be even because they keep Spain. But not looking great for them. Bradley convoys the army into Belgium. So this could be a case where that army does not go there to die. Siobhan, we'll have to watch.
We will find out.
And then in the East, we've got Russia and Austria already moving to the line. I think they're saying, we'll slow down. You can't just take out France that quickly. We're going to do something about it. And we have Turkey is supporting the Sevastopol fleet to Romania, which I think is normally pretty anti-Turkey, but maybe could be ratty in this case. Italy's, I don't know, Isaac going to Rome is kind of strange, but why not? Sure.
I mean, had to do something.
Yeah.
All right. I will read us out for winter. We got the Italian putting down 2 builds, Army Venice, Fleet Naples, a fleet in Trieste from the Austrian, which I always love to see, accompanied by Army Vienna, Army Warsaw for the Russian. Turkey either declined to build or that didn't get it in on time. It's hard to know. Double armies from the German and double fleet from the English. Katie, any surprises?
No, it's possible that there is a rat and Turkey is just saying, I'll let you guys move away from me and I'll be patient.
Yep. All right, Katie, we'll stick with you for the spring.
All right, so we've got Germany turning around to fight the AR, taking Silesia, losing Prussia. Meanwhile, Bradley says, that's great. You fight Russia. I'm going to take Sweden. This is, a very normal distribution of Swenters. And an EG is that England just gets Sweden and O2. That's normal. That's fine. It's great for Bradley. But Germany is having to pull away from the attack on France, as is Italy. So the Rats plan has worked. And we'll see if George can make a comeback here. It's just Austria and Turkey moving to fight Italy, I think, too.
All right. And in the fall, Keith, what do you see?
Yeah, I was curious on that last move if Bradley came down to Burgundy to force a retreat if it didn't get into Munich, which is probably what was the case. Looks like Italy jumps into Spain, which is awesome. Bradley takes Mid-Atlantic. This is definitely a juggernaut in England's game. The Central Powers are collapsing in on each other. Bradley holds Sweden, lets Germany take Baltic. Germany takes Prussia, so Russia's getting pushed back further and further. Austria is determined that Germany is not their primary threat, that they're worried more about Italy. And Wardy says he's tired of waiting. He's going to strike a dot and saying that now that the Central Powers are messed up, that the Juggernaut can go forward, and if Russia has extra pressure, then he's pretty much by himself.
Yeah, cute little
The Witch's
convoy.
game.
Oh, that convoy was fun.
The convoy is fun.
Yeah, which is
All
cool,
right.
for sure.
Oh yeah, and we talk about this a lot on DBN in general, and I think we've talked about it on this stream already. Is an RT really does benefit England in so many ways. So we'll see if that pans out for Bradley in this case. So I'll talk us through winter again. Christopher puts down some builds, finally ready to commit to that juggernaut we're talking about with a fleet in Smyrna, Army Con. We've got an army build from the Italian in Naples, and an army and a fleet from Bradley in England. Keith, any surprises for you?
The army is kind of a surprise, just because I feel like that if they're working strongly with England, that they won't probably want to check Turkey sooner than later. Also, this is one of the fastest French takedowns I've ever seen in my life. It's highly unfortunate. And the fact that England has gotten so much, not just Brest and Belgium, but Paris, and it's looking like more and more. It'll be very interesting to see what's going to go.
It's an incredible position. Germany is so far committed to Russia. This is one of the best English positions I've ever seen after 2 years.
Yep.
Bradley must be absolutely salivating at this position, and he knows exactly what he's got in front of him. So we'll see.
Bouncing.
Yeah, he's just like, don't look too excited, don't look too excited, don't look too excited. And I'll say, like, something that we said a lot on the last Game Day Live that I hosted for BlazeCon, there were instances where a power just got eviscerated so quickly and so fast, and we kept asking ourselves, so what did you say to Bradley so that I can never repeat it and he never does that to me? Not that I'm blaming you, George. I think this is just one of those unfortunate cases where they said, hey, it's the last round. We're going to go quick. We're going to go hard. And you were the unfortunate recipient of all of this. All right. So speaking of, Keith.
Wow. Bradley convoys into Brest, walks into St. Petersburg, has a walk into Bothnia, follows through with Norwegian. And then France is like, hey, I'm just going to put you into Spain and blow you up as big as possible because my game's over, so I might as well make someone else's life hurt.
I mean, keep me alive in Portugal, I'll Janissary for you is not the worst thing, and I think Bradley is happy to take that.
Much rather have a fleet to Janissary than an army. It's not, but I get it. Germany further committing to attacking the east, which is just free centers for Bradley later on. So I think I would be saying he's a solo threat at this point. And I'd be screaming at if I was any other power.
100. Yeah.
But unfortunately, even though Germany's pushing further into Warsaw, the line is broken. Livonia goes into Prussia. Bothnia goes in the Baltic. So it's going to be a headache. Germany's going to ask England for support sooner than later, but that support is probably going to lead to him being dotted sooner than later as well. Austria backs off, seeing that Turkey's pushing into their dots, and Italy's like, well, I'll take those dots too. So Turkey puts Italy into Trieste and takes Greece for themselves. And it's not looking good for either Austria or Germany.
Agreed. Yeah. All right, Keith, I'll let you take us through the end of the year.
All right. Bradley, it does not have a Janissary. It looks like France's flip side again, trying to play them off of each other, and does not succeed in getting Spain. Italy holds what they have. They're going to be flat at the end of this year. Austria is going down hard. He's going to be on 1. So Emily's going to be at 1 going after this. Looks like Turkey's going to hold what they have. They're going to get Germany, or they're going to Greece. And Russia slides into Denmark and gets Warsaw back. So a little bit of life left in Russia, which will probably give Wardy a shot if the board rallies. So we'll see.
All right, let's see what they do. We have the Austrian and the French both going down to 1 center each, clinging on with the fingernails onto the side of that cliff. So we'll see what they make of it. If they can janissary, if they can convince someone they're useful. Katie, if you are the Austrian here, what do you keep?
I keep reminding myself that rats are bad and you don't do them. And unfortunately, this can happen. I know that Wardy's very charming, he's very fun, but you can't trust a rat, especially if you're Austria.
You can't trust a rat.
I think you just keep the army in Budapest. I mean, you could make an argument that the fleet is more useful, but like you're not going to keep Budapest. Someone will walk into it or retreat into it if you don't have the army there. So you just kind of cross your fingers and hope.
Yeah, my inclination is. Oh, go ahead, Keith.
There's just way too many armies. The fleets are very light, and Bradley has over almost half of them, so it's not looking good.
Yeah, and my inclination is always to keep a fleet as a pirate, but I don't think anyone's letting that Adriatic fleet go anywhere, do anything, let you convince them that it's useful. So we'll see what Emily does, but
everyone in
on
the
that
sport
note,
should be friends with Germany and Russia. They have the only northern fleets right now, and they need to get it together.
Yeah, because, I mean, what a position from Bradley. I mean, he's on 10 centers in 1903 as England. That's just wild to me. So yeah, again, we got another fleet in Liverpool from the English. Austria does indeed keep Army Budapest. France opts to disband Portugal, so that's certainly Bradley's whenever he wants it. He can just leave that there behind the line until he's ready to pick it up. But yeah, for me, no surprises. Either of you?
I don't think so.
I'd say Army
right.
Con, but I guess it's not a surprise. You don't want to mess with Italy.
Yeah, I think at this point that's right. Katie, I'm going to give this here to you. Talk us through it.
Okay, so Wardy's just taken Romania. That could have been an agreement to blow up that fleet, which is otherwise being unhelpful. So I'm expecting Wardy to walk out. We'll see if he does that. Germany continuing to push into Galicia is wild. Just absolutely wild. Bradley is really laying down the charm, I guess. I don't know how you're not pulling back to. Sure, you get Kiel back and fine, but I don't know. I think the retreat to Skagerrak is fascinating. I would never have done that. I don't care if I think Bradley's my friend. I'm saying sorry, Sweden was open. I'll try to
cough, Sweden.
Yeah, like that's wild. I mean, look at Bradley's position. He can handle not having Sweden for a fall. Like this is.
It's insane. I don't know what magic Bradley is working here, and I say this about so many players in the hobby, and I actually mean it about everyone I say it about. Bradley is one of my favorite people. I love hanging out with Bradley. I love chatting with him. I love playing with him. But there is no way on this earth that I am letting him get away with this.
Yeah,
and not walking into Sweden.
Right. And then, he's convoying into Belgium and not Holland. He's doing all of the right things, saying the right things. He's slow playing, but this is the fastest slow play I've ever seen.
I would have flipped out as soon as I saw those two armies. Not that I would have flipped out before then, but I mean,
right,
if I was running like two armies, oh no.
Especially because he's not even trying to put them up through St. Pete. He's got no plausible deniability. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, we just look at this position. Holland is unopposed in the fall. Like,
Berg's unopposed. Munich is not unopposed, but it's
likely. I guess he'll probably lose Sweden, but he's picking stuff up for
he'll
sure.
Pick up Portugal because he's given France Marseille.
Portugal, Holland. I mean, so Katie, tell us what he does get this fall.
So he does convoy to Holland. He gets Marseille.
He's like, that army's just as useless as mine.
Yep, love it. He gets Marseille. He does get Portugal. He loses Sweden, and he loses St. Pete. So actually not the greatest turn for you, Bradley. No, it's great. It's really great. I mean, he's got so many armies ready to threaten German centers. Germany taking Sweden is probably better than Russia taking Sweden in order to stop Bradley, but
agreed.
It's still not great. Wardy does leave Romania. So I think that even with losing Denmark, I think that Russia will have a rebuild because they're getting St. Pete.
Does Germany have a rebuild?
Germany has
two,
up to and losing Holland. So I think Germany's up one.
So
Up
2 builds
one.
though.
Because there's 4 on the board.
Luke just
Yeah.
disbanded.
The 2 builds. Yeah.
So maybe 2 fleets, hopefully.
Well, there's also Vienna. I don't know. Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
see.
I mean, we'll see what they do. And I want to touch on before we move on that army and con that you flagged, Keith, that you were kind of like a little surprised about that build, just sitting there doing nothing. And I don't like that. But I mean, I understand you don't want to go into Bull, you don't want to threaten Phil in Romania. You're saying, hey, it's not here to do anything to you. I just dislike a build that we can't use.
Yeah, I think
Personally.
Wardy knows as well as anybody that this is solo territory for Bradley if anybody else decides that they want to help him in the slightest.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. So through the builds, Bradley only gets 1 this year. He's not used to only building 1 so far this game, so this must be very strange for him. And he opts to do Army in London. France, thank you very much, George. I'm sorry, that was a really rough takedown.
Smug.
Theo, I think predictably, Fleet Kiel Army Berlin, Southern Army from the Russian, it's the only space available for them to build, so it makes sense. And Italy loses an army on the boot. To me, no big surprises. I think the rest of the board has appropriately assessed Bradley's threat. Anything either of you would like to add?
I would say the threat's a little late, but better late than never, I guess.
It happens so fast, though. Like, Bradley, teach me your magic. I need whatever. All right, Keith, I believe it is your year.
Oh, man.
So England decides that they only wanted Holland and they're going to let Germany live, and they're not going to be a solo threat, so they're just going to come around and give Russia what they deserve and pop Skagerrak, and they're going to totally pull out of Ruhr and wait for Germany to turn back around so they can stab them again. Meanwhile, Italy and Turkey are working together marvelously. No stabbing whatsoever. Turanian Sea goes into Lyon, stopping England in its tracks, so there's going to be no progress in the Med. Austria is useless. Goodbye. But for some reason, they don't cover Trieste, so Germany's just like, okay, we're coming this way. So it's kind of like a big center swap change where Italy gets Budapest, Austria gets Vienna, and Germany is in Trieste. So not sure how that benefits anybody if we're worried about Bradley, but that is where we're at. And then Russia kind of shuffles up and to put pressure on there, but without a German ally, I'm not sure what Russia's going to do anymore.
All right.
Theo there.
Well, what does Russia do, Keith? Take us through the end of the year.
Russia does nothing. It kind of protects its own center, and it just watches the world burn as Germany convoys into Livonia, helps Bradley get more position, saying, if you don't take my dots, I give you Russian dots. And Germany pulls out of Trieste for some reason. I don't understand why, to pop the Italian army. So I'm guessing they want to rebuild there. But Turkey is taking Budapest and Austria is getting Vienna. I'm not too sure what that is. It was a crazy last turn, and it's kind of crazy this turn. Anything in the Western Med is useless. Nothing's happening there at all.
Yeah, there's just
this very much feels like one of those moments, and again, we can never really know what's going on behind the scenes, but people in the East, or everyone who's not the EG at this moment, frantically being like, we could do this, we could do this, we could do this, but what about this? And like, it just feels like one of those frantic moments, and
I feel like it should be a group chat, and it seems like it's like a bunch of individual chats of what can I get.
Yeah, it's how can I stay alive? What can I get? Can I survive to the end of the game? When, I mean, at least to my mind, and I don't know how long this game goes, but God, letting Bradley get away with this is just.
I mean, I think Russia's play makes a lot of sense, right? He knows he's got to build because they pop Skagerrak, so he's going to build in St. Pete. And the problem is that if Germany's not willing to help, then there's just kind of no point.
Yeah, but if Germany really wanted to help England like he is in the north, why isn't he dotting Italy and putting pressure so they pull back so England actually has some growth?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Tyrol is very
So it
strange.
looks like it's playing ball in the south, but not in the north. I don't understand.
All right. So I don't think many surprises here in the builds and disbands. Germany disbands Tyrolia. We've got Southern Fleet Naples for the Italian and a Northern Army build for St. Pete. I'm going to just go out on a limb and say nobody's entirely surprised by this.
I would have liked the fleet, even though it probably doesn't matter.
All right. Well, Katie, it is your year. What do you see?
So I guess Bradley has confused centers with blow ups and disbands. He says, I don't actually want any more dots. I'm just gonna take my time destroying people's units because he blows up Finland, which is gonna get. It's actually I think gonna get them St. Pete this year, even with Russia and Livonia. Theo has a nice little follow into Warsaw, but just like we saw earlier this year, won't be there by the end of the year. And yeah, nothing happening in the Med. Yeah. The game's kind of over, I feel like.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point where all the games in this tournament have ended 05, 06, 07. So we're definitely coming to the end here. So fall. What do you see, Katie?
So Wardy takes Romania. Yeah, maybe the game is about to end. I'm not really sure why Phil doesn't take back Warsaw. That's quite strange.
That's curious.
I think I don't know. I don't know. But Bradley does take St. Pete and blows up an army at the same time, so that's actually like double win. I guess Bradley's on 12 now. Could have walked into Munich.
I think he's waiting for 13. That way he can pick up the rest of the German dots rather easily because there's nothing on the line. So if he can get there, he's in solo. He's waiting for the solo, and he's letting Germany get him big enough where he can go for it.
I don't know if he's gonna have time.
When's the year?
I don't know. But if it's the last round, it probably is timed.
It's last round. Usually those are timed. I don't know the details on this for this one. And remind me again, because we've done so many games at this point. Is this one with the die rolling or the not die rolling?
No.
The die was Australia.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Or Asia Pacific, I should say.
This is what happens when I cover too many games in one night. All right. I'll talk us through Winter, which is a Northern Army build from Bradley in England. Army Munich from Theo in Germany makes perfect sense. And Christopher Ward dropping down Army Ankara and Fleet Smyrna. Any thoughts, surprises?
Not really.
All right. Oh, looks like we got no orders. Which tells me the game was called. They just didn't end the sandbox.
I'm guessing Bradley went to Theo and said, I shot my shot, tried to get in the med as fast as possible, but it didn't work out. I'd rather salvage our relationship. I don't want to take dots from you if it's not a solo. So I think they just played for what they could get and called it a draw.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Katie, any other thoughts?
No, just what a dominant game by Bradley.
I love this IT cooperation, though. This IT was amazing on stopping everything.
Yeah.
So do we think if this game had gone on, and again, we don't know if it got called for time because of just a agreed upon draw or whatever, I don't hate the Turkish position here. No. There was a lot of potential moving forward.
Had Germany flipped permanently, it might have been the Turkish game.
Yeah. But, I mean, you two called it early. It was a game of the witches. And that's what we saw. All right. Well, I will say well done to Bradley Grace. That's a fantastic, fantastic England. And I, like Keith, will applaud you on that. But we do have one more game to review before the night is over. So last game is round 4, board 2. I'm going to bring up the player list. Keith, why don't you talk us through it? Who do you recognize? Who do you not? What are you looking for?
I'm not too familiar with Jeremy and Blake, but we know McAllis is going in at first seed. He is no stranger to DBN. Darcy is number 3, no stranger as well. David Wigglesworth, I have a DBN card with his name on it. I've never met him, but I know that he is a player. Richard Bolton coming at second. That's one of our press players. And we've seen Gary on a few boards, so we'll see how well he does this turn in Turkey.
We had this set up in the other tournament too, right? With France and Russia both going in 1 and 2, and they both had good games. And I think it was Shane in Russia, right, who ended up edging out. So we'll see if Richard can do the same.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that on the right there, you can see that we have the first, second, third, and fourth coming into this round, all playing up against each other. So
It's a stacked
France,
board.
Germany, Italy, and Russia.
I'm
we'll
really
see how
looking
that-
at Russia just because I think that might be the easier half the board. Not to discredit any players here, but France with McAllis and Darcy having to interact directly,
Yeah,
it might be a little rough for them to grow fast enough.
Or it just might be a quick game for Blake.
I mean,
If
are we going
there's
to
an
see
FG.
like, it dismantled as fast as we saw France last game?
I would feel weary if I was McAllis and I did an FG and then the other person in contention was Russia. Not that
Yeah.
he's not amazing enough to pull it off, but I don't want to be in that sandwich.
You've got to balance all of these concerns, right?
Well,
McAllis is coming in first in rank.
He's also on the
We
outside
shall
of the
see.
sandwich. Like it's like the way that France wins boards is you kill England and
Oh,
you stab Germany.
He's France. For some reason, I thought it was Germany. Sorry, Darcy's in the bad spot.
Oh, you got it mixed
Yeah.
up. Okay, yeah.
So I think it's gonna. I think
agree.
I think that's what he's gonna want. That's what I
I
would want.
agree.
All right. Well, let us see what he does.
That seems like a gentleman's agreement with Richard. Just like, one of us will win. Let's find out.
Katie, we'll start with you this time.
Yeah. So bounce in English channel. I think that this is the worst move to arrange. You never want to do this. You're only doing it if the other person's moving there, so they know they're fighting immediately. It's quite funny. It's great for Darcy. He's going to walk into Holland and they'll probably both offer him Belgium just to get the friend. And then in the south, everything looks pretty standard. You've got bounces in Galicia and Black Sea, and we have Gary doing the old school move again of following the army from Smyrna into Khan. So we'll see if he's able to find a use for that, or if that just means AI is gonna crush him.
It hurts my soul a little bit every time you call that an old school move, because
I know.
that Turkish opening was just so standard when I was coming up in the hobby.
It's funny because it was standard for me too, and I
Same.
just feel like it was. I mean, I only started playing 6 years ago ish, 7 years ago. So like, it's not really that old, but I think of it as like the first thing that I learned, and then I remember learning that
The
there's
meta changes so fast, so
better things.
old
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
relative.
Yeah, well, and these days the meta changes a lot faster than it used to, because the online community and everything that we have. And I'm gonna just diverge for a minute, but yeah, like if you did not open this way as Turkey when I was coming up in the hobby, people looked at you like you were absolutely insane. They're like, you couldn't possibly do anything different.
Well, Turkey used to be so strong, right? I mean, that's why we got all the AIRs. That's why Turkey stopped being able to do this. Like, it's all kind of.
Yeah. So anyway, and yeah, that Bounce in English channel, waste of both of their time. I don't know if they agreed on it or if Darcy was sowing some. I heard Blake's going to the channel. McAllis, you should probably go to the channel.
They probably agreed to it knowing that they had to.
Yeah, just for their own safety. All right, Katie.
Well,
Talk us to the end.
McAllis won Darcy's heart. McAllis gets Belgium and Spain and is going to build a fleet in Brest. That looks pretty good for France. And not too bad for Germany either, especially since Blake has left North Sea. So that'll be interesting. In the West, we have David Wigglesworth taking Trieste and Tunis. Could have been agreed, but I would assume not. Some people would agree to that. I wouldn't. and then you have Gary getting into the Black Sea. This move of actually, it's probably not great for Russia.
Do you think this is an IT brewing and maybe he drops 2 fleets and goes west?
I have played that IT.
It's risky.
It doesn't look like he's friends with Russia.
I don't think that's
Russia,
a great. You've got one army then, if that's the case, in Trieste hanging out, waiting to be kicked out. I think you got to build an army in Venice.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Well,
no,
we get double fleets. What do we know anyway? What are we even doing here? It might be an AIT. Yeah, I don't love that for Austria. Rarely do. But anyway, I'll talk us through the builds. We've got Fleet Liverpool from Blake, who seems to have committed against Michalis in France. Fleet Brest Army Paris for the French. That makes sense for Michalis. Fleet Kiel Army Munich for the German. Double Army for the Russian. Standard Fleet Smyrna from Turkey. Army Budapest, and the double fleets from David in Italy that we already talked about. Any thoughts, comments, concerns before we move on, or shall we just go for it?
I think we should go for it. I want to see if it's an AIT because I'm guessing it might be.
All right, tell us about it, Keith.
All right, looks like Turkey is rotating out, so he's not being anti-Russian anymore. So I guess the T is out. Greece is putting Ionian into the Aegean. So it is not an AIT, it is an AI with heavy fleets. They're trying to take advantage of him not being in con, which he is now. So it might be a little slower than anticipated. In the West, Darcy's like, hey, thanks for building that fleet. I'm going to take Belgium now. And England gets kicked out of the channel. Michalis gets his pocket built in Portugal. So he is at no loss of builds, but hopefully that was not aggressive by Darcy. We'll find out.
This is a really rough position for Blake, obviously. If I could offer my thoughts on why it's not looking so great. I think the fleet build in Liverpool was probably a mistake. It is anti-French, but you have an army on the island to defend Liverpool. I think what you really need to be worried about is North Sea. And, retreating to Irish because you couldn't go to North when you tried. Given the fleet build in Liverpool, maybe support yourself back to North. You're going to lose the channel. You can't hold it. But you're going to have, Hell's there, Denmark is there, Channel's there now. You're going to lose North Sea this fall, and you're going to it's going to collapse. So I think you really need to prioritize North Sea, especially considering you have the army ready to protect Liverpool.
There seems to be a lot of shifting alliances, but one thing that I do like is St. Petersburg going to Finland here. I think, if anything, maybe Richard said, England, attack France, and I'll bail you out if Germany doesn't jump on board. Because Michalis is Russia's #1 enemy, so there's no reason for him to dot him here. And if anything, he's going to put England into Denmark or ask for Denmark. So this is actually really good. I'm liking this Russian play a lot.
Yeah, and to both of your points, that position, the Russian play is really good. I agree, Katie. I did not love the build in Liverpool with the fleet. It didn't make a ton of sense to me. As England, losing North Sea is the last thing I want to lose. Ever. So we'll see where it goes. Keith, this is your year, so tell us what happens in fall.
Oh, for some reason, the AI does not prioritize their fleets in the south. The Aegean gets blown up, and there's a standoff between Syria and Bulgaria. So nothing happens there other than the fact that Austria loses Galicia and Russia takes the black. Looking great for Russia. It has position. Turkey's got his Aegean back. And Italy, pretty much all it's doing is shoring up Trieste and getting his army off into Naples. In the west, I guess Russia is not biding his time. It's taking Norway. So the vultures have come to take the dots. North Sea is lost with support with the French, so that means Belgium was probably agreed on. So the FG is still alive.
Michalis walked out of Belgium in the spring.
Yeah. Well, he
Yeah.
supported out, so it was kind of a weird thing. Where was he protecting Burgundy, or was he really worried?
No, this feels very copacetic and agreed upon.
It does now, yeah. But England takes Mid-Atlantic, which is annoying, but now England's extremely overextended and doesn't have north. York being in London is very unfortunate because now there's no guesses. At least he could have put a bunch of guesses up. So
yeah,
everything's looking good for the FG. If it's an FGR, even better. We'll see.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll talk us through. We've got the Northern Fleet build from the Russian, which I think is smart at this point in the game. We've got Army Berlin from the German, Fleet build from the Italian, and McCullis Poles Fleet in Skagerrak. Any surprises from either of you?
England pulls Fleet in Skagerrak. No, I don't think so. I like the Fleet build from Richard. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep, he wants to make sure that there's no shenanigans. He has a play in the West because whoever comes out in the West is pretty much going to win this.
Yep, agreed. And aside from the addition of this DBN consultant, we have someone else to add to the stream to help us finish out this last game. Welcome back, Karthik.
No.
I'm glad you're safe.
Took off my jacket, ready to rock and roll.
I mean, let's do this. So you missed the first part of the game, Karthik, but I'm going to drop you in cold to 1903. So what we have here, just so you're aware, is the top 4 in the tournament are all on this board. I forget off the top of my head, it was McCullis in first. Darcy was up there. Blake.
Richard was in second.
Yeah.
Darcy was in fourth, I think, and maybe David was third.
Okay, I think that was right.
Let's
All
see
right.
the orders.
Yep.
Free convoy to Edinburgh is always going to happen. That's a given. It seems, though, that did France miswrite the convoy order? Or did England miswrite the convoy order? There's an order for London to be convoyed somewhere. Oh, yeah. So France miswrote the convoy order. McCullis was a convoy to NAF, and instead he left it in place. It's an odd choice, given that I think you probably want London to end into NAF, because if it had worked, it would be a free convoy to London. But yeah, curious choice there.
This is wild because, sorry, I know you're not done, but like Darcy can just, I mean, he's got Liverpool. Like, this is actually not a great French position that you want it to be.
No way.
Looking great for Darcy.
You don't say.
Thank you for that analysis.
You're welcome.
No, I'm kidding. But I do want to call attention to the south now, though, because this is a beautiful way to capsize Austria. Ukraine supports Galicia to Romania, ensuring that Romania can't be taken, while Romania cuts Serbia. This allows for a take of Greece, while Italy convoys into Albania. This sets up, I think, what should be a very, very quick demolition of Austria in fall of 1903. I would be surprised if Austria had more than one center by the end of it.
So Italy and Austria are working together.
Oh.
This is sorry. Yeah, you missed.
And
you missed the beginning. This is definitely an AI.
Yeah.
Well, this is one way to do it, I guess.
Albania's there to help.
Okay. I think it's a little too late, but fair enough.
Yeah. All right. Well, Karthik, I will let you talk us through the end of the year as well. What do you see in the fall?
Okay, so in the fall, I'm looking and I see Russia doing what's wise again here, moving into Bohemia and Galicia, ensuring that even with Italy trying to support the Austrians, there is little hope for them. We see Edinburgh slide down to Liverpool, while the Germans take London by force in exchange for the French taking Belgium. And then I guess Spain takes the Mid-Atlantic Ocean while Mid-Atlantic goes to NAF. In the south, everything else kind of just holds, though. So nothing doing.
Hey, look, Eddie went to Liverpool. Who could have predicted that?
Yeah, right? Exactly.
Only an expert analyst.
We did not see this coming, and next time I promise to all the viewers we will have better people on stream.
That's yeah. You need to prioritize that.
I mean, I don't do the staffing decisions here at DBN. They just told me to do this and said, "Hey, you get these yahoos." No, but real talk, I love you all. So we get the disband in Edinburgh. So Blake opting to keep
Nah, it's hidden.
It's covered by David's name. That's why I
Yeah.
couldn't see it. So yeah, I kind of love that decision. That's fun. Germany puts down another fleet in Kiel. Southern Army build in Marseille for Michaelis in France. Army Khan for the Turk. Thoughts, comments?
I don't love two armies on the island.
No, but you're gonna get Eddie. You can get Belgium probably. I don't know. Well, I guess you can.
And
Get Belgium.
they'll convoy off fast enough.
I think
I'm
it's a great
sure.
position.
Oh, this is fantastic for Darcy. And so speaking of Katie, I think it's your year. What do you see?
Yeah, so I expected. Yeah. Okay. So Darcy is convoying out of London and back to Holland, which makes sense, and taking Eddie, the free walk into Eddie. I guess I expected to see either more fighting between Germany and France or less. Michaelis moving his armies back is a little strange. I guess maybe he's like going to protect Belgium in case he got into Western Med and left the channel. But Darcy moving that fleet to whatever sea province it is, Baltic. No, what is that? Is that Baltic Sea?
That's so. Baltic, yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's just continuing on with the FG, which is not great for Richard. But Richard does take Vienna, loses Romania. You can get back Romania, but now Seb has a hole in it, so this could have gone a little bit better for Russia, I think. Not too much else going on. Oh, Italy might be turning. Yeah, going for Seb. Italy says I'm going to get what I can out of this. Thanks, Austria.
Yeah, thanks for your service, Austria, but I will be taking those. Katie, run us through the end of the year.
So Richard does take back Romania and manages to cover Seb with the Black Sea Fleet, but loses Vienna. So Austria is going to stay on 2. Italy gets that build out of Serbia. Let's see, Germany takes not only Eddie, but also Sweden, and will take Norway. I mean, this may be a situation where Michaelis doesn't need to top this board. He just needs Darcy to do well enough that Richard doesn't. I don't remember the scores, but I think there was a pretty big gap between Richard and Michaelis and everybody else. So
yeah, it's unfortunate I can't go back and look at it without this being factored in. So
yeah, but there's a chance that Michaelis doesn't need to top this board. He just needs his ally to stay away from him and let him have a decent score. I think Richard does need to top, or at least to beat out Michaelis. So.
All right. Well, I mean, I think we can all agree fantastic position from the German if they and the Russian can get their stuff together. But we got a few builds. So double army from Germany and an army Venice from Italy. And thank you very much, Blake Cooper in England. That was a rough one. Keith, I think it's your turn.
So the FG is staying together. They're going into Tyrolia to put pressure on Italy, although Michaelis has decided that it's not going to go into the Western Med. He's going to hang out. He doesn't have enough fleets to trust Germany completely. Meanwhile, Darcy is trying to make a play on Norway, so it's shuffling up to Skagerrak. And Richard has pulled back out to Norway to try to protect it as long as possible. He's pulling back to Warsaw. Unfortunately, Darcy is pushed into Prussia and Galicia, so he can guarantee Warsaw. Yeah, he can guarantee it. And, well, maybe not. We can actually pull out. He could pull out Warsaw with Romania, depending on what happens. Nothing much happens in the East at all. It's pretty much locked.
All right. Well, take us through the end of the year then.
All right. Michaelis is like, London's mine. You have growth. I have no growth. So I'm just going to dot you from behind. It's probably agreed. Since he's getting Norway and he's already way far ahead, he just needs a couple extra points to get above Richard anyways. Standoff in Warsaw, I guess, did not believe that it was guaranteed for him. He thinks that Romania was more important here. So Germany working with the AI, and looks like nothing's happening in Venice. So France and Germany working everyone against the RT here.
So, yeah, behind the scenes, and you sort of alluded to this, Keith, do you think the conversation that McCallus is having with Darcy is, hey, I just need to be this much above Richard. If you dot him for a few, I take a couple off of you, the delta between us becomes enough that McCallus keeps his first place position? Do you presume that's how he's approaching it?
If I was McCallus, I'd be like, I can get you a score big enough where you might get best Germany in third place because right now he's in fourth. And I'll keep first.
And
you can't get first. He doesn't have the point spread to get up there. He'd have to solo, and he's not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And personally, personally, I've been definitely swayed by the, hey, I can get you this best country if you just let me win the tournament moment. It was like, oh, I get to take home something shiny. Yep. I'm not in contention to win, so of course you can have it.
Or a bear.
Hey, those bears are amazing.
They're the best.
They're the best.
They're the best.
I have my Austria bear somewhere over there that I can go grab later, but
wow, you only have one?
Huh? Yeah, and unfortunately, the San Francisco people don't like me very much. So
I love you, Karthik. All right.
Austria's building.
Austria is
building. That is true.
Bets on whether or not they'll waive the build. No one. Okay, fine. So yeah, Austria obviously builds Army Budapest. We get Fleet Brest from McCallus. Russia disbands its fleet in the Norwegian and its fleet in Sevastopol. That's a rough turn for Richard. Thoughts, comments, snide remarks from anyone?
Richard had to do it, but it basically ends all hope of him having any sort of game, right? Like without those fleets, those armies are basically just going to be on hold duty forever. Because McCallus isn't going to stab Darcy in a way that will allow Richard into the game. He knows that's the only way he loses this game is if he does that. So I think we can just say McCallus has won the tournament at this point.
Yep. I think Darcy needs St. Petersburg, Warsaw, Moscow.
Yeah.
And they'll probably draw.
Yeah.
All right. Karthik, I believe we're back to you.
Yeah. I mean, Warsaw is easy enough to cause to fall. All they need is Romania to stop Ukraine. And while he couldn't get that order written this turn, I'm reasonably confident he can probably convince Austria to do it next turn because he put Austria and Romania in the first place. The move to Barents is going to be a setup to take St. Petersburg in the fall. Even if Austria doesn't help, Darcy is guaranteed one. With Austrian assistance, he can get both. So that's nice. In the south, we see just a little bit of mostly nothing happening. Tyrolia gets dislodged. Not that it'll probably do much in the end. And otherwise, it's kind of just all holds down there.
So we're going at AIT?
Yeah.
All right. Well, take us through the end of the year, Karthik.
Okay. Well, in this case, there is a self-bounce in Norway by Darcy while he forces Warsaw. I'm surprised he didn't try to support the convoy, but I guess he got tipped off that McCallus may be stabbing for Liverpool, which good read on Darcy's part to stop that. I guess I'd be wondering why the fleets were going to Wales instead of English and cycling down through. And for that reason, he decided, hey, better safe than sorry right now. McCallus may try to dot me here, but so let me make sure he doesn't. And defends it well. Austria walks into Sevastopol, picking up that build. And otherwise, it's a bunch of holds in the south. So pretty nice year for Austria and for Germany.
I think that Warsaw is super crucial, right? Because without it, then Darcy loses Holland too. So
Correct.
Getting to building Kiel is a really big deal.
Huge deal.
And Austria is on 4. Can't build this year, sadly, but still pretty fun.
All right. Well, in the winter, we do get that army build in Kiel from Germany as predicted. The Russians pull Fleet St. Pete and Army Ukraine. And the Austrians have a build, but nowhere to put it.
Yep.
So, and it says no orders.
Makes sense.
So, yep. Katie, we were going to go to you for this year. First thoughts, reactions?
No, I think this is. I think this outcome makes a lot of sense. McCullough and Darcy know each other, and they knew what they wanted out of the game, and I think they both got it. And I think Richard had a really strong start and did a lot of things very well. But you can't do much when you're up against an alliance like that. They have no incentive to stab each other, so you're going to lose in the north. And unfortunately, that often comes along with also losing in the south. That's just a Russia thing. So kind of a tough way that the game broke out for him. But yeah, it wasn't looking bad in the beginning.
Was that enough to drop Richard to fourth?
I have no idea.
We're going to find out in a minute. So, Keith, last reactions to the game, and then I'll go to Karthik, and then we'll look at the standings at the end of the
Kind of
tournament.
curious on how much meta is, because if Italy, Germany, and France are all together, it's and they've already decided that what they want the placings to be, then there's not much Russia can do about that.
Yeah.
So, otherwise, it was entertaining to see how fast it went, but the fact that England dropped so quickly, I don't think Richard had a shot if they had already agreed at the placements. So
yeah,
sometimes that happens.
Yeah. I think there's something that Richard will realize over time when you play these sort of final round games, when you have quite a few people who want a certain placement, is that if you're not the one who's getting pitched, is like, hey, I just need a survival. I'll give you this many things. I'll give you the top. I'll give you whatever. Chances are the leader is pitching that to someone else. And in that case, especially if you're in second place, then you need to get basically the entire rest of the board to go after the leader and do so in an effective manner. That you need to prop up England here. You know that you need to get people diving on. If Italy's not willing to go after France, you need to get a rat together and then get England on side in the north and try to keep that alive as much as possible.
You got to do it fast. You got to do it hard, and everyone needs to be in agreement to take down the leader. And we saw a game, the round one game, or the first game of this round, where France got dismantled fast and hard and just brutally. So it can happen. I don't care what power you're in. You can be taken down if the board decides they don't want you there.
Yes, correct. And it just needs to happen in 1901. You need to be very fast and recognize exactly what is happening before it's too late. And it's something that you only gain with experience. And I'm sure, I can tell Richard's a great player already. Once he has experience dealing with final round tournaments and stuff like that, he'll see this coming from a mile away and he'll be able to stop it with negotiations. So
maybe sometimes you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just happens and you're just like, well. All right. Well, with all that said, huge congratulations to Darcy for the board top here. That's a fantastic Germany. I would have liked to have seen this board play out for more seasons just out of interest to see where it would have developed. But I understand we're in a tournament setting, final round. That can't always happen. Shall we look at the standings? All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the end of the Steelborough tournament. We have had a few technical issues on many sides over the course of this, and there were a couple of games that we didn't get the last few years recorded. But that being said, we do want to announce the final standings and give some shout-outs where shout-outs are due. So what you remember of everything we've done, here are the final standings. McCullough Camaridis coming in first place, Darcy Morris in second, Richard Bolton in third, Bradley Grace in fourth, David Wigglesworth in fifth, Wardy in sixth, Phil Johns in seventh, Jeremy, Theo, and George filling out the top 10. Karthik, first thoughts.
Another day, another McCullough win in the UK. Darcy, I think this is his best result to date, so massive props to him. I think he was really close. Had he threaded the needle just slightly better. I think he could have managed to pull it out, which major kudos to him for being in the position where that's possible. And then Richard Bolton in third is a great first showing for someone who is new to the face-to-face scene, very successful in the extended deadline scene. And then Bradley Grace, the name that we all know and love, in fourth. So all in all, very, very interesting time. And Toronto's top 5, David Wigglesworth.
Yeah. Keith, any first reactions to this?
I mean, McAllis is one of the best. I mean, he's actually taught me so much to improve my game, especially as a fellow Russia Eastern power.
Mm-hmm.
He's improved my Germany game. Germany is no longer my least favorite, so I owe him a little bit of my growth as a player. Darcy's come a long way, and if you play 1,000 tournaments, you must get better. So it's it's really neat to see him actually break into the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
He actually, if he would have drawn something other than Germany between the other 2 players who are contending for the top 3, he might have actually pulled out a win here.
Could have been.
And I like seeing Richard Bolton here because as a former press player and a runner of a press Discord channel, so it's nice to see it in face-to-face and see other players actually see what the game is intended to be, because it's very different online. Bradley
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I was going to say the same thing, is watching players cross over from one format to another, whether it's extended deadline or just online or whatever it is, from one to the other, whether it's face-to-face to the other way around. Like, it's always such a culture shock, because I grew up in the face-to-face hobby, and when I went to online play, it was kind of mind-blowing to me how different it was. So, I mean, kudos to Richard for coming in I believe his first face-to-face tournament and showing up third, and that point spread is not that huge, like 1 point behind second. McAllis is, we all know how good McAllis is.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
He's all right. What's he ever won anyways?
Yeah, I mean, what has he ever won anyway?
Like a North American DipCon, not even the best DipCon there is.
We let him come to North America and win DipCon, but what are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
But no, he definitely earned it, and the results were there. And I'm sorry that we had some tech issues where some of the ends of games didn't happen. And we were talking before we started the recording, Keith and Karthik, there was a game where we were confused, where we said, why would McAllis take this draw?
Yeah.
Do you guys want to talk about it for 1 minute?
Exactly, yeah. So at one of the games where McAllis had position to jump from, I believe, either second or third place into the top, both Keith and I were stunned to see that game ended in a draw. It turned out that there were just an issue with the transfer of orders from Backstabber to the DiploBN software. It turns out that McAllis did indeed take the position that both Keith and I were like, this surely can be a McAllis top if he wants it. McAllis did wait 3 years, walked to the board in a stalemate, and then stabbed for 2 centers, as he kind of all saw coming. And that's how he topped that board and ended up winning this tournament.
Good enough. He had 2 of those, right? Where we were like, why did he stop?
I think there was just one where why he stopped, and there was one where there was, I think, one other board, but I don't think he was on that board where we were like, why did it stop?
Okay.
I could be wrong on that, but yeah.
I feel like there was 2 or 3 games where it just didn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
There were a few games where it just didn't make sense. But again, we had some tech issues. Some of that was on my side for a while. You'll see some splicing of video as we go through this. And if the DBN folks want to post it, they can post the blooper reel of us announcing the wrong winner for this tournament.
Indeed.
We won't tell you who we announced, but yeah.
All I can say is you can watch Siobhan pull a Steve Harvey, so that's always a fun thing to watch.
I mean, I am delightful. Thank you. And Steve Hardy is too.
I never said otherwise, to be clear. Siobhan is nothing but a delight when she's being nice to me.
It's definitely a good first time. I definitely appreciate the crew. even though
Yeah.
it's 3 nights in a row.
Well, and yeah, it's the unfortunate thing for Keith is his first debut on Game Day Live. We've had enough tech issues that we've had to record this over the course of 3 evenings. So thank you, Keith, for sticking with us. We really appreciate it. And before we sign out on the broadcast, I'll give you the first goodbye thoughts.
Goodbye thoughts. I thought you had the exit line. I was like, I think it's stay safe, stab well.
No, that's my line. That's my
Okay, sorry.
I'm kidding.
Overall, fun Australian tournament. And I thought that was great to cover. And then you see some of the ultra meta that comes with the UK tournament. And I think there was a good balance in the show where there was something fun and lightful and how that meta goes, and then something that's very regimented and more predictable and calculated. And I really appreciated both of those and being able to analyze 2 different things at the same time.
100%. And speaking of like different formats and different styles, the DBNI is coming up very soon, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. The first set of matches will be on the 20th, with the last chance qualifying matches being on the 21st. And I believe the grand finals being the week after that. Always very, very fun to watch. Very, very high octane boards. Very, very different style, given that every single board plays like a top board. It's winner takes all. Anything but a top is worth 0. And even a shared top, if you lose a tiebreak in the shared top, also worth 0. So it creates a very, very different style of play than you'll have seen at either Steelborough, where, as you said, you have this like regimented sort of tactical style, or at in the Australian Open, the Asia Pacific Championship, where you see this more free-flowing style of like triples and interesting, like, interpersonal dynamics. DBNI will be somewhere in the middle of that, where you have these regimented style at the beginning, and then at the end, a lot of interpersonal dynamics dictating who wins, who loses, and why. So for lovers of diplomacy, this next month, starting from like including this broadcast on, will be very, very fun, because you get to see a panoply of styles in diplomacy to its fullest. So yeah, stay tuned. And Siobhan, I'll let you do your line.
Yeah, I mean, I will just piggyback on that. Karthik, you and I at least have played in the DBNI. Keith, have you played in it?
Twice.
In the past? Twice. Yeah, so we've all played in it. We know how rough that can be in the style. We've also got Cascadia, which is happening starting literally tomorrow as I'm recording this. And we will be doing the broadcast for that on Sunday, February 1st, I believe. I don't know if that's going live, or I think that's going live. So hopefully to see you there. But yeah, it's been a really great start to the year for diplomacy events, and a lot of new things, a lot of just really exciting stuff. So we appreciate you all for watching, and thank you all for sticking through what has been a little bit of a sticky broadcast. Probably mostly my fault, I'll admit it. But I will say a huge thank you to you, Keith, for your first Game Day Live, Karthik to you, and Katie, who could not be with us for our final. But until we see you all again, I wish you all well, and stay safe and stab well.